Everyone, Saranai, my dear Dharma friends. Today, also, as usual, you have gathered like this to listen another episode of Buddothpado sermons. So every day we are doing these sermons with the intention of delivering the message of Lord Buddha to the entire world, especially through this Buddothpado PeoTV channel. We intend to give this message to the world in English language. So you are, as you keep listening to this channel, so you also gain some knowledge about the Dhamma. So whether you are a Catholic, whether you are a Muslim, whether you are a Hindu, it doesn't matter. What you hear is the truth, the absolute truth that has been revealed by Lord Buddha about 2500 years back. So, other than the other religions, the Buddhism uh, show somewhat unique um, kind of philosophy. So, absolutely, the Buddhism is not a religion. The religions are based on some sort of a faith. So, in some religions, they believe in gods. In some religions, they believe in heaven. They, in some religions, they believe in spirits. But the uniqueness of the Buddhism is you do not believe in anything. You just try to understand or you just try to figure it out. The concept that has been shown by the spiritual leader. So, if then particular point that discussed in Buddhism could be understood, could be realized, so you will be automatically become a Buddhist. So it is not the doctrine of Buddhism, Buddha is not so grown upon a specific dogma. So that's why the Buddhism is not known as another kind of a religion. But nowadays, so-called Buddhists who can be spreaded out all over the world, they tend to believe on certain things. So some Buddhists believe that there is a birth after this birth. And also some believe they might be going into heavens or lower realms after birth. And also, they tend to believe if you do good things during your lifetime, it will bring more merits to them. And if you collect more merits during this lifetime, you will get good um, consequent births in good places, such as heavens, such as Brahman realms, and also and something like that. And if you do bad things, so you will collect more sins into the life. So that will bring about bad results to you. It may be in the form of karma, or most of the thing, most of people believe it comes as the form of karma. Karma is the action. So if you do bad things in this during this lifetime, it will bring about bad effects for you, such as they believe if you do harm to the other people, or if you do harm to the um, other animals, so you will definitely get into trouble during this life or during the life you gain after this birth. So all these things uh, are have been developed. All these things have been developed on top of some kind of a faith. The faith may be in the form of God or another birth or karma, or likewise. The people don't know what actually happens, but they keep on believing what the Reverend Theros tell. Especially you can see those things in Sri Lanka. So the reverend, the higher rankings Reverend Theros most of the time preach sermons in related to karma, karmapala, or action and effect dhamma. So they tell as these karmapala has been told by Lord Buddha. They tell the Lord Buddha has told the karmapala. So that's why they also keep on believing in Dhammapala. Then they ask us to believe in Karmapala. Otherwise, you won't become a Buddhist. So in that particular Karmapala, so there is nothing to be figured it out. So only thing you have to believe. Bad defects will give you bad results. Good defects, good karma will give you good results. So it is a certain kind of a belief, but nobody knows even how much extent you keep on contemplating on these things. You can't figure it out because those things are not evident. Actually, you might be seeing some people meet with accidents, and you tell easily. Most of the people will tell, it is because the previous karma. That's why they meet with certain tragic accidents. So they just easily assign that particular incident into the karma. So that is the most easiest way, because they can't find any logic in it, because there is no kind of a logic in this uh, karma pala action. So people tend to be, so they think that they are Buddhists because they believe in karma pala bhumi, or they believe in uh, action and effect dhamma. So they think the Buddha has told action and effect dhamma. That is totally wrong. Until we hear these Buddothpado sermons, we also believe the same thing. So we refrain from killing animals, we refrain from stealing from others, we refrain from mischievous behavior in the society, we refrain from speaking filthy words, and we uh, anyhow manage to um, uh, protect these five precepts at least. So from that view, we thought that we will become Buddhists. But that is totally a wrong thing. It is a misunderstanding. The Karmapala effect has been there even before the Buddha has born into the world. During the Buddha era, then some Niganta fellows were believing in Karmapala Bhumi. After the Buddha's era, also the people tend to believe this Karmapala Bhumi, and unfortunately still they keep on believing this Karmapala Bhumi, or this action and effect Dhamma. It is not the action and effect Dhamma is not the Dhamma that is preached by Lord Buddha. Buddha came with a new kind of concept that was not there in that particular time period. That is the cause and effect Dhamma. That is a brand new concept. In that particular concept, there is something to be figure figure out. It is a certain philosophy. In that action and cause and effect Dhamma, you can't find anything to believe, or anything to, uh, yes, nothing to be believed in this. There's nothing you can find in this dependent origination Dhamma to keep it them as a faith. Everything, each and every step, each and every word has a meaning, and they are so logical. So anybody even comes from a different background or the different religious background, they also can uh, think, argue, and figure it out. That's why Lord Buddha said. So Lord Buddha revealed this Dhamma not only to the Buddhists. So by the Buddha has been born, by the time at the Buddha has been born, there were no Buddhists. There were no Buddhists. So at the first time, when Lord Buddha starts to preach in this Dhamma, they turned to the Buddhist. They transformed to the state of Buddhists. So they were previously they were in some other beliefs, some other believing some other religions. But after hearing this Dhamma, then they realized this Dhamma, then they turned into Buddhists. For that's why this Dhamma, the Lord Buddha's Dhamma, is not a property of Buddhists. So it is also a misconception nowadays the most of the Buddhists have. So they think this is my religion. Buddhism is my religion, so I have to be very proud of it. So in some instances, we have seen so many instances, especially in Sri Lanka. I am proud. There are certain flags hosted in certain places saying, "I am so proud of being a Buddhist." What is this? So becoming a Buddhist itself says diminishment of the self. So how can you say, I am a proud to be a Buddhist? So you can't find yourself when you become a state of the Buddhist. So you can't ever say that I am proud to be a Buddhist. So becoming a Buddhist, it simply says getting rid of the self. So no self-identity would be found within a Buddhist. So the Buddhist is a certain kind of a state. So you can't ever say, I'm a Buddhist. Yes, obviously you can be a Buddhist. After becoming a Buddhist, you cannot be named as you. Because if you are a real Buddhist, your self-identity would not be there. And yourself and the whatever the found around you would be same. There would be no such a demarcation. So animals, the people in the other religions, the environmental things, everything become same. Because in the absence of the self, you only see the system. You only able to see the system. The formation of the mind, the formation, the changes in the environment, the movements of the um, planets, the sun, moon, animals, trees, rivers, mountains, everything becomes into certain kind of similar plane. So that comes only through the understanding of this Dhamma. So to attain that state, you need the cause and effect Dhamma that has been preached by Lord Buddha. It is not straightforward. There is some sort of a work that has to be done by you. What is the so some sort of effort has been exerted, has to be exerted in order to make that kind of particular understanding. So you have to have certain courage for that. And also you have to have certain kind of a mm, like liking nature or wanting nature within you to see this truth. So chanda chitta virya vimansa. And also along with that you have to have some sort of curiosity to inquire and see whether this dhamma is true or not. So then of course for that kind of a person, this path will be getting cleared up. So otherwise, if you are so lazy, if you do not have certain intention, if you just want if you become happy with whatever the things you do during your life, so for that kind of a person, this nibbana state is so distant. So you won't be able to see this Dhamma if you are not very enthusiastic. So you have to have, first thing that you have to start feeling. You have to have a certain kind of a feel, initial feel. What kind of a feel that you should have? The feel of the mm, pain or the suffering or the um, uh, or the or some sort of yeah, you have to you should feel the pain of the others, that not only about the human, also with the animals and the rest of the uh, everything. So and you should develop what is the purpose, but you have to develop a certain inquiry within you. That inquiry should include the searching of who you are, the search of who you are. Actually, you have to find out who you are first, and what is the purpose of becoming a human, or what is the purpose of uh, being here, or what would be your end. So, what is the purpose of doing everything during your lifetime if you are um, definitely going to die? So if you turn back and see in the history, the the so remarkable people, so we know only their names. So they might have led that kind of lives during their lifetime, and might have invented so many things, but we are using now these things, but they are not there. They are not here because they are already dead. So you have to uh, think. So what sort of a life that I would live? So if I going to die, so as you think, as you know, everybody who are there in the world, they will end up their lives by the death. So, what is the purpose of doing so many things during this lifetime? So you go to school, you learn, you enter the university, then you uh, assume certain kind of a job. So you earn money, you get vehicles, you buy vehicles, and you marry, and you give birth to some uh, with children, and then you earn more money. Then you do your responsibilities to them, and then what ultimately you become older, then you end up with the death. So the same cycle will be there or will be experiencing by the rest of the humans in the world as well as the animals. So you have to have some sort of mm, inquisitive mind to say, to see what is the purpose of this. So who am I? So you have to have certain kind of a question always within you. Who am I? So what is the purpose of becoming uh, human? And that's for that kind of an inquisitive mind. Definitely, he will find this truth during his lifetime. So that is so, and also you have to have develop a certain courage with you, within you, to find this truth. So that also comes along with that particular inquiry. So you can you and also along with that you have to have the will. Somehow I will find the truth, the purpose of becoming a human, the purpose of this life. So and also for that, if you are that kind of a person, definitely you would hear this Dhamma. So as soon as you hear this Dhamma, you get to know this is the Dhamma that I've been searching for. This is the Dhamma that I have been searching for throughout my lifetime. Now I have found this Dhamma. So you tend to feel this is the truth that I am hearing. This is the ultimate truth that I am hearing. Then you will be enthusiastic after hearing this Dhamma, because this is the Dhamma that you were looking for. Through this Dhamma, the meaning of life is expounded, is elaborated, is explained. So once you hear this Dhamma, you get certain kind of a courage to find more in it. So go deep into that and see what this Dhamma is. You develop a certain courage to see, and also you get some sort of a initial faith on it. It will automatically develop. That is known as Shraddha. So it is not a blind kind of a faith. As you felt that is the truth that I am been seeking for, that I have been seeking for so many years. You through that you get some sort of a faith on it. I must do this inquiry and see whether this is true or not. And definitely, if such a person for such a person, this truth will be revealed. So I am telling now, if you happen to listen this Dhamma, you might be not knowing this, but we can say you have all these qualifications by now. You have fulfilled all these qualifications by now. If you happen to listen this Dhamma, particularly these Buddothpado sermons, you have been chosen by the nature to understand the meaning of life, the reality of life, the hidden truth of everything. So that hidden truth has been revealed by Lord Buddha into this world about 2600 years back. We, be thankful to uh, be thankful to Buddothpada and Mahasi. Even after 2600 years, the truth has been surfacing like this way as the form of Buddothpada sermons. So what is the truth? As I said earlier, none other than explanation of skandha. This is the only thing that is different. That is unique to the rest of the other religions, from the other religions, other beliefs. This skandha, explanation of skandha, is so unique to this Buddhism. So, if you don't explain this skandha as a Buddhist, he is not a person who is describing the real Buddhism. In order to preach the real Buddhism, you must explain the explanation of skandha. That means dependent origination Dhamma or the Paticca Samuppada Dhamma. This is the one and only Dhamma that has been revealed by every Buddha. Who has been there. So we know about 28 Buddhas were there up to now, until this Lord Gautama Buddha is born. So all 28 Buddhas preached the same thing. It is none other than the Paticca Samuppada Dhamma, or cause and effect Dhamma, or dependent origination Dhamma, or basically what it explains is the explanation of skandha. So then comes the question. So yesterday also we talked about these things. So I think even we happen to tell this in daily basis, it is not sufficient because you might be hearing these things. Sorry for the interruption. You might be hearing this Dhamma for the uh, maybe 10th time, or you have been hearing this Dhamma multiple times. So, but still, we have to, there's some more to explain because actually, what we are trying to explain is not a theoretical thing. It is absolutely something that can be felt. So the ultimate thing behind everything is a feeling. But for the purpose of attaining that or achieving that kind of a feel, you have to understand what is going on. So once you understand this process, then it will start feeling, give certain kind of a feel. So that feel is the feel of the truth. So that means that implicitly reveals that you realize this Dhamma. So how much you start to feel this thing, that much you understood this Dhamma. So how much you understand this Dhamma, into what extent you understand this Dhamma, into that extent you will start to feel this Dhamma. So so what would be the ultimate feeling? It is the feeling of Nibbana. Actually, it is like a supreme blissful state. That blissful state is felt for each and every cell in your body. It is not a, some might be saying that it is a state of a floating kind of a state. It is not a floating kind of a state. You feel everything as you felt in in the conventional world. So you feel hungry and you feel um, tiredness. You feel mm, mm, the other usual feelings you feel, but only thing that you lose is the feeling of the self. So you have been feeling a self in each and every activity that you have been performing. So, as an example, so you are the one who got graduated from that particular university, and you are the one who assumed duties as a teacher, and you are the one who earned a lot of money, and you are the one who um, you are the one who bought this expensive vehicle, and whatever the things you did during your lifetime, yourself had been there in each activity. But the same things can be done even after attaining the state of Nibbana without declaring the self on them. So that is the difference. So you might be trying to take it from the mind, it from the thought. It is so difficult to take into thought because thought always produce some sort of a conscious or real kind of a feel. So if you think about a tree right at this moment, you tend to feel a tree, that coconut tree. It is existing thing. It is an existing thing. So that's why you are telling it's a coconut tree. So you have early experience on touching a coconut tree or interacting with uh, some instances. So you know you have drawn coconut trees. You have seen so many coconut trees, and you have already touched one of the trunk of the coconut trees, and you have certain kind of experience with these coconut trees. That's why, as I remind the word coconut tree, you get a certain feeling of existing kind of a feel. So the the word coconut tree per se gives certain kind of a existence feel. So it is a thought. You only heard the word coconut tree, but along with that auditory message, you get you got a certain kind of a existence perception. Existence. So you invariably you felt I'm talking about something existing. It is known as coconut tree. As as the same way. So if you tell the state of the Nibbana in words, you would take it as something is existing. So you might be thinking that there is a certain state of Nibbana. So you take it as an existing kind of a Nibbana because you are taking it from the mind. So your mind always try to give a certain feeling of existence. So that's why you tend to take this word Nibbana as something existing. But the state of Nibbana is not kind of an existing thing. So this word has been referred, the word Nibbana is referred to the state for for a non-existent state. especially non-existence of the self, is can be referred to as nibbana. In that particular nibbana state, nothing is felt as existing. But if you try to take it through this thing through your mind, mind wants some sort of an existing thing. So that's why mind tries to create some sort of a existent feel in Nibbana as well. But in the state of Nibbana, nothing can be uh, referred to as existing. There's nothing called Nibbana. It is just a name given for a non-soul state. But you might be wondering, how can you identify that particular state, that you have achieved that particular state? So even though you don't feel some sort of an existent feeling, but you will start to feel this extreme blissful feeling without a self. So it is very difficult. So Buddothpado always keeps this telling again and again to his followers not to take this Nibbana as a existing thing. When the soul has been lost, with the understanding, you will attain a complete kind of a feel. That feel cannot be explained with words. It is a feeling. It is a blissful feeling. That's why he keeps on telling that feeling is felt to each and every cell in your body. So it is not a feeling that, as people think, it is not a floating kind of a feeling. In that particular field, you know, and you behave as an ordinary person, but internally you have transformed. The transformation cannot be seen externally. For a patient who is looking at you, they might they he might be thinking that you are just an ordinary person, but you are the only one who knows that you have been transformed. To which state? To the non-stall state. So you just only have a feel. It cannot be explained or expressed with the words. But Lord Buddha tried to explain with certain examples. Why he used certain examples? Because whatever the name is given to that particular state, the people might be taking with their minds, and they might be start searching for that thing, because mind has been trained to find something existing. So mind can't grab the non-existent state. But what Lord Buddha said is, there is certain kind of experience without a soul, without a self. That experience is pure. It has no self-identity. Everything becomes unique. Everything becomes same. So in that particular state, the so-called Mahamaitriya is applied automatically. Because when everything becomes same, would there be no any demarcation? There wouldn't be any sort of demarcation. So that's why I started this explanation by saying, in that particular state, you don't see the separation that you are having right now with the others, with the animals, with the planets, with the trees, with the mm, material things. Everything become same. So how you can achieve that state? Only through understanding this dependent origination Dhamma. So how so so what is this dependent origination Dhamma? It clearly explains how this existence field had been brought about into your life. How this existence field had been brought about into your life is explained, the mechanism of which is explained through this Paticca Samuppada Dhamma. So once you realize this Dhamma, you enter into certain kind of an understanding. There is no such an existing field. This is the magic here. So the process that got involved in this creation of this self will be understood as a totally a myth, or you would understand the unrealistic nature of the entire process of the formation of the self. So it is rather challenging to explain this state, explain this, especially in a different language like English. So our mother tongue is Sinhala. So it is very challenging for us to explain in a different language, because there are certain the, the vocabulary limitation will limit the explaining power. But we are trying our best to uh, explain you our understanding. So, so I am expressing this Dhamma according to the level that I understood this Dhamma. So someone who understood more deeper into that than myself, so he or she will be explaining more deeper concepts than me. So please uh, be open to every and so so uh, be very open. So so you are, as I said earlier, you are very lucky that you can listen this Dhamma. This is the truth. This explains the exact message of Lord Buddha. So you have now become a part of this Buddothpado um, sermons. So now you are unknowingly some sort of a transformation is going on within you, but you might not be noticing it because you are still new. But as you keep on listening this Dhamma, you will get certain understanding about this truth, and that will lead to you. That will lead the internal transformation to happen within you. So it is not something done by you. That part is uh, done by the nature. So as you understand this process of nature, so you will realize that nothing can be done voluntarily. So because you are not knowing this, you have been thinking that you are the one who is doing everything. As I said earlier, you think you are the one who graduated from that particular university, you are the one who assumed the profession as teacher, and you are the one who bought this valuable car, and so on. Because you didn't know this truth, you kept on thinking that you are the one who did everything. But as you begin to understand this Dhamma, you will realize you have done nothing. Everything happened into a certain system. And understanding this system will automatically start to act within you. That action will lead to some sort of an internal transformation happen within you. That transformation can be felt by you. Felt, yeah. So That is the feeling that you begin to feel. Actually, it cannot be taken into your thoughts. So you start feeling that the person who were before, the person who had been within you before listening to this Dhamma, is not the person that is there within you right now. So you might start feeling this difference. That is the difference of defilements, of the fading of the defilements. So you will align with a certain rhythm of the nature. It is the rhythm of the Patisote, not the Anisote. You have been traveling along with the current earlier in the previous instances, but now after listening to this Buddothpado sermon, you are you have started your journey backwards, or a totally opposite direction to this Anusota. So that is the Patisota direction. So earlier you have been developing yourself. You were engaged in a certain process of making more strength of the self. But now what's happened with the Patisote, that the process of going against the usual current will help you to dissolve the self. So this difference can be felt. So it against contribute, it against this field, this transformation again contributes to reveal this Dhamma in depth. That's why Lord Buddha said, someone who understood this Dhamma would be the person who would feel this Dhamma. In Sinhala it is known as Daknautai, Dannautai, who can feel this Dhamma. So what you can do is, do not just focus on anything. I mean, do not focus on the Nibbana even. Do not focus on the internal transformation. Do not focus on um, the feeling. But what you can do is trying to understand what this explanation of skandha clearly says. The only thing that you can do is that how much you become thorough with this, that much your internal transformation will happen into that extent. So I think the time that has been allocated for this sermon is gone, so we can meet tomorrow as well. So I will catch you tomorrow as well. So until then, Thiruvon Sarnai. May Triple M bless you all. Thank you for listening.
Or kind of in the middle. If you stop in the middle, there can be a kind of misunderstanding or misalignment in this part, because if someone just stop there outside, whatever is there outside is actually a perception in the mind, yes. And then if someone actually stops there, there's a very great risk of you being not understanding the whole story, because the whole story is about the self-perception or self-vibration. And if you don't go deeper and deeper and deeper, I think misunderstanding is possible, and actually you might be in trouble, because when we talk about something, about the whole Dhamma, when we talk about a chair, okay, we take it as an example, or we can take daughter as an example. So the daughter, I mean, this is a bit sensitive, but we can take it. So the daughter is actually a thought. And then why are we doing this? Why are we even talking about the daughter? Is the self-perception, even though there is a self-perception or self-view, actually there is no self. What was out there was only a stimulus, which we have given so much value to. And how much this value has come, how this value has come is that we are actually researching. So when we try to understand that, we understand that the actual, when we try to understand the manifestation of the daughter. So the daughter is kind of a perception in the mind, yes. And then we, not only that, we actually understand then if we see daughter, even the light, because there should be the perception of light to see someone. That's how you understand that it is your daughter. And even seeing is not real. It is just a past vibration. So then we kind of keep understanding that the self-perception or the self-vibration is only due to this being misunderstood as a thing. Because the notion, the duality is felt when there is a thing. If there is no duality, you don't feel anything, you don't even know anything about it. But even knowing, you know that even Lord Buddha, when he went to see Asodara, he know that this is Asodara. There's no misunderstanding in there. There's no, he saw Rahula, who is the son, and when Rahula asked for the return for him something, I don't know how to say that in English, he asked Daya or something which should be coming from that. then he just took him. So he knows that he's his son before being and before becoming Lord Buddha or understanding truth or becoming the truth. So before becoming the truth, he had a son, and he can feel the son. So when the self vibration is not there, you can feel all the other beings, all the other vibrations, how they are and how close they are to the non-vibration, and how they can help this vibration to become the non-vibration. So I don't think I put it in a nice way today, but what I'm trying to say is we try to understand all about the stimulus just to understand that there's nothing to take granted for. There's nothing, there's no value. It is all constructs. Either it is a mental construct or otherwise it is a sensory construct, sensory organ construct. So sensory organ constructs would be the light, the sound, the taste, the smell, or the touch, or the temperature. But the mental constructs would be mother, father, moon, sun, house, family, husband, wife, daughter, son, friends, my job, my colleagues. So the story goes on. That is a mental construct. Why are we trying to understand this? Is to understand that if there is no self, what do we feel? And what we feel is the self vibration, which actually arises when the stimulus is felt as a thing. When you keep understanding this, actually duality is gone, and you feel like you are becoming the sound, or becoming the actually you won't feel like as it is happening to you. So that is the important thing. So what Arenwanse was trying to say, I couldn't finish the sermon, but I just heard only a few parts of it in the beginning. He was trying to say, if you take this halfway, it may actually harm you. So take it fully. Don't stop anywhere. Just don't misunderstand this. So thought is not real, yes, but you have to understand that when you understand the thought is not real, what dies down is your power. So you are actually getting rid of you, not getting rid of anything else. So actually when you get rid of you become the daughter, you become the son, you become the person out there, you become basically everyone. That is Lord Buddha, how he was explained. He was the everyone. So yeah, anything to add? I think you may have listened to the whole sermon, but I couldn't. The 7 o'clock one last night. It is a new year, yes, but you can actually try and understand this sermon. It's happening one by one. There's no massive numbers, but still, one by one, who understand this has a big power. But that to happen, you can't stop here and there. You have to understand the full thing. And the curiosity should be there to understand the full thing. That what we are fighting for, what we are actually fighting is to get rid of the self vibration mode, to actually do anything else. And when you get rid of the self vibration, you become the um, thing. So it is very, that is the Mahakarma, extreme kindness that Lord Buddha had, isn't it? Anything to add?
Yes, actually, that 7 o'clock Deshana, there were lots of people who were giving their views towards the latter part and how they understood and all. So that was it at the 7 o'clock. And then today morning, Aryan Mahase joined to the last half an hour, like, and then he explained something very fine actually about the vibrations, the changing nature of the vibrations he explained. And that changing nature of the vibrations is what is meant by feeling alive. That was one of the things that I grasped from that explanation. And that changing pattern of the vibration occurs within that vibration itself. So it's a very fast mechanism, but also with the time, the vibrations which occur regarding the same stimulus also can change. So within that same vibration, as well as with time, the vibrations that occur later on also can change. That was one of the things that he mentioned. As you said, in the middle of the part that you somewhere halfway of your explanation, you mentioned about that duality. Now, duality means that the system feels that it is existing there, and then the system is
After understanding that there is no duality, you can we always talk about this, the Rahatan Hanse, or the person who has become this non-vibration will start living as normal again. Like there's no self vibration, but he will be seeing as normal, hearing as normal. Everything will be normal without that power. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. So it is a bit difficult to explain also, I think, from Aran Hanse's perspective and our perspective, because some of the things may be not that clear. But we can talk within the limits of our feelings and how it should be kind of understood first as well, because these finer points, I haven't listened to the morning one or the nothing today. So yes, it becomes more finer, and I suppose there's no other word than finer. It becomes finer, and I think more kind of intricate, or kind of like very, very delicate, so that it is only you who will know even the difference, because this vibratory nature, how it changes, or the self vibration, how you feel and how it changes, and how the non vibration, where the power is not there, how that happens. And you just keep understanding So when we talk about these things, we usually feel that I usually, we have sense of faculties where we feel differently. Even that keeps changing because you keep understanding that these sense of faculties are just one mode of just one vibration actually. Like even though the output is different, it's just one vibration. So the difference, that changing pattern, when changing patterns are there, definitely anyone would love that, isn't it? Like one day you would love to eat vanilla ice cream, one day you would like to eat chocolate ice cream, one day you might feel like eating some fruit and nut ice cream. So no one wants to eat the same thing every day unless you have some allergic reaction to others. So we like the difference. We like to entertain the ears at one point, and we like to entertain the eyes at one point. We can't keep entertaining one sensory organ forever because that is how it is, because then the living life feel is not there, isn't it?
Yeah, that is the superficial level, isn't it, Dr. Popila? I mean, the wanting to change the clothes or food or whatever it is.
It is a
That
superficial level, but in deeper down also,
yeah, it
in the
is.
feel also, even though you don't talk about the type of the ice cream, deeper down, even if you don't have any thinking pattern, even the baby has this problem.
Yes.
That's why when there is a thing hanging up their coat, when that is not one single color usually. It has multiple colors. It gives the various sounds. It doesn't give one sound. And just different stuff, like so they are mesmerized by that. How are they mesmerized and they don't know anything about it? So even in the field, that alive field, there is a very underlying need for alive field. That is the thing what I was trying to say. But I need to listen to what Taran has been talking in the morning, because he puts these things really very, very specifically, very direct way. So it is beautiful all the time. But when we keep understanding how a baby react to stuff, how baby is wanting to live, how baby would, even a worm, how worm would love to live, how he would like to maintain the whatever the comfortable way. So the humans are a bit different. Humans have so much, like 6 sensory organs. So they have different ways of, but in the finally you understand, when you are understanding a bit more, you understand this feel is actually nothing but the self vibration which is playing up. It's actually wisdom mixed with the wisdom. It's because it's not actually something you would feel. What do you think? Anything else?
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Dr. Sakuntala, and Dharma friends. In the morning discussion, Dr. Sakuntala, another important thing Aryan focused on is that in each thought, all the previous data can be telepathized into each stimulus. That actually, as knowledge, we knew that the self vibration, these stains, that vibration was telepathized into the zygote. But actually, for the first time, I heard that everything is present in each stimulus also. Did you get it?
Well, actually,
Yeah,
that is
yeah.
very easy to understand. If you actually become
Yeah.
if you can become the zygote, you can, I mean, through wisdom, just try to
Yes, Dr.
feel that.
Kokila. Yes.
Just try to feel that. And when you feel that, just become the zygote and see that vibration has all the sansaric cycle, isn't it? All the feels that you have felt, everything is there. It's just that whether you would be able to telepathize into one of them is quite different. It can be different from each and every time, but everything is there. That's why this sansaric cycle is not going to just stop by just thinking that it will stop. It's never going to happen. So this whole system should be understood thoroughly to feel it. And if you can feel it, you know that this vibration actually has everything. And this heaviness or the vibratory nature of that, or the frequency, I would say. I mean, it is very theoretical when we say that, but the frequency of that vibration depends on how much it is, how much, how can we say, uh, thick, how thick that is. That's why even a small baby will not have much vibration, but with time he might end up in Nilay also, like very lower realms. How can that happen? That happens because that vibration in the Chutisita has every aspect of it. Just one vibration has the ability to have this all of it. The thing is, the synchronizing to that level can be different. You know, the baby will not synchronize to the one level because that is the feel level. So the baby will synchronize to the feel level, but once you become the mind is developed, you synchronize to whole different type of it, you know. So the synchronicity changes as well. So the level changes as well, but it is just one vibration. I have to listen to Aran's sermon because he puts these things so beautifully that it is very important even for us to listen and try and understand these things.
He reiterated what you said, Dr. Kokila. Now the child in the cot, how this power makes the child to grab the phone, and how the child cries when mother tries to take it back. And finally, he was talking about the cessation of perception, Sanya Nirodha. That was the in part of it. Uh, so when you reiterated everything again, it's very beautiful and meaningful, and it's for us, of course, it helps a lot. And Dr. Kokila, when you said the pitfalls or the challenges a beginner faces in understanding Dhamma, you said Daryan Hanse also said that one should be very careful when discussing Dhamma and introducing it to a new person. Basically, the main
concept of Gautama Buddha Sasana is that there is no one and there is nothing. Kenek naha, deyak naha. So since we have lived in this world made of four great elements and giving all name labels and stuff, at once when somebody hears this, there is no one, there is nothing, they are kind of shocked and they hesitate to believe it. They think we are kind of extreme. It's an extremist perspective, although it is the true message of Gautama Buddha, since it has been distorted over these 2,500 years. At once they cannot get it because it comes as a new version, although it is the original version. So as you said, Dr. Kokila, when we
That's why
talk
we
to-
should not
yeah,
actually say these things like that.
exactly.
That's what the feel should be. Like when someone is talking about something, and you can just say, "Oh, okay." But you know, when someone says about the beauty of a flower, you can say, "Oh, that is not that beautiful to me. How did that happen?" The beauty is in your eyes, isn't it? The beauty is in your mind. That is very tricky. And actually, one can actually kill someone for the beauty. Someone might not even look at that because it's not that beautiful. So this change in perception and the how these perceptions are tricking you, then and there, it's very very difficult, because if you don't have like a good companionship with someone, you might not be even able to say any of these things. And specifically, not everyone will like to hear that, as you said, but no one should actually start from that heavy stuff. I don't think even Aranwanse started with heavy stuff. If you listen to Aranwanse's initial Dhamma talks, he's not talking that deep about this field. He's now talking about that because it is needed for long-term listeners. Otherwise, I think after this talking about this time, he will start talking about from the Dhamma from the beginning, because that's how it goes. It goes in cycles. Because how some or other last bit should be explained by a noble friend, because otherwise it will not be understood. It will not be like in the, when it is out there, anyone can go back to that YouTube video and listen to that, if someone needs it, because it's out there. If it is not out there, it will just not out there. That is the problem. So he's adding a bit more delicate things now, and which is needed for everyone. And when we try to tell something very, like for a newcomer, if you try to say there is no self, he might get shocked and he might not even want to listen again. But if you say, if you start with something like something simple, example doesn't come to me, but something simple, that might stuck it, because yesterday we talked about it, how Surangika listen to them, but these things are very extreme. Like I kind of liked it, because I kind of was trying to understand what is self. And I kind of liked it, so that's why I went on listening. And Surangika said she was mesmerized by the idea of like you are not seeing, you are actually thinking. You are not hearing, you are actually thinking. You are not feeling, actually you are thinking. That sentence actually shocked her. So that shocking. Can someone can actually keep listening to that due to the curiosity, or someone might even say, oh, that is extremism, that's nothing, we should not listen to that. Yeah, these things do happen. We don't have to worry about that. Actually, we don't have to. And we shouldn't appear extreme as well, because sometimes mothers, actually, when they try to talk even about Dhamma, they are a bit extreme actually. You can feel it too, that they are actually, their self vibration is more when they are trying to talk about that. How come is that? You know, that's extremely important, how you understand your own vibration, not actually other people's vibration. So if you can't understand your own vibration, you're at risk, let alone understanding someone else's vibration, isn't it? So the trick is understanding other person's vibration. And if you feel that person is not matching this vibe, don't even tell anything.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, there, Aryan Hase never leaves it just as there is no one, there is nothing. He always says there will be the projections of all the sensory faculties and things made up of 4 great elements. What we are explaining is that you can't find what you think is out there. So there again we come to that it's a world of thoughts, what you explained right now. So when we talk about Dhamma, we have to explain the full story kind of, I mean the entire
If you
concept
start
as
to
you
do
said.
that.
Yeah.
If you
Yes,
start
yes.
to do that. So if you don't start, that's fine. If you feel
Yeah.
that the vibration doesn't match, you don't start. If you start,
Yes.
there's a risk also. I'll tell you this at this moment. Like, there's a risk if you just tell something and you leave there and you couldn't complete. There's always a misunderstanding. So the best thing is to say, are you suffering at the moment? If you are suffering and you want to understand about this suffering, how this suffering comes, listen to Buddothpado and says sermons. Be open-minded. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to you. Just listen and see. That's it. Without much pressure. Because if you put pressure, everyone starts worrying. I have known this forever. If you go to a temple, and if the head venerable there starts forcing you onto something, will you not run away? You will. I mean, I will.
Of course we will. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing
If you
to
feel
face.
like I don't think it is comfortable. No one wants to come out of their comfortable, shell. Yeah. But the main thing is, if you have someone, if you know someone, and if you want to give this, you give this very slowly. And if you know that person has no much capacity, you have to give it very slowly. And if you are feeling that you're not going to give it more than 2 days, just let them listen to them and just leave it there, because halfway done tasks are much more dangerous than not started tasks. Isn't it?
Helps a lot, Dr. Kokila. That helps a lot. And when I had some time with this, spent some time with this Bhante from Thailand, those days, Dr. Kokila, when he was actually at the very beginning, I mean, at Matara Tissamaharama, he was his meditation was mostly towards concentration or tranquility meditation. So I was connecting it to, it also came naturally Buddothpado sermons and explaining it. What happened at the end was Dr. Kokila, he was talking about Buddothpado sermons. The language barrier was not there. He felt what was explained in Sinhala, and he also had a lot of discussions with Aryan Mahanse. He considered Aryan Mahanse as his Guru. So he was telling, so Dharma, now you have true Dhamma here. You have Aryan here. He calls him like that. And actually, Aryan Mahanse was not there in Anuradhapura. He was in Mahiyangan at that time. When he finished the sermon at Anuradhapura, he invited all the followers that this one is listening to Buddothpado sermons. She is a lay woman, so please talk to her and try to understand this. This is, you already have true Dhamma here. He was, finally he was talking about Buddothpado sermons. When Aryan Mahanse said last evening he got an invitation from Thailand, and they have bought a block of land to construct a monastery and name it as Buddothpado. That actually he made the decision in Sri Lanka because he got Dhamma, and he actually, even Aryan Mahanse himself told Bhante is so humble, and he listens to Buddothpado sermons and have a lot of discussions with him also. So actually, this also is a good example to show that true Dhamma is a universal thing. It doesn't matter whether it's from Thai, everybody. Despite the nationality, race, caste, creed, the truth is truth, and it will come up, and people, the fortunate people, will hear this message. So I just
And also
yeah.
sometimes our vibration might not match the, sometimes, because RN1 says vibration, non-vibration matches everything. So it is very, very different vibe, and it helps so much. And not everyone would feel it, but if you feel it, it would change the person forever. But the problem is not about like getting mesmerized about a person. This is about Dhamma, and I have never met Paran once who haven't seen him myself, and same, like, not as a person, not as anything, but seeing through his sermons, his Dhamma, the non-vibration, that is the most important thing. And when we talk about this half-done jobs, we have to make sure that when we talk about Dhamma, we have to actually end up telling about the, deyak naha, when we started saying that. If we're not finished with it, kenek naha, that they are similar. Deyak naha is similar to kenek naha in the sense the stimulus is equal to actually the value of the stimulus is the sensation of you. If you don't give this message, that is the trickiest part to understand, that it is the vibe, the stimulus only that can be worrying someone, but it is so beautiful to know, because if someone has not researched about yourself, what is you, then you will be like, oh, that is extreme. But if you go to someone who has thought about these things, that is not extreme, because they are thinking about it. They are actually trying to find out about it. They're actually worrying or wondering about what this suffering is. Why one time you are happy, why one time you are sad, why you are seeing different levels of yourself or others, if you're seeing. And when they die, how unhappily they die. If they are dying happily, they are usually in a different world, thinking in a different angle. I'm going to God, and they might die happily because they are under the impression that they might go to God. So the vibration is towards the craving. So yeah, there are lots and lots of caveats here, isn't it? Anything, Suranjika, in that context? I don't know whether she had time to listen to the sermons. I'm actually getting busy these days. I couldn't listen some of them.
Everyone Sanai, Dr. Pokina, everyone Sanai Dharma friends. I think last night's one was, as Dr. Sakuntala said, the latter part, or from halfway through the conversation went on to different people's experience, particularly because Aryan Vahanse brought up the 31st night. 31st, last day of the year, and how people are kind of going a little nuts on the road and thinking that this is the end of the year, means almost like this is the end of the world kind of thing. So then there were people from different parts of the world. There was a lady who spoke from Italy, and then Harshi spoke from the US, speaking about different societies and the way they tackle, the way they see the 31st and the materialistic things they do about celebration, food, drinks, and entertainment and so on. And that is basically their world. They don't know anything else, and therefore the foremost things in their mind is entertain themselves, enjoy, and then eat, drink, and be merry kind of thing. So, they work hard, they earn a lot, and they spend a lot, and that's about it type of thing. So without any access to true Dhamma, that is almost the fate of mankind through pure ignorance. And so that was the tendency of that part of the conversation. But then I think in the later stages, Mahacharya Tuma also spoke, and he was also talking, I think, about certain aspects about, I think, R.N. Mahansi brought up the fact that, if you are talking about the field, that you have to give an example about the field rather than just say, that a thing doesn't become a thing type of thing. And I think the professor was also trying to elaborate on that and saying you can't try to cover it up by thoughts, and that it's almost as if how a cat covers up the poo with the paw and goes off. It's almost like you're trying to hide it, but you're not really hiding it. You're just putting a sticker over it, and you're not addressing the problem. So that was, I think, the last bit of the conversation. And then, of course, there was quite a bit more of various things and R.N. Mahansen's plans for 2026 and so on. But coming back to Sudharma's question and that discussion, I think, as you said, Dr. Kokila, the advice is you really can't go into that, go into the depths of it straight away, isn't it? Because if you, anything for that matter, I mean, even if you try to teach something, you have to teach a child something. You have to take them through first grade, second grade, third grade before you can tell the child to, sit for the the grade 5 scholarship. So it's something like that. And if the subject even is not introduced to that person. If the person is particularly completely new to this aspect of Dhamma, then you have to broach it in a way that is easily understood. And that's why I think Anand Hansa also, most of the time you find with mothers, he asks them, what's your background? What do you do as a job? What's your husband's job? How many children do you have? And then he kind of brings out the person and the person's problems and all. And through the problem, he then gradually eases into the Dhamma by saying that, how did this topic of the child being away from you or the child being estranged, how did it create so much suffering for you? How did it bring so much sorrow? Was there a child from the beginning of your life? How did this child become so important? So it's a gradual easing into a topic which is close to that person's heart. And I think that is the way that one can actually bring the Dhamma close to the person and make them understand it. And to your other point, there are certain people who are, even in these countries, seekers of truth, meaning they are open to and they're receptive to listening to various facets of Dhamma or different versions or different ways of understanding the Dhamma. So to that extent, they're curious. They bring that curiosity mindset and they have an open mind. So for such people, again, you have to have a bit of intuitiveness to be able to discern such people, and then you can gradually ease into a topic of, for example, the sensory perceptions, how those sensory perceptions make up this world, and bring it from a point of curiosity, and then use an example where if you're in the monastery, you say something in the garden or some ritual that has been just practiced in the monastery, take some example like that and show. So then it becomes easier for that person to take, and they will approach it from a sense of curiosity, and then you just leave it. Again, if you bombard the person, then also, I have had this experience. If you say too much, also they get turned off. So there needs to be a bit of balance, and there needs to be a bit of an understanding and experience in handling that kind of thing. Some people are totally not tuned into it at all. And then, as you said, Dr. Pohila, then you need to know that there's no point. You just have to leave such people alone. Because I think R.N. Mahansio has also said that some people, there'll be a longer route that they have to take. And that can be through, offering flowers at a temple, doing that little ritual, which will still give them a bit of solace and comfort. Such people come about and get their happiness or peace in that way. But there are some people, the ones that are more spiritually intellectually curious in a spiritual kind of way, who would be a bit more receptive to being given the Dhamma in a more direct manner. So there are various ways in which, and we have seen this in the last 5 years with all these Zoom discussions, how R.N. Mahansa very intricately navigates the path with various people, isn't it? So that's the beauty of the way he can, not only he can tune into their vibration, but he also gets about it in such a skillful manner that there are lots of lessons for us to learn from.
Yeah, that's wonderful,
that.
Isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it is a kind of a mastering thing, which happens through feel. That's what he suddenly came into our Zoom and was like telling us, why don't you feel? Don't you feel the other human beings? And like, Yeah, it is opening us as well, like kind of, yes, are an answer. And then yes, because he guides everyone. He guides us very slowly. He hasn't guided us in one day. He can't. But this these changes has not happened within one day. Has not happened in 10 months. Has happened with time, and to hang in there, kind of keep listening to same Dhamma for some time. It is kind of interesting, and even if someone is uh, understanding even part of it, it is good. But the main trick here is to understand the non-vibration, because if you haven't felt this power, you don't know what you are actually getting rid of, and you don't know what's the difference between the sensory vibration and the power, because you will be misunderstanding this all the time. So there is a tricky, intricate, or very fine points. But to come to that level, even sometimes we talk about these things, it can just keep changing. Everything changes very slowly. Everything changes, isn't it?
Yeah, and that other point you made right at the beginning about, I think, Dr. Sakuntala's point about this morning Zoom. I think I listened to it, but not. I was doing something else as usual, so I need to listen to that again. The Sanya Viparinama and the vibration evolving, as well as the Abhisankarana, the volitional formation, both happening at the same time. And the next thought and the next thought is also changing, the pattern is changing, the power is also changing. And what you said, Dr. Kokina, about this moment, the stimulus in this moment, or the vibration, encapsulates the entire vibratory cycle or patterns of this whole samsaric journey or cycle in this moment. And that is why, isn't it, that one can also, through the true Dhamma and the practice, help or the practice helps to cease that vibration as well and end the samsaric cycle. Because if it didn't encompass, if that zygote level vibration didn't encompass the entire samsaric cycle vibration, then one cannot erode it through fading of the defilements and through the access of the true Dhamma, isn't it? It works both ways. I mean, it has the whole thing in it, the vibration. And then because it contains the entire vibration of this whole samsaric cycle, which is why I think R.N. Mahansa said, what is vibrating in this very moment is not only the past perceptions, present perceptions in this birth from a conventional sense of the word, but it can happen from any past perception, even in a past life, can telepathize or synchronize to this very moment. That is what this single vibration is all about. Although that vibration is also changing and evolving, so bringing that vibration to an end is possible because it is that one vibration which, when it ceases, becomes the non-vibration. The cessation of it itself brings about the non-vibration, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I need to listen to that actually, but the
I don't know whether he actually went into that. I can't remember that part of the talk. Dr. Sakuntala, did he just stop at that every moment has everything only?
Yeah, he also mentioned that every vibration tend to get telepathized to another vibration which happened in the past. So it may be within a short period, or as you all mentioned, maybe some kalpa time away. That means innumerable time gap. So every vibration will get telepathized to some another vibration. So in other words, I think in Sinhala it says that Purana Karmaya Valandanava. That means we are always well, can you say it's
consuming?
Consuming the past experiences. So that was one of the things. So if there is no similar vibration in the past, this vibration will not happen, isn't it? I mean, for this vibration to happen, there should be always something which can be synchronized from the past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is the importance of or even the difficult part of the non-vibration. Because if we have felt the non-vibration before, the story is a bit different. But there are instances in the Lord Buddha's time that they say the whole town, or I don't know whether it's a town or the village, but that whole area, people actually understood Dhamma, you know. But they didn't go in deeper than that. So they can have this situation again. They can synchronize to that again easily. But for the first one, it is an experience that has never happened before.
And he's given some examples also in past talks, I think, about, how we come across a face that is so familiar in a crowd, but we are really quite sure we haven't met that person before. And then, some places he's given the example where some person gets this impulse to kill a person completely out of the blue, No warning, no premeditation, nothing, but just...
I heard some similar situation even in Australia. Suddenly, there's an impulse to harm another person. Has not seen or heard about that person before. I can't imagine things happening like that. But in Lord Buddha's Dhamma, everything is like kind of explained, isn't it?
And also the love at first sight, that is something that is described. So that also can be explained in the same way, isn't it?
The explanation love at first sight is not there. Actually, the field is different. Field is that the closer feeling. The feel is different. The story becomes then, the perception we give is love at first sight, but that's the closer feeling. But this can come as good thing or a bad thing, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Also, we mentioned in the morning, Deshana, I think Surangika may have heard, you might remember, this called in Anusote, or when you are going down along the flow, the vibrations, the way that the vibrations are evolving is such that the vibrations become stronger and stronger. Whereas in Patisote, or when you are going upstream against the stream, the evolving of the vibrations occur in a pattern where the vibrations become less and less powerful. That was one of the things that he mentioned. That means in Anusodaya, the vibrations will become stronger because of the, evolution occurs in such a way that the vibrations become more stronger. In Patisodaya, the evolving occurs into a pattern where the vibrations become less and less, becomes weaker and weaker or less dense, yes.
Yeah, it's like that whirlpool example, isn't it? Because there's nothing to stop the flow of the current, two opposing currents coming together and drawing everything into the whirlpool. Is like the anusota, isn't it? Because every vitaka or every stimulus and every active thought around the stimulus, believing it to be real, takes that person along the samsaric cycle and the anusota, whereas on the other side, against the stream, would be, we talked about like an antivirus, isn't it? The true Dhamma acts like an antivirus, where the thoughts and the binding nature of it and the underlying current is not allowed to go in full flow, isn't it? Because of the Dhamma understanding comes in there to arrest that flow or slow it down to the point that where the awareness or the vidarshana aspect of it then comes into play.
And this revelation solves a lot of problems we had in the sense now when five of us perceive the same stimulus, the power generated differ from one another. No, so the thought power, it's very beautiful, and it solved a lot of problems. Of course, it's beautiful.
That was what he named as, sorry, yes.
Tell.
That was what Sudharma mentioned, that was described as this Nanatta Kaya, Nanatta Sanya, isn't it? Different systems or different bodies, different people will have different perceptions.
Yeah, Dr. Sakuntala, this Gati Purudu also, that what we have innate things all. This one point answered a lot of doubts in the sense the problems due to our ignorance. We couldn't come to terms with certain things that are advanced, but today's the explanation actually helped a lot. And all your guidance to deal with new people helps a lot because we are planning to start a practical program in Gaul. That's why I sought advice from you.
Buddothpado, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpado, where the mind no longer sleeps. Buddothpado, breath is soft and flowing free. Buddothpado, no self remains, just clarity. Buddothpado, stillness shines like morning light. Buddothpado, truth appears beyond sight. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, awakening, Buddothpado.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. May I pay homage at your feet. Teruvan Saranai, everyone. Everybody wants to live a happy and contented life, isn't it? But from the day we were born, aren't we suffering? Maybe due to a sickness, maybe due to losing parents, or maybe due to various natural disasters, accidents, maybe loss of legs, hands, and maybe we have to depend on others. So likewise, we face lots of suffering day to day in our life, isn't it? Physically as well as mentally. So we need a way out of suffering. We search for a way out of suffering. Even we are healthy and living a happy life at this moment, a disaster can happen at any time, leaving you physically and mentally unstable, isn't it? For that, we can't implement a time. But always we try to find out a way out of the stress by doing lots of rituals, offering pujas, flowers, worshipping, praying. Yes, but we get some sort of relief. But if someone has wisdom, he will want to find a permanent way out of suffering, isn't it? So we know that Prince Siddhartha has seen these 4 signs: an old man, a sick person, a dead body, and a monk. In other words, impermanence, suffering, death, and a path to liberation. So this has inspired Prince Siddhartha to find the way out of suffering. Don't we see this daily? So even we also see this daily, these signs. But have we even thought of ending the suffering permanently? Even though we see the same 4 signs in everyday life, we see people getting old, relations get sick, they die. Say, as for my own experience, my father was bedridden for 8 years. Though he was a very strong, independent person, ultimately he had to depend on everyone. and he suffered and died. And death is something we even don't like to talk about, isn't it? But it is inevitable. So we go to others' funerals. But did we ever thought that someday I will die too? No, we just say then that one is dead. And if we see and if we think almost all the important people we have known are dead. Say the actors, singers, politicians, musicians, presidents, businessmen, doctors, nurses, soldiers, children, friends, parents, pets, monks, they are no longer there, isn't it? Even if we take our own personal lives, people we cared and loved, they are also dead and gone, isn't it? But someone would say, yes, so that is life. Don't worry and don't think about it. But there are some people who are still suffering even after 20, 30 years thinking about their loved ones. Why did this happen to me? This won't happen if my father was there. Oh, I wish my child is here. So we suffer due to a thought. For example, we had lots of disasters in our country, isn't it? We had a war, a tsunami, bomb blasts, earth slips, landslides, floods, droughts. So some happen naturally, say the tsunami, landslides, floods, droughts. But there are man-made things as well, artificially created. So how can a person even think of killing another person or an animal? If we take the war is a creation of the mind, a thought in somebody's mind, isn't it? So what I wanted to highlight is that we suffer due to thoughts. So in the mundane world, everything is happening. Even in Lord Buddha's days, all things were happening. Say Patachara and Kisa Gotami. They suffered due to the loss of their children, husband. Even nowadays, same thing is happening. If we take our life, aren't we a Patachara, a Kisa Gotami, a Kujjuttara, or a Kukutumitta? So more or less, we have also undergone this suffering, isn't it? So, is there a permanent way out of this suffering? If we actually want to get rid of suffering, we should find out how Patachara, Kisa Gautami, has get rid of suffering, isn't it? And not only that, they have become Arahat. They have attained the Arahathood. Say a person who has lost everything goes for a concentration meditation retreat. Then what do you have to do? Then you have to focus on your breathing or focus on something else. This might give you some temporary relief. But say once you come home to the familiar surroundings, the memories will come back definitely. Just like you can't keep a rubber ball underwater. As soon as you release the hand, it will come up, isn't it? So likewise, in concentration meditation, what happens? You suppress the thoughts, but at any moment it can come out. It can come out with anything you see, hear, smell, taste, or feel. But in insight meditation, what happens? You understand how the thoughts are created. And you know how the thoughts are created with sounds and colors. And you know the telepathizing system, how it works. How these past perceptions becomes new perceptions. Say you have lost your husband, and the thought of the husband comes repeatedly, and you feel your husband in whatever you see, whatever you hear, smell. So you see him everywhere, you hear him everywhere, you hear his voice. Say when you drink coffee, you might remember that how he liked to drink coffee and how you used to drink coffee with him. Also, when you smell a nice smell, then also you might remember that this is his perfume. So likewise, the thoughts, they become so powerful, so real, and you get physically and mentally weak. Sometimes you don't feel like going out, not to meet friends, not to do anything. Just sit somewhere and suffer and think and suffer. And some go into depression. So this might go on for some time. So you might want to get rid of this suffering and think of going for a retreat. Do some concentration meditation. But what happens as soon as you sit down to do the meditation, the thoughts comes back. It happens naturally from the system. One can't control it or suppress it. So what happens once you return from the meditation? The thoughts might become more powerful. The me is powerful. But Lord Buddha has shown us a way out of suffering by preaching a non-soul Dhamma, a never heard before Dhamma, isn't it? It is the dependent origination Dhamma. So we know that attachments or disattachments gives us the suffering. So how can we get rid of attachments and disattachments? So in 84,000 Dhamma sermons or in Tripitaka, Lord Buddha has shown a way out of suffering. It happened 2,600 years ago. Though it was written in the Tripitaka, there was no one who could read the hidden meaning of it. So it was actually hidden there for a long period until our noble spiritual friend Buddothpado revealed it once again to the world through Dhamma Abhijñā. So this is not knowledge. This is not in a book. So Dhamma Abhijñā arises when all the sense of self dissolves, which means there is no self, but only Dhamma itself, which is revealed through wisdom. So our noble friend Buddothpado shows how this thought is created and how this suffering is created. If we take this stimulus or the aramuna as real, we have to see this reality, how this illusion is created. So the only path to see this is this insight meditation. So we have to know that everything you see, everything you hear, everything you smell, taste and feel are merely thoughts. Death and birth also are thoughts. So someone can suffer due to thinking that I am going to die, but that's also a thought. So thoughts are different from person to person. If we take animals, various animals have different thoughtful worlds. So we can't say whose world is true, isn't it? Likewise, the world created by senses is not true because it is a creation due to a speedy vibration. So this cannot be seen through mind, but could be seen through wisdom. So likewise, one can't attain Nibbana through mind, because mind is an illusion, a creation, a sankata. So Lord Buddha has given some examples that rupa, or what is seen, is like a foam bubble which won't last. Feel is like a water bubble which also won't last either. Sankara, or the formations, are similar to a banana stem, and the consciousness is similar to a mirage. These similes were given by Lord Buddha. So it is very true, isn't it? So we suffer due to a thought. So even at this moment, even if one thinks I am going to die, and can suffer due to that particular thought. But thoughts are not real. Even if we think I am going to die in future, it's also a thought at this moment. So even if I think my father died in 2018, it is also a thought at this moment. We can't actually implement a time. So we have to see through wisdom, not with the mind. So what does that mean? See through the wisdom and not with the mind. We know that the senses creates the mind, isn't it? But when we talk about wisdom, wisdom is not created through senses. It is actually to understand the senses. So if someone asks the question, what should I do to attain Nibbana? So Lord Buddha has explained, Ekayano Maggo. There's only one way to attain Nibbana. It is to see the truth of the stimuli. Aramune Satya Dakkima. Which means to see how this illusion is created. Lord Buddha has also said it's even better than seeing a colorful film to see this, how this illusion is created. So actually there's nothing called mind. Mind means how this illusion is created in the first place. In other words, mind is the stimulus which comes every fraction of a moment, a vibration. So we know that the stimulus comes from one of the senses, either the eye, ear, nose, tongue, skin, or the mind. So is this world we create from our senses. Is it true? So if it is true, then all the animal world and the world we perceive should be the same, isn't it? So we will see just how a bird sees the world. Actually, the birds, they see a very colorful world. They can detect UV spectrum also. Their vision is clear. Even when they are flying, their vision is very clear. So if we take a fish has a 360-degree view. So it seems that they can even move their lens forward and backwards. Like a camera, it can be focused. So they have a very clear vision under the water. But as we know, the humans can't do that. So if we take a horse, how does a horse see the world? They also have a 360-degree field of view. Also they have a excellent motion detection and also good night vision. But they can see shades of blue and green only. So again, if we take from a human, it is different, isn't it? So if we talk about an elephant, they also have a good night vision. And they see shadows of blue and yellow. And they don't see far. It seems that they can see only up to 10 meters. But they have a superior sense of smell and also hearing. And it seems that it is difficult for them to judge the distance, especially straight ahead. So if we take a dog, how does a dog see the world? They see the world in shades of blue, yellow, and grey, rather than the red, green spectrums of which humans can see. Actually, they are colorblind to red and green. But they have a good night vision and a higher sensitivity to movements. So likewise, animals have their own world, isn't it? Even an ant, bee, a worm, a fly creates their own world. If we take a worm, worms do not have eyes and they cannot see. They cannot see images. Instead of that, they perceive the world through the skin vibrations. They are also sensitive to light. So they can identify day and night to keep them, so they can keep their skin moist. So if we take humans, so even in humans there are colorblind people, isn't it? So they can confuse red with green, orange with yellow, or purple with blue. But the most common type is red and green color blindness, which means these colors appears as shades of yellow and brown. And also there are some people, very rarely, there are people who are totally colorblind. They see only the shadows of black, white and green. So when we talk about seeing the world, whose world is true? We can't implement it, isn't it? Not only the seeing, when we talk about sounds, it is also different. So if we take a cat, they hear far better than humans. They detect high frequency sounds up to 64,000 Hertz. Dogs hear frequencies up to 60,000 to 65,000 Hertz. Whereas the human, we can hear between 20 Hertz to 20,000 Hertz. So we know that animals, especially dogs, they often can detect or sense the impending waves of vibrations, just like a tsunami. So what does that mean? That means they can hear the deep earth rumbles or low frequency vibrations. This we can't hear. As humans, we can't hear this. Not only that, even dogs' paw pads, those are highly sensitive to low frequency vibrations in the ground. They also have a very good sense of smell. So all in all, what we can say is that everyone, humans, animals, no matter what they are, they have their individual worlds, isn't it? So we can't say which world is true. As we are talking about humans, we should know how our mind is created. For that, we have to go back to the radiant mind, because we also came from a radiant mind, which was very clear, pure as a white sheet. So we can't implement defilements in a radiant mind. So we say the baby's mind is very pure. But even he has the glue for the attachments or disattachments. It happens later, once the mind is created. So if we take a newborn baby, when the baby is born, if he does not take his first breath and breathe naturally, we say the baby is dead. So we resuscitate the baby and try to make him cry, isn't it? Because he can't survive without breathing. Here I just wanted to add that in Vata Sutra, Lord Buddha has said, wind does not blow, rivers does not flow, pregnant women does not give birth. So what does this mean? This means that everything is a natural phenomena. So likewise, as we were talking about the baby, so after the baby is born, he is given to the mother to feed. But nobody taught him to suck the milk, isn't it? But he naturally sucks the milk. So likewise, after some time, he sleeps, gets up when he is hungry or wet or warm. All this happens naturally. The system starting to work, isn't it? Though he does not speak any language, he only knows to cry and smile. He will smile when he is comfortable. He will cry when he is uncomfortable. We all came from there, isn't it? So what happens once the baby grows up? He starts to turn his head. He starts to turn his head towards sounds. Follows with eyes, actively moves hands and legs. These things happen naturally. So we can see that the system is working. So you must have noticed that the babies, even they are small, they cry when there's no one around them. Though they don't know how to tell it, they feel it. Even though still he does not recognize mother, father or siblings, he feels that somebody is there. He feels the mother's warmth, feel the sounds, feel the touch, feel the smell. Even though they can't express it, they feel it. The existent feel is there. Later, he recognizes the mother's voice because it comes repeatedly. He recognizes mother's smell, mother's touch, and the shape as well. But still he can't place it. And no names are attached. And later he turns to sides, crawls, sits, stands, and walks without a name. He also looks at colorful objects, sounds, recognizes mother. So when mother leaves the house, the child starts to cry. We have those experiences, isn't it? Some children even have temper tantrums, like screaming, kicking, and shouting. As the language skills has not developed properly, they try to communicate in another way by shouting, kicking, or screaming. So, what happens once the child goes to the Montessori? The sounds and colors are introduced. For example, the teacher might show a picture of an apple and say, "This is an apple." So, with the sound, the shape, and color of the apple merging with the smell, taste, and feel, Titta Sutta Mutta combines to create an apple in the mind sensor. Likewise, the sounds are given: table, chair, wall, tree, board, book, pencil, chalk, teacher, mother, father, school, a friend, car. Likewise, all are sounds. And now the world is creating. And not only that, the colors are also introduced: red, blue, yellow, green. So now the apple will become a red apple, car will become a blue car, tree will become a green tree. Now the existent field becomes the alive field. The me who sees the apple is created. Self-perception is created. Me who sees the father, me who sees the teacher, my mother, my sister, my school, all are created. All these are perceptions. So now the duality is created, and I am here who sees the teacher. So now the repeated perceptions, the sounds, gives rise to the wanting to keep them. This is my pencil and my mother. The value comes automatically. He wants to keep it. He gives a value to it. So in Mahanidana Sutra, Lord Buddha has explained it. It's just like a whirlpool which goes around collecting things which is around, it's like absorbing things. So this is our story, how the bhava is created, how the samsaric journey is created, how this soul is created. Actually, if you contemplate properly, you will see there is no soul. There is no me. But we think there is a soul. So, more thoughts, more repeated thoughts, the soul is powerful. So, to know the Trividya or the threefold wisdom, the Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana, Chutupapada Jnana, and the Ashtraksha Jnana is very, very essential in this path. It is to see through wisdom how this illusion is created. So, Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana is when one sees how the first thought was created in the child. So, without knowing this Trividya, there is no path. So, one should have this wisdom to see through this illusion. So, in other words, to catch the magician who creates this magic. For this, we have to listen to true Dhamma with the correct vision or Samma Ditti. And now you can see that we can't get this through knowledge or by doing concentration meditation, because it can be seen only through insight meditation and contemplation. It is not easy, because whichever way you take, you will get caught to the illusion of the mind. So once you listen to Buddothpado sermons and the understanding deepens, one realizes the science behind how this mind is created with one vibration. And in that one vibration, one thought or one aramuna, the birth and the death also creates. The 31 planes of existence is also created. So we have to understand how this one thought is created and how the light and sound was created in the first place. So once you contemplate deeply on this, you experience it through yourself, that actually there is nothing called light and sound either, that all are creations due to speedy vibrations. This is explained in Majjhya Sutra, which means if there are two different endings, there's a power generated. So likewise, as long as there is a duality, there will be a power. So imagine you are in the space where there is no duality. Then you can't place a me. There won't be a name or a form, isn't it? So now we know that thoughts. Thoughts are created with sounds and colors. And there is nothing in a color wave or a sound wave, isn't it? So when somebody sees through wisdom, it leads to cessation of suffering. Actually, is there a me who is suffering? No, there is no me who is suffering. So likewise, the ignorance starts to dissolve, because me or soul is also an illusion created by the speedy vibration. It's a current, the current underneath. So this current loses power, which means the power of the soul or the self vibration dissolves, isn't it? So it is very important to know that whatever you see, hear, smell, taste, feel or think is your world at that particular moment. So there is no specific entities called me and the world. Both are same. Chutupapada jnana. When one sees that every single thought is created the same way. So our noble friend Buddothpado Aran gives this example. You don't have to cut each and every mango to see the inside, because we already know that it is white, isn't it? So the one who is in the path, he will feel that me or the fire within is diminishing little by little. It happens gradually. So likewise, every thought is a vibration. Mother, father, sister, car, house, taste, smell, sound. So whatever you name it, all are vibrations. And there is nothing in a vibration. It is just a creation. For example, when you clap, there is a sound, isn't it? But we can't place from where the sound came from. We can't implement a sound, isn't it? So once you know the truth, the self-existence, the existent feeling dissolves. In other words, the defilements, the desire, ill will, hatred, all starts to dissolve, which is the Ashraksha Jnana, one of the threefold wisdom. It's just like the guideline which shows that one is in the path to liberation. The defilements are fading. So if we take day-to-day life, people run after success. they think whatever they do is not enough. They are driven by desire and thinks it brings happiness to collect things, collect knowledge, collect trophies, collect memories, collect money, and so on. So what happens? They run with desires, like the deer who runs after the mirage. They have goals, targets, plans, maybe to be better than another one, maybe to maintain a social status, maintain an ego. So always not enough money, not enough power. They want to maintain a powerful lifestyle. So to gain achievements. So they do anything to gain those. Sometimes one country is not enough. So they want another country. So they fight. So with that, getting more and more attachments, desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, with all that, the suffering. But just look at a bird who flies freely in the sky. They also have a life. They also feel hunger, thirst. But they also eat, they also sleep. They also have a family. But they are free, isn't it? So when there is sunlight, they enjoy the sunlight. When there is rain, they like to sit in a branch so the raindrops fall into the feathers, isn't it? They don't trouble anyone. They live in that moment happily. They live with the feel. So they feed them, the little birds, and let them fly away when they are grown up, isn't it? But in humans, even if they are grown up, they used to look after them. No freedom. Likewise, there are people who work after even retirement. It's just like a habit. So humans, they think a lot. Mind is so powerful. So they plan what to do tomorrow. Maybe to kill someone, maybe to rob someone. But as you know, we all came from the radiant mind, where there was no defilements, isn't it? So how did this pure mind got defilements? Because we take the world as real and we strive towards goals, work hard to maintain self. We need to lead a successful and wealthy life. But in path to Nibbana, we do not gain something. Instead, we lose ourselves. So as humans, we are born as humans. Actually, we were like given a chance to understand this, understand the system, understand that there was never a me. From the beginning, there was never a me. It is just a system. So only few people understand this truth. So what happens once you understand this? The illusion of self starts to dissolve. So if one sees that Nibbana is within us, it is the real success. It's the real success in life. It's a system. The senses were working since birth. There is no me anywhere. Senses are working. Eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. If your eyes are open, obviously you will see. So because you have ears, you will hear. As you have a nose, you will smell. Likewise, you have a tongue and a body, you will feel the taste and hot and cold. So you have a mind, its action is to think. All these are natural phenomena and happens due to speedy vibration. Nobody is doing that. But you feel as if you are living. It's also a perception, an illusion. So as long as this existent feeling is there, which came through the zygote vibration, the alive field will be created, just like the two sides of a coin. So as long as the alive feeling is there, there is a death. So it is very, very essential to understand this system, the senses, and see that there is actually no self. So this self, the illusionary self, is created once the mind sensor was created and the duality was created. So there's only one way to Nibbana, that is to see the truth in this thought. Aramune Satya Dakima. And see that there is nothing in a thought. So someone is searching to end the suffering. This is the only way to see the truth. So as always, we are very grateful to you, our noble friend Buddothpado Wahanse, for giving us this wonderful Dhamma. Teruvan Saranai Aran Wahansa, may I pay homage at your feet. Teruvan Saranai, everyone.
Good afternoon, everybody. Teruvan Sana, sir. Teruvan Sana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 84, second paragraph. As you continue to practice seeing the truth in each thought, the Pancha Indriya Dharma becomes Bala Dharma. This means that all these qualities of Sattva, Virya, Sati, Samadhi, Prajna begin to develop automatically without any effort. Now you don't think. As soon as you receive a thought, you automatically see the truth in it. This means that a spiritual development has started taking place within you. This spiritual development is known as the 7 factors of awakening, Sattabojjhanga. The 7 factors of awakening are: first, mindfulness, sati; second, investigation, Dhammavichaya; third, effort, virya; fourth, joy, priti; fifth, tranquility, passaddhi; sixth, concentration, samadhi; seventh, equanimity, without craving or aversion, upekkha. This spiritual development of the Sattabojjhanga cannot be stopped by anyone. Just like how a chili plant would grow, the awakening process automatically works within you, and you will realize the pure truth. The realization of the pure truth is called Sambodhiparayana. This means that you will never be born in bad worlds or hells. Once you realize the pure truth, you would attain the first stage of awakening on the supramundane plane known as Sotapanna. And thereafter, nothing can stop your spiritual advancement. You will always move forward within the supramundane plane of the Patisotaya. You will automatically begin to move forward on the path to Nirvana. Once you realize the pure truth, you will never be born in unfortunate worlds as hells or animal worlds. Theron San, everybody.
Therwan Sarna Shani, thank you for reading the 2 pages for us and starting the session. Therwan Sarnai Aryan Mahansa, we worship at your feet. Therwan Sarnai, all Dhamma friends who have joined the Zoom discussion. This is the to describe Dhamma pathway by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend, our guide, and our teacher. So we have been discussing about the nature of the thought, how the thoughts are formed. If I just summarize what is mentioned, excluding the Pali terms which were mentioned in the 2 pages that Shani read, actually you should have the willingness to find out this pathway or understand. So your willingness is very important. And also you have to make an effort to understand this and concentrate on the facts that is described in these discussions and the sermons. So concentrate, and then little by little with the concentration, there will be some tranquil feeling in the mind. And also when you understand the nature of the mind and how the thoughts are formed, the mechanism, eventually every thought which comes up is automatically analyzed in that way. Right at the beginning, you have to use your own thoughts to understand the mind. So thoughts are used as a tool to understand the mind. That is how it is when you start. But gradually, the system will feel that the detailed thinking is not necessary. With a little bit of concentration and little bit of thinking, can realize what is happening. And furthermore, when you improve further, or when the system gets used to this mechanism, automatically it will come as a feel. Actually, you don't need to think, but as a feel, when the thoughts are coming, it is realized that there is no value, or this is something, some construct of the mind, and that also is not something lasting. It's something that occurs then and there, now and here. So this is the rough sort of sketch of the things that Shani read for us. What we are trying to do with these discussions are to identify and understand the nature of the mind and the thoughts, and how this feeling of self occurs. And when you have an outline of these things, little by little, with these discussions, the gaps can be filled. And finally, you get freedom from this burning sensation which is there underneath every thought. And when you come to a certain level with this understanding, there is no way of just going down the stream, because when you start swimming upstream, it's hard, it's not easy. But after a particular milestone, there is no way of turning back and getting dragged along with the stream. And then there is some assurance that because we describe and we believe about the birth cycles, the samsara journey. So there is no risk of falling into one of the bad levels, bad realms. So this is just a summary of what we read. If we have any questions, we can start with a question. or we can start discussing on some topic. Dr. Kokila also has joined, and all our Dhamma friends are there. Therwan Saranai, we can start the discussion. I think
Therwan
Aryan Wansi
Saranai.
also has joined. Therwan Saranai Aryan Wansi.
Therwan Saranai. We'll start some discussion, and yeah, if as Shani said, the implicitly the interest in finding truth is needed. It's actually it can come from various aspects. It can come from someone feeling the sadness, or it can come from when someone has attained everything and as life-wise, and try to think what's happening now. If someone needs anything, it can happen in any way. But then if you incline towards the finding truth, or finding, is there a liberation, or is there me, is who am I kind of question. So the main thing is the interest, then, as Dr. Sakutala said, the keenness to follow and understand truth, and the effort, and the investigation. Investigation here is actually trying to find who you are, and trying to find who you are faces challenges. So challenges are like, because the mind plays a lot of tricks. Mind, it's not that mind is willfully doing that. It's just mind is like that because it's like a mirage anyway, and it gives a dream, and you tend to think in a way that we are existing, I'm existing, kind of outside is existing, I'm also existing, kind of attitude. So we never knew anything else. The whole world is actually investigating on this, like true investigators. There are people who are really interested in science as well as the spiritual side of it. Whether there's a spirit, there are so many aspects of it they investigate. Even though they take Lord Buddha's view sideways, they don't really talk about it because it's not how they look at it, but they don't declare it basically that it is actually Lord Buddha saying that there's no self, but the vibratory nature of the sensory organs bringing about a feel of life, and that is all what it is, and how this cycle of birth is ongoing. And even if we say circle of birth is ongoing, people tend to think it in a way that, okay, I am born somewhere, something like that. But actually it is not in that way. It is a kind of a way that that can't be explained in that way. Because if you feel I'm going to die and I'm going to go somewhere, it is not what happens. It's the vibratory nature of this. If there is an additional vibration, which is the power of thinking, or additional power of that existing thinking, which synchronized to any vibration elsewhere. It doesn't work like according to your wishes or anything. So it's very interesting to find out who you are, to try and locate who you are, and at the end, what we really understand is what Lord Buddha told us. Well, there is a stimulus, or there is a thought, there is a feel, but all this is just a function of the sensory organ and the speed. So anyone can, and the they are the kind of in simple words for the effort and the investigation, all these aspects of your finding or become the truth, in the sense feeling the non-existence, or feeling the non-self perception. So you can ask a question at any time, and Alarancio is also here. I'm not sure whether he's free to join, but he may. Is there any question today? Yeah, and Suramika is also here. Yes.
That was Saranai. I will add few things as I felt. When we are talking about this, who am I, the topic, who am I, it's an important thing to discuss, because that is the main root of this tree of defilements. Feeling the self, or the self-existence or self-perception, we use it to describe it at different levels. Initially it's felt that self is there, self vibration is there, and then it becomes stronger, and it's reinforced by thoughts. I am there, and my things, I like to do it this way, and like that, with the different age stages, various other colors or seasoning is added to this self-feeling. And finally, as an adult or maybe a grown-up child, there are many perceptions around this self-perception, many other additional things, and it becomes a strong world, thick world around the self, me, my, and myself. So when we are trying to chip off this thick shell around the self-perception, the thoughts, it's very important to know how these thoughts are formed, what is this mechanism. As we have discussed earlier also, the little baby didn't have the thoughts, only the feels were there in the form of seeing, hearing, and feeling of the skin, tongue, and the nose. But gradually, with the growth of the physical body, some form of mechanism takes place, and there is some combination of these sensor functions to form thoughts. So this is where the problem starts actually in a major way. Not that it is not problematic before that, because even the sensor functions is a problem. But when the thoughts are formed, it becomes tougher. So when the thoughts are formed in the manner that a self is identified in a more stronger way, we need a detailed and a deep research on how these thoughts are formed. So in Buddothpado discussions, we have listened to these basic disclosures and the sermons done by our noble friend Aren Mahanse. Right at the beginning, in the main website, that is www.buddothpadodhamma.com. That is the main website. This has many discussions on how these thoughts are formed. So when you understand this mechanism, you need to listen to these and then discuss and research and experiment yourself, going to the bottom of it to understand that the formation of the thoughts is a process. And when we understand this, then the question, who am I, comes up. Is this body myself? Again, it's a thought. We can realize now we have tied up the image, this physical body, to myself. So when you take different parts of the body, even in Lord Buddha's time, there has been some descriptions in certain sutras that different parts, the body is separated into 32 parts, yes. And then in each part, Lord Buddha was asking, is there myself? Can you name it as myself? So this is just an explanation that you can't say that this body is me. And also the concept that the body is myself has been given to the small baby by showing this is you, and that is where the combination of the sound and the picture occurs, and this image that this physical body is myself comes up. So if this body is not myself, then is the thought or the is the mind myself? Again, you have to research in detail how is a thought and how is the mind formed. So when you realize that it is something that occurs at each point, then and there, then it's clear that this mind is also not me. So like this, now these are two of the things that our Aryan Mahase also has explained several times in the sermons, how to research uh, who is this me. And finally, if the body is also not me, and if the mind is also not me, then what is it? Where is this myself? And simply it is a form of power or a current that is generated by these sensors. So this is basically something that is explained several times in the discussions. Maybe one of our friends can take it
Actually, we
forward.
will add something to there, Dr. Sakuntala,
Yeah.
that
Yes.
it's finally when we understand that it's only the spark which was there, in the sense the stimuli. That
Yeah.
was the only thing that was there. So the understanding that the chair itself is the thing that we brought up is the main issue. So like understanding this, but this spark, the stimuli, the chair, if it is chair or if it is flower, if it is rose sound, it doesn't matter. If it is taste, whatever the pineapple taste, whatever that spark or the stimuli is, the actual the feel of that spark existence, or feel that is existing, is the thing that you felt as you are existing. This is the most important aspect of truth. If you don't get it properly and if you don't feel it, that is all what we had. And if you really understand that it's the vibration of the sensory organ only, you won't be able to feel the non-vibration, or in the sense where you will feel the function of the sensory organ, but not the life field. So it's very important to understand this. We hear it every day. We talk about it every day. We discuss about it every day. But it's really important thing is you have to feel it. Otherwise, the doubts will be there forever. Because you can tell that something is inside a box. It is fully covered. It's a present that has arrived in the post, and until you open it, you don't know. So you can't really say this must be inside. This may be the thing. This may be the thing. Maybe this is a bomb. Maybe this is a good thing. Maybe it's a beautiful ornament or whatever. But actually seeing it is the challenge. That challenge is taken by every one of us, and even that, the humans take challenge usually in a thinking pattern. So we take challenges like, okay, so someone tells you, you have to have money, you have to have money. So store as much as money you can. Just imagine this as a scenario. So we find ways and means to store money or store something that you like. So in that context, we try to do things in that context, but here is trying and understanding that the stimuli is actually is a mirage. That that itself is a challenge because we don't like that. The mind doesn't like it. Mind is there for kind of existence. It's made up in that way. But the more important aspects of understanding the truth itself is understanding that there was no self at all, even before, at any time. But there was a pattern. There was a spark, like stimuli. But this happens so fast. The thoughts happen so fast. We feel like in the mind, we feel the time, we feel the past, we feel the future, we project, we can do anything. And the human mind is a fabulous function. It's a fabulous way of, it's all good. But understanding this is quite different thing, because we know how to handle that. If we are kept in an area where the survival is the mode, then we think about the survival. If we are thinking about that there's no survival issues, then we are thinking about maybe finding light or finding the computer, finding things to improve the world. So our mind can be projected everywhere. Mind can be directed towards something. But when mind is directed towards finding the truth of the mind, it does a lot of tricks. So we just can get caught up with that. But it doesn't matter really. It doesn't really matter. So when someone feels sad, it's a function of the mind, like mind sensor, because the sadness, the baby, when it is exposed to severe cold weather, as soon as the babies are born, they are used to the temperature inside the uterus. So when they're exposed to the normal cold air, they cry. They don't cry because there is a self, because they have a plan. Oh my God, I can't exist in this cold. Can you calm me up? They are not like angry. They are just crying because they feel the feel of uncomfortable feel is there. When we become, the mind becomes powerful, we have a thing, we become sad because, well, I'm not rich enough to buy a coat. I should be able to find something to call myself. Why did this happen to me? Why the winter came? Why can't I be living in a country without a winter or something like that? You can keep thinking and thinking and thinking, and then you can end up thinking like, why the things are not good for me, So there are so many ways you can get sad just by thinking. That's different. So we just have to understand the way you look at life. There can be anything. Someone tells you to think positively, even that is just another way of thinking. So the way of thinking is what we are trying to understand here is not to change the way of thinking. We're actually trying to understand the thinking, or understand beyond thinking, I would say. Yeah, trying and understand beyond thinking, because the field didn't have any of these things, the problems, the everything. Yes, it feels the coldness. It might feel the hotness, the uncomfortable. If the skin is cut, you can feel the pain. If a tooth is broken, you might feel the pain. Yeah, body daily functions are there. You might get a headache. But the most importantly, the suffering aspect from the mind is not there. But for that to happen, you have to actually basically understand the mind. Here's the mind through your wisdom and liberate from mind. Yes, anyone can add on?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kokila and all Dhamma friends. Dr. Kokila, it's a very beautiful explanation of the newborn, how the newborn feels uncomfortable with the coldness and all other external entities due to external factors. And there, Dr. Kokila, the newborn even feels uncomfortable, but the child doesn't know that it is heat or coldness or whatever. But isn't it the life field that makes the baby uncomfortable? The need to survive?
Yeah, but then he can't, or he or she can't do anything about that.
Yeah.
The mind has to
So-
form to understand the mind.
And Dr. Kokila, even though this self-perception gradually augments due to the factors, due to the sensory inputs and making the world real gradually, this life field itself is a certain barrier that anybody has when getting rid of this self-perception. Isn't it so?
Well, you put it you don't put it in that way, because that's kind of makes everyone make it like appear hard, because whatever we say can affect others negatively. So how I would put that is, if you try to understand one stimulus, how this happens, you can pierce it. It doesn't matter what it is, but you can pierce it. The piercing part is done through the wisdom, yes. So if it's a cross sound is how that sound doesn't have the cross sound. So one day, if you really understand that, one day it will just come like that without that direct. There would be the sound, but the thickness of the cross sound line will not be there. You may have pierced it, and then there's the vibratory effect that you feel. And if you already have practiced enough that it is only the vibration of the ear, then of course you can feel the non-vibration. There's nothing to say that you can't. It's just that the piercing part of the mind is the difficult part, because it's thick. It's so strong. The stimuli is always there, which comes to us. It doesn't come as the vision or the function of the eye. The sound, it always is a horn of a car or mother calling you. You don't have to think about it. It's just mother calling you, or dog barking in your house. So directly, it's that which comes. But one particular stimuli if you feel the feeling, the liberation of mind has happened there anyway. And the feel itself is just the function of the sensory organ speed. That's what we need to understand. It's all this, it's all in the Satyanana, the truth part. But the experience in this, to experience this, the thickness of the mind should go down. Actually, I have to add there, the understanding of the perceptions are really important here, because you know that the perceptions are not true. Basically, we all kind of have grabbed that thing, because you don't really get shaken like before. All of us, probably all of us, we don't get shaken as before. But as Joel said that day, Joel really beautifully said that there comes a thought. There comes a thought, and you don't know what to do with that thought. The thought arises. I'm fed up. I'm fed up with this, with life. So that's a thought. So we actually spoke about everything, but the perception, this mind sensor works different aspects. So the mind sensor works as a sensory organ itself. There comes, suddenly, the thought comes. A person gets an idea, suddenly a scientist gets an idea, this whole world is in darkness. Can't remember whether it's John Yogi Baird or who it is, but suddenly it comes to his mind, the world is in darkness. I should find a way of a light without making fire, like without making a fire lamp. Without making a fire lamp, is there another way of light? That's how the bulb was formed. The mind, when fixated, it can do anything. So how does that thought process work? So when a thought arises, thought become, it comes again. So just imagine you get an idea that you feel something different, and you feel, oh, this person is weird. Sometimes you might feel that this person is weird, and then this might come again, and in a few days it might come again, and then suddenly you will find that completely you have come to the conclusion that this person is weird. You can't even remember that it was a thought which happened before. Likewise, I'm fed up with this life.
Dr. Gopila?
Thought, yeah, Ja.
That's what I'm going through. Like a thought comes, like this person is weird daily or at times, and there's a confirmation saying it's weird. The mind itself says it's weird. And I make judgments. So how do a person come out of that kind of thoughts, weird or fed up? It comes again and again. How do I replace it with something good?
So I have nailed it, isn't it, Ja? So the thing is, there's no tricks here, no shortcuts here, no even long cuts, I would say. But to understand how mind sensor works. That's how mind works. So how else someone would actually, how many times that person tried to make the bulb? I don't know, I can't remember now. But he tried a lot. Every time he tried, it failed. And he tried again and again and again. Just one thought, how he tried multiple times. People actually admire that. It's okay. I mean, that's just great because we actually use that now. But what I'm trying to say is, this is called Abhisankarana. What is the word, Surangika, we call in English in that? Abhisankarana word is really not understood in like normal English word, but it's kind of
Yeah, I don't think we landed on a particular word, isn't it, Sudharma? We used volitional formation,
yeah,
but
but that is even very complicated.
For
Who
that is
understands
too
very,
volitional?
complicated.
yeah,
It's like
yeah,
magnified.
doctor, for that actually volitional formations we use it
Even
for
my
Sankara also, no? Sankara. So
Hmm.
no,
for this
even
one
English word
also,
is
English
too
word is
complicated.
volitional formation for Abhisankarana, but still repeated occurrence of the same thought simply. We can't find a
Simply, yeah.
single word. Yeah, repeatedly the same thought occurs, and as Dr. Kokila said, when the same thought occurs repeatedly, the power gets augmented. Power goes up each time. And that
Yeah.
is that's the
So
situation Joel
simple
is
repetition,
yeah,
Maybe
simple.
we
yeah,
maybe we can say
reinforce
magnified.
can and Miss Surangika, can we use something related to reinforcement of
Yeah, so the
and it
repetition causes reinforcement.
reinforcement, yeah.
Repetition causes the problem to get magnified, but there's a problem. I would like to actually divert this discussion to the baby again. Just imagine your teacher says apple. Who would remember it the first day? Will you even pay attention what to the teacher? You will be looking at her. Maybe teacher's hair is so good today. This red color is so good if you have learned red color before. But the teacher would say apple, apple. Then you would say apple, and it's not a big deal to you. You know, you just. But if this is coming up in every lesson, because usually remember how the lessons are done. I mean, so that I might say, tell that better. But what I'm trying to say is, go back to your childhood and see how we learn things. The apple, we get confirmation that it's apple. Like we get really fixated that it is apple. We can't even remember now. It's not. It's not pears. Like it's not
Dr.
apple.
Kokila Teruan Saranai, I have a beautiful explanation for that, which I have mentioned before also. When you said, when we teach, I mean, especially in the beginner's class, when we introduce a certain vocabulary item, first we go with the picture, the flash card, and then the word card. Then we show it several times and get the kids to repeat in chorus individually, so on and so forth. Then next time the teacher gives the jumbled letters of the word and get them to mash them to form the word and then the picture. And the next level, doctor, we get the child to even the teacher brings the real apple to the class, get them to touch it, feel it, even cut it and taste it also. So in the lesson where they teach the names of fruits, there is a certain activity where they bring the real fruit to the class and make fruit salad and taste it with the beautiful rhyme. So, see, it is definitely this reinforcement of this same stimulus that it is, it actually the teaching methodology is totally based on this Abhisankarana in all
Yeah,
subjects, I
yeah.
think, doctor. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's,
thank you.
yeah,
And
definitely.
the main thing is, finally, the child is convinced that it is the apple. and the child is convinced it's apple, and it actually just imagine a child who can't understand anything might take like 6 years to understand that it's apple. There are children like that. So, and even after 6 years, a child might stumble on the apple thing, can't tell it properly. He might point forward to that, tell him that he needs it, but not say the apple word. There's so many variations in humans. But even with that, even if you don't talk about it, the perception is there. The apple perception is there. As soon as the eye works and in the sense the vision works and the sound get together, we already have a perception. Whether you talk about it or not, we have a perception. Now think about this, that we get feelings. So the feelings is a bit difficult to understand. So, at one time, you feel sad. So that's the function of the this system. This system feels a bit low, a bit sad. And as soon as it happens, we tend to think. So what's the thinking? Oh, I'm fed up of this life. Why am I living even? There's nothing good about this life, There's so many things that come up. The problem here is the reinforcement, the repetition of these thoughts and the reinforcement. You finally, like that apple, the child is convinced that it's apple, this becomes really convincing to now. You think, oh yeah, I'm depressed. That's what has happened to me. And to get rid, yeah.
Something to add to that once, I think, as I remember, Madam Sudharma once brought up a question saying that she repetitively says something to a person because she thinks that person doesn't understand what she says.
Yeah.
So,
their habits.
Like we also feel certain things that this person doesn't. I mean, life is, when we feel bad and depressed, the thought comes, it's depressed, and it confirms it's depressed. So,
yes.
like how to come out
also,
of that feeling.
Well, you just have to understand that you can actually divert yourself. As I say, you can go for a walk, you can, listen to music, you can, if you get angry, you can count from 10 to 1 to 10. Yeah, you can do a lot of things. You can listen to the birds singing. You can feel the nature. You can see someone and talk about that. You can really try to think positively. But I would say, as a Dhamma friend, I can say, most importantly, understanding this physiology or the truth is the most beautiful thing I can say, because all the patchwork, all the things that I told were patchwork. So you go for a walk and you feel better, and you come home, you're like, oh wow, that's good. That walk made me better. And that thought itself is reinforcing now the better side. So you go for a walk and you are convinced that you will feel better after the walk, and you feel better. That's how it works. You kind of get absorbed into a music that you like, and that other thought can't arise. But as soon as there is another vibration which matches, or you see a person that you don't like, or that there are several aspects in our life that we have labeled stuff like that. As soon as that vibration synchronize in any way, it doesn't matter, even seeing a movie, it can happen to you. Seeing someone else talking like that can trigger you. Triggers are all the synchronizations which happen. So the synchronicity makes you to go back to that place again. So we can't do patchwork. We can, for the time being. I actually told yesterday, it's a patchwork. What? Maybe go to some like a place where tranquility is, or place where your thoughts are so calmer. But that helps. That helps because the repetition of those thoughts are not there. That makes the path so easier because your heavy thoughts are not there. You feel lighter, and you might actually feel the truth. How much that it is going to, definitely it is going to help. You know, all these things, feeling the nature and all this is definitely going to help. But that is how you're going to feel it anyway. If your mind is very heavy from unnecessary stuff, like I'm fed up, or I don't like these people, I want to live in a different country, or I want to go back to somewhere, or I might, whatever. It doesn't matter, whatever. So it's kind of a anticipation or procrastination. So it's either way. So whatever you feel is always guided by the thoughts. It's always reinforced by thoughts. So the way you think will be your culture, your attitudes, whatever you had all this time. Because the thinking patterns are different. The way I think is different to the way you think. The way you think is different to the way Sudharma thinks. I was anyone like that. So the vibrations are different anyway. But the thinking patterns are also different. Vibrations are different, but also the thinking. Thinking can be affected by environment, the everything. So you can't really forcefully stop a thought. If you really plan, okay, if this thought come again, I'm going to punish that thought. Or don't come thought. You can't really do that because that is going to come again and again. And it is going to actually get powerful. So if you want to not think about politics, you try to do that. I'm not going to think about politics. I'm not going to think about politics. And the politics come automatically to you because you are trying to suppress something. It is getting more important, more and more important. It's unavoidable, actually. So the best thing is to understand the mind, how this works, how this power comes. Sadness is okay. We are not happy with the sadness. What's the problem with the sadness? Sadness is okay. Happiness is also okay. It's just the function of this system. What's the big deal? But we fight with the sadness and we look forward for happiness. That's our agenda. The whole life we have been doing that.
Just another question, Doc.
Yeah.
Hello. We talk about feeling, right? We feel sad. We feel happy. So feeling
No,
is
actually,
also
happiness
sensory.
and
It's
no
a sensory
happiness.
department? Or what is it? Feel is different from
No,
senses, or is it connected to
no.
feeling?
Actually, that word can be complicated. The happiness and the there is happiness and sadness. They're all kind of mind related because I told you before, the child doesn't cry because he's sad. well, we have to understand this. It's a bit difficult to understand. Child is not crying because he is sad. Do you get the point? So
Yes, Doc.
basically,
Yes.
basically, it's something associated with the mind sensor. If you think I'm sad, it's a mind sensor. But the child in the sense, not the small child. I'm talking about the baby. Baby felt something, and the vibration can't be handled, and the cry comes out. We think, oh, baby is hungry, but we don't really think baby is sad or baby is depressed. We never even look at that way, do we? We never tell a baby is depressed. We never tell that. We know if the baby is crying, definitely it may be tummy, it may be that he has passed urine and is wet, or passed feces and is wet in that side, or he feels something uncomfortable, or he's hungry, or he's needing some comfortable feel. So that's different. So we need to get this correct. Am I clear? Is that clear?
Yes, Doctor.
Yeah, it's
Everyone,
because,
Saranai,
yeah. Yes, Sudham. Your line is not clear. I couldn't hear. Did others hear? Sudharma, I can't hear you, but can others hear? Surangi, can you hear Sudharma?
No,
No,
we
I
can't
can't.
hear.
Yeah.
it's very interesting the way you explained it, and Kokila is telling is that really I know Doctor no, then maybe
Sorry.
Miss Surangika can talk. Yeah, I have a problem with the connection.
No, finally I heard you, but
You can't hear me.
now I can hear.
There is some problem today.
I can hear
Doctor,
you now. Yeah.
Joel, what Dr. Kokila says is there is, thoughts are thoughts. Thoughts, in other words, all these stimulus, sensory experiences are more or less the same. Their composition is same in the sense there is no substance in these thoughts. So when the thought occurs, I am fed up, I am sick and tired of this life, it's also a natural phenomenon. You are not doing it. It naturally occurs. That is the nature of the mind sensor. But now you, after, listening to these sermons and through your own research, through your own research with regard to your own mind sensor, you know that it is a thought. So when you realize that it is a thought, it itself reduces its power. So you referred to my experience that day. I realized that I have the problem of talking the same thing over and over again or repeating to the level that listeners feel uncomfortable. That itself reduces that weakness. It is again nature, that awareness itself reduces the power of that particular thought, Joel. And as Dr. Kokila explained, the thought of I am fed up, or I am happy, I am excited, I am delighted, all are thoughts. There is no big difference in them as thought per se. So when you only remedy that we have to get rid of this suffering is to see it through ourselves, and the more we realize that it is a natural system, it's a natural phenomenon. Now you say, I have no control over thoughts. No, Joel, not only you, no one has control over thoughts. If so, there are a lot of things that we want not to happen, as Dr. Kokila says. So it's very beautiful. I mean, the way that the discussion goes on here. So, and when you realize that they are mere thoughts, and when you listen to more sermons on the thought formation, how this radiant mind, now you can realize we have actually, personally, I have listened to sermons more than 3 years, but still uh, I ask some stupid questions, even you have heard them. Still, there are things to be clarified. So, only thing now we know that they are mere thoughts that bother us. It's the nature. It's a natural phenomenon. So, only thing we can do is the solution. We have to uh, listen to more sermons, discuss these problems openly, and as you do, you are so fortunate in that way, and you are so brave also to come to this forum and talk like this. So gradually the thought power will diminish and you will be relieved. I mean, not as a person, then the system will continue to be there. You will not be bothered by anything that happens to your system, Joel. Yes, Dr. Kokila can explain. Don't know whether it was clear what I was trying to say, Dr. Kokila. Peruvan Saranai.
Ansana. Yes, Surandika, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, Thirun Sarnai, what I was also trying to kind of say and was trying to ask you to elaborate a bit more was, so this, I think the fundamental thing to understand is each sensor and its function, Joel. So, like we have for the eye consciousness, the eye has that sense of what is the thing that gets manifested? Light. So the eye consciousness and the way it occurs and its function doesn't manifest sound, right? The eye conscious manifests only light. Similarly, the ear consciousness doesn't manifest smell. The ear consciousness manifests only sound. Now, all this is occurring from one vibration. But then what happens with all this? So similarly, the tongue will only generate taste. But it is only generating. It is only manifesting. The creation is here. The creation is within the senses. So like we said, the eye consciousness creates light, the ear the sound, tongue the taste, skin the sensations of solidity, liquidity, temperature, and so on. So the body won't feel the smell. It's the features peculiar or particular to the body sensor is what arises from the body sense faculty. And then the nose, it's the smell. So then but how does the mind consciousness or the thought occur? A combination of those earlier vibrations, the touch, the taste, the smell, the light, all of those vibrations combine to form another vibration. And it is that other vibration, the second cycle, which is the thought. Now, even that thought is a vibration. And what happens in that thought? It is a combination of all those things put together, like that example of the apple that we've talked about today and then earlier also in these discussions. When somebody says apple to you in a flash, the entire of all the sensations occurring from all those different sense faculties arise in the mind. How do they all arise in the mind? In that one thought. So this thought is different stimuli that has been learned during childhood, during Montessori, whether it is an apple, whether it is a mother. So they'll show a picture and then they'll say the sound and then they'll say that's mother, this is apple, and so on. And then this is the way these stimuli, by it occurring in various places. You might learn it in the Montessori class. Say, for example, you might learn about the lion in your classroom. They'll show a picture and then they say, this is animal is called a lion. And then they'll say lion, lion, lion. And then they'll tell you to draw the lion. And then say, for example, in your childhood days, your parents might take you to the zoo. And then they'll say, here, Joel, that's what you call a lion. That's the lion. He's called the king of the jungle, the strongest or the bravest animal in the animal kingdom. So then suddenly, so then what happens? The stimuli and the vibration, the perception that occurred in the classroom by the reinforcement by the teacher of the picture and the sound of lion continues to get reinforced when that arises with the sight of the lion. Again, the same perception through the synchronicity or the telepathization occurs in that moment when the lion is seen, or you think you see the lion again. Then, for example, if you see the movie Lion King, again, due to ignorance, if one still considers the world to be true, which we then did in our childhood days, you see, here in this stage drama or in this film, that's the lion. It's that lion that I learned in the classroom. It's that lion that I saw in the zoo. So this is the way the stimuli get reinforced and magnified.
Madam Surangika or Dr. Kokila, anyone can answer this. When you say about thoughts, be aware, is it kind of you recognize the thought?
Yeah. Do you want me to tell Surango?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, it is kind of something like that, you can say, because if you try to do it forcefully, you can't do it. That's the thing. That's the trick here. Because in concentration meditation, it's done with so much force. We are not telling that. It's just kind of a background thing which happens where that thought has come. But to tell you, Joel, is very, very interesting to understand. I mean, needed to understand is if someone actually feel the truth about this thought, that thought can be, there is a liberation from thought, then we don't have to keep repeating or even keep looking at the thoughts. That's where the actual freedom is. When we talk about freedom, we are not actually keeping track about the thoughts. Then the freedom is gone because you are keeping track about the thoughts. The freedom is you're not tracking the thoughts. You're not even doing that. But that's
and also like I just felt
like the later period. Yeah.
I just felt like we are just formed with vibrations and stimulus, and we are just made out of it, and it doesn't stop. The day it stops is when we stop breathing, and
actually,
it's
even if it's an arahant, it stops from there. Otherwise, this vibration, self-vibration, where we took it everything as real, that because this thought, the I thought, about me, mine, I, that one, the self-perception is actually a formulated one. Can't you see? We only had chair. No one said about I. Did anyone teach you about I there? It's only chair that arise. But how did this duality come? The chair is there, I am here. That's the additional perception. It's additional perception. That's additional vibration, that additional perception, that additional thought is there for Tarzan too. Even no one has taught Tarzan. Tarzan is going around the trees, with the monkeys. Monkey mother didn't teach anything to the Tarzan boy, but the Tarzan also knows if the monkey mom is there or whatever he feels about the monkey mom. I'm here. That duality is always there. When the duality is there, the story is there, and it will go on and on, because that this is something additional. So that vibration is the power that we have. That power, the burning, that additional power is the force that is going to synchronize to another zygote or any vibration out there. It doesn't matter whether it's a zygote or not, but any vibration out there. So that's the thing. This additional self-vibration or additional self-perception has nothing to do with this system. If the system only had chair, bed, the windows, the walls, the light, the fan, it's okay. Because as soon as the respiration stops, everything, these things stop, the suffering stops. But it didn't happen like that. It didn't happen like that. That's why there is a vibration that is manifested as Joel now here, manifested as Sudharma now here, manifested as Kokila now here. The name is just a name, but there is a manifestation, isn't it? There's 5 sensory organs, and then there's a mind sensor, which tells so many things. Yeah, definitely there is a manifestation. We are not denying that. We are in that. Yes, that's fine. But what we are trying to understand is what's the power behind this? What is the driving force behind this? What is the suffering here? How are we going to stop the suffering? As soon as you understand this system, this power is going to go low. If it was 35,000 watts before, it is going to go to 0. That's how it works, Joel. I don't know whether it was good enough. Yes, Surangika, do you think?
What I was going to say was that, the explanation about the lion was to say exactly what you pointed out a little while later, Joel. This is a constant stream of stimuli, whether it is animate or inanimate. We take examples by giving objects, right? Like tree, mother, father, temple, and so on. But think about it like this. So whilst the light and the smell and all these things come together and form thoughts, even the mind sense or the mind consciousness itself accesses a separate sense faculty, which is what Dr. Kokila was trying to say earlier. So, just like we have objects like lion, dog, and so on, think about concepts. Now, see how many concepts we have learned over the years, like freedom, patriotism, compassion, loyalty. Now, when a baby was told these words, does any of this make sense to the baby? Baby doesn't know loyalty from freedom or any nonsense, right? The baby doesn't know a thing. Even those concepts have become of value because of the way we have perceived them. We have given freedom a particular connotation. We have given depression a particular connotation. How come there's so much stigma around depression? How, in different countries, people are cornered in society because of that. Why? Because people have given in different societies different perceptions, different ways of attitudes, and so on. So similarly, Joel, for you, when you say, I am depressed, I am sad, I am fed up, the word fed up is also, there is a particular meaning or a tone and that you have given to it, which is why now even the mind consciousness keeps bringing that up, as if, depending on the meaning that has been given to it. But what needs to be fundamentally understood is these are also just like objects and everything. All these, even those concepts, are mere perceptions. In the English language, we use those words. In another culture, they would know what on earth that means. But they would probably have their own thing. Can it change like that from one to the other? No, the truth doesn't change. Whether it is from a culture to a language to any nationality, the truth does not change. Why? Because the truth is the field. So the field is what Dr. Kokila was saying, that ultimately this self-vibration, the field that we have, that we are existing, that we are alive, all coming out of this false sense of perceptions arising from the mind, is all due to ignorance, because we have made up a thing called the mind by all this absolute nonsensical data that has been programmed into this system. What has been programmed into the system called Joel is not the same data that has been programmed into the system called Dr. Sakuntala, Dr. Kokila. But they are, can you see, they are all different systems, which is like being, strung by like a puppet on a string. Each time the vibrations occur and the perceptions occur, as long as one considers the perception to be real, the strings are plucked and the puppet is dancing. Now, the understanding through the truth is that the strings that are being pulled, otherwise known as these perceptions, the random thoughts occurring in the mind consciousness, I am fed up, today I'm depressed, tomorrow I'm happy, the following day I don't know what to do. All these are just thoughts. If one understands that they are mere thoughts and all that the mind conscious does is repeat certain thoughts, it randomly occurs. If you keep on giving food to it, if you keep on nurturing it, if you keep on thinking about it, why am I getting this thought, why am I getting this thought, that thought is going to come over and over again. But if one understands that that is merely the mechanism of the mind and give rise to it, just like Sudharma said, seeing the fact that that repetitiveness of the way she described something itself was enough to stop that arising as another perception telepathizing in the future. So just try to kind of reflect on that a little bit more, and I'm sure you'll understand how these thought patterns work, Joel.
Yeah, I think we are running into the 4 o'clock soon, so maybe we might have to hand over the Zoom discussion to them. So we'll discuss from tomorrow, Joel, and it's really interesting to understand the mind, understand this vibration. How did that arise? Due to very ignorance that we have, everyone actually, any being has, and even it's a unicellular creature, unicellular organism. Even that organism has this because when there is vibration, it is not manifested as in humans, like in a way that we do, but it's always there. So understanding this system is imperative. It's really needed to actually get this power reduced to a level so that you can actually pierce the thought. So we'll continue discussion tomorrow. We worship Aranwanse for his noble friendship, the guidance, has no words for the gratitude we have for him. And thank you all, Dharma friends, for coming to discussion, and thank you, Shani, for reading the book, and also thank you all the people who help us to have the Zoom discussions. May Triple Gem bless you all. May you understand this Dhamma. Thank you.
තෙරුවන්
There was
සරණයි.
my
God
all
loves
Dhamma
you.
friends.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි යන්න.
Major person, bless you all. Thank you, Aranasa, for your noble guys. Buddothpado, PeoTV is actually Aranasa's idea. We talk about no self angle every day. So, Aranwansi has been going around Sri Lanka again. He's talking a lot about this Dhamma. It's important to understand that there is no that the Lord Buddha is no self Dhamma. In what grounds we can understand that we can become it is the most important thing. So if you understand that what is happening here, that is all what Lord Buddha did. He understood what is actually happening here. There is only one thought at one time. And even that is actually not a thing. If it is not a thing, well, I feel it's not there, is a great thing that should be felt. If the thought is not a thing, in a sense, if the stimuli is not a thing. So if the stimuli is chair, we get so many stimuli, table, chair, city, TV, wall, like that. There are so many thoughts. If you look around a room, so in that sense, you see, these thoughts, if they are felt as true, existing, if they are felt as existing, of course there is a craving for existing. This is Bhava Tanha in Pali. The craving for existence is there when the existence is felt.
When the existence is felt, the craving is there to exist as avasanya and jati or the atma. So the craving is always the problem. But craving will be there if the existence is there, if the existence perception is there. How do you understand existence perception? Is it actually existing? Is there even a vibration existing? You have to feel this. Is there a vibration, at least a vibration existing? No. There's no even a vibration existing when the chair is not a thing. Chair vibration also can't be a thing then. If it is not a thing, existence is also not there. So the craving is, that means the whole lifetime, this self-vibration is zero at that particular moment. It's not there. Then you fully understand what is happening. So existence perception, is the chair existing? Is a research you have to do on your. Is something called freedom or happiness. If you put any word into that, you have a picture attached to that. If you say walking, walking has a mental picture as well. Or just the word, it has a mental picture which you feel as existing. Very strong thing. What do you feel as existing? Your son, your daughter, your husband, your wife. What do you feel as existing? If they are existing, you are existing. So which one is existing is your problem. Yeah, you have to do that finding which one is existing. why it is existing is usually the repetition. How many times they have come across, like 40-year-old son. Mother may be the thing. So when you say something is existing, something is still having value, actually it may be not also. Maybe you're thinking that it is, it must be having value. So that's how it works. Because actually when something happens, you will realize it's actually not a thing. But this, the burning, yesterday discussion actually, this of the burning is not there. But do you feel that that is existing is a different burning? It's a deeper kind of burning. So when Lord Buddha said everywhere it is burning, that is why. If you feel anything is existing, you don't have to have a kind of a great association with that. Now, chair, you are not having a big association with the chair. No? Cup, tray, clock. Do you have association with that? So actually speaking, existence perception is different actually. Chair perception is different. I don't know whether you will understand that. So there's existence perception separately arising with the chair perception. The chair perception is real. Existence perception is synchronized. Existence perception is synchronized. Self-perception is synchronized. That means there is craving for existence. Nothing happens to the actual chair perception. Only the existence perception is vanishing. So the non-existence perception should appear. So what is happening? So existence perception and the chair perception, they go in hand as well. So chair perception is there. Existence perception is also there. This existence perception and the power to maintain the existence, whatever existence, is the avidya and the ignorance and the craving, actually. I mean, that's a metaphor, if you can understand. Did you get it? The existence perception is not actually the chair perception. Chair perception is existence perception. When we try to say that it comes like that, but actually it is a perception that the chair is existing. So it's slightly different, not a lot, but slightly, very slightly different. So the chair is existing is a perception in this world. So that is actually the ignorance.
Everything is existing. When something is, if the chair is not there, existence perception is not there. And the existence perception is not there, craving is not there. So the existence perception is actually the ignorance that we have. It's a vibration. And the power to maintain that vibration is already in it. This happens, this happens. Chair is there, existence perception is there. Existence perception is there, the craving is there. Craving to exist is there. Bhavatana. That's actually the self. And even in the other way around, you can say craving to not to exist.
So existence perception, we have had it even in the childhood, even in the as a small baby, existence perception is there, but it's not manifesting because Jaya is not there. The mind hasn't formed it. But the light is there. The light is felt as existing. Do you get this? Yeah. So if the light is existing, yeah, same as the chair, the existence perception is safe. It's there. And the craving to maintain the existence perception is there. So you will understand actually it has nothing to do with the chair. When you get it. It has nothing to do with the actual chair. Yeah, but the existence perception is a problem. So someone, an arahant, would be looking at something and the existence perception is not there. And you would say, I'm looking at the same thing an arahant is looking at. What's the big deal? What's the difference? There's a hell of a difference. Why? There's existence perception and also craving to maintain the existence in normal person. Whether it is alive, whether it is found, whether it is mind. Whether it is the light, whether it is the sound, whether it is the touch, temperature, smell, taste, or anything like that in that five sensory organs, or it can be any consciousness, any consciousness. So is actually the consciousness the problem, the consciousness without the craving? Consciousness without the craving is actually the non-manifesting consciousness. Because consciousness is also not a big deal. Consciousness is where is felt as separated. But even that is not a big deal. Why? It is created. So mind consciousness is the speed of mind. Light consciousness is the speed of light. Is it existing, the speed? No. Is the mind, can we say mind is existing? No. It's manifesting because it's manifesting. It's not existing. So even though it is looks easy, this you will know that it is not existing.
But you have to actually feel that too. And also, when you slowly understand this power of the mind, as we say, why it is important, because this duality is felt in mind. In mind, the duality is felt. So, actual problem is not with the actual chair, right? Yeah. But the existence perception is a great problem. To actually feel that it is actually not existing is a great thing. If you feel like anything is existing, that is existence perception. And if the existence perception is still there, craving to maintain the existence perception will be there, whether you like it or not. Always it is with the stimulus, don't forget. This one can't stay without a stimulus. You can't talk about self-perception without a stimulus. It's always with the arising of the stimulus that the self-perception arises. So just imagine, now we talked about share perception. This what's the relationship between the share and the existence perception though? No, we already
if you already have a power due to the share, that is a problem. In the sense, existence perception is there. Arhant also knows about the share. I mean, he has no memory issue. Share. But the existence perception is not there. And the craving to exist is also not there. That's a very rare thing. That's why Lord Buddha said everyone to look after them. When someone says Chittani Adiloke, as Lord Buddha said, that means actually this is not existing as we think. It's a creation. It's not existing. Cow's world is not existing as such. It is created in cow's mind. In cow's eyes, it's a different world. In human eyes, it's a different world. In cockroach's mind, eye, it's a different world. So this is created. But each time you feel that something is there, the problem is there. Sensual craving is trying to maintain these things. So the existence perception is a very minute one, in the sense, it's not a very prominent perception. You have to catch it. So the bhavasanya, bhavatanha, stimuli, the attraction to stimuli is already the existence perception and the power. Lord Buddha said, Kandeta alligate and the satyanamita. That is the organism or living being. Someone asked a question, what is living being? And that was his answer. If there is some stimuli and there is craving for that, that is a living being. You can't impose this to another, because the stimuli, there is no craving for stimuli. But that happens because of the lack of this ignorance and the craving. Because if the ignorance is there, there is this vibration. What is the vibration? Self-vibration. What does that mean? This power. Self-view is different. That is a complete thought that there is a self-perception is this power. Even craving to maintain the existence perception is a perception. Because everything becomes a perception in the mind. Perception, this is the only time we can catch this perception, human mind. Otherwise, you can't really catch it. Why? How can a cockroach catch his self-perception? Because in the mind of a human, the stimuli is very well, you can catch the stimuli. And also you can catch the existence perception and the self-perception. Actually speaking, now I'm telling you several things in layers. Even the even the existence perception, that is not the greatest problem. But you take it as existing. Self-perception is greatest problem. Once you fully catch this, it doesn't matter whether you feel existent or not, because you have caught it. You have caught the problem. Lord Buddha said, I caught you, tanha. I caught you, craving. I will not let you do anything again. I won't let you make a house again. He said, tanha නැමැති වඩුව තාම. So you need to actually catch this in an experience. Because the status without that self is intense tranquility and happiness. It's super happiness, because you can't call it as happiness. Actually, it's not the usual happiness that you feel in the mind. You can't really experience any of these things inside the mind. do you think? So the this existence perception or the self-perception. So we were trying to tell even the existence perception is not the problem, it is self-perception. So if you have actually exited from the mind, you will, the problem is it will happen here and there. That's useless. In the sense that that's not useless, it is important to understand them. But why it is not maintaining is because of their existence, perception, and the self-perception. Because it's not the actual problem, it's stimuli. Stimuli will be there for another 1,000. It's not the actual problem, is not the stimuli. It's the existence perception and the self-perception. And even if you go further, actually existence perception is not the problem. The self-perception is the problem. So if the craving is not there, who cares about any other perception? But this will never happen until you have the ignorance, because until the ignorance is there, the self-perception is there. Self-perception is there means existence perception is also there. So they are all interrelated. So in your case, what is existing, like the sound or the touch, or even if they both are not there, is it just light? Because these are the three things that are there.
So thank you, Aran Mahansa, for your noble guidance. Thank you, everyone. We'll talk more about self-perception every day. Thank you.
I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay. Working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine, kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. there was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend. Just a quiet seeing of it. And the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpado, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpado, change the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpado, showed the way by asking, see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken, and nothing was the same.
In the dark of the dreaming mind, a bell of truth is calling me. Through the smoke of fear and time, a single word makes the path appear. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, let awakening begin. When the last breath falls in peace, the storm of the the self grows still. With Buddothpado on the lips, the heart returns to silence and will. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Let awakening begin. Wake up to the truth. Buddothpado. Awake, humans, be awakened humans. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Let awakening begin. Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of shining glow. Buddothpado.
Liberation from all birth, liberative and from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath,
Wisdom of Asia, everglow. Dispelling darkness, breaking night,
dispelling ignorance with light,
dispelling suffering as we rise. Compassion,
opening all eyes.
wisdom of Asia, steady flow. Buddothpado.
Truth of life and truth of mind,
Truth no time can leave behind.
truth of birth and death made
peace is always near. Wisdom of Asia, ever we go. Buddothpado, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado,
seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light, you reawakened Buddha's way. The Sasana shining day by day, through your compassion calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Aryayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, O noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, bright as the sun, may your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. trying to be someone who could finally feel okay. Working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine, kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend. Just a quiet seeing of it. And the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpado, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpado, change the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpado, showed the way by asking, see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken, and nothing was the same.
Buddothpado, Buddothpado, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, where the mind no longer sleeps. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, breath is soft and flowing free. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, no self remains, just clarity. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, stillness shines like morning light. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, truth appears beyond sight. Buddothpado, 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 awakening, awakening, Buddothpado. Buddothpado, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind. from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado,
seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light, you reawaken Buddha's way. The Sasana shining day by day, through your compassion calm and deep. You soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Aryayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, O noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Buddothpado, loving and kind.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you, and welcome to the Buddothpado PeoTV 24-hour English Dhamma Sermon forum platform. So this specific PeoTV channel, YouTube channel, is basically operates under the guidance of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, our spiritual teacher. So This is the reawakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana. So 2500 years ago, Gautama Buddharajanan Mahanse disclosed this Dhamma of cause and effect or dependent origination to the entire world for the benefit of the entire mankind. So this beautiful Dhamma of dependent origination or cause and effect goes beyond all boundaries such as the language, caste, race, nationality, or religion. So, religion is not actually what is mentioned in our birth certificate. So, according to the birth certificate, you may be a Hindu, a Christian, a Muslim, or an Islamic, or a Buddhist. But this truth revealed to the man, entire mankind, by Gautama Buddharajanan Mahanse is all about the sense of self or notion of self or how we feel as if we exist or the truth of life, truth of self. So, due to the utmost commitment of our spiritual teacher, Buddothpado say this true path to Nibbana or the liberation from mind is available to us again. So, according to Lord Buddha, the path to Nibbana comprises of three main stages as Satya, Krutya and Kruta. Actually, the Satya or the wisdom of truth or knowledge of truth, Satya Jnana, is having a thorough awareness of the Buddhist philosophy. So, the first phase of the path is listening to sermons. Sermons which brings you the message of truth. So, when actually Lord Buddha himself mentioned the Janato Passato. Janato, first someone should know it. Then you will feel it. So if you listen to the sermons even conducted in Sinhala medium by Aryan Mahansi, this mind and feel concept, actually first you should know, then you should feel. So that is the basis of almost all the sermons. What he highlights is this Dhamma should be explored from a practical perspective. So even at the first stage, listening to sermons, it does not mean just listening to them while you are traveling on the bus or while you are cooking or while driving. We do so, but the proper listening is contemplating. While listening, you contemplate on Dhamma points. You try to see the Dhamma through your experience. So theoretically, you will feel the absence of self by listening to sermons. That is what happens. Gradually, you begin to feel that things happen without the involvement of a so-called self. Because the truth is, there is no self. It is a misconception. So with that basic message of this cause and effect Dhamma, let's look at another important aspect of the Buddhist philosophy. Because so far we practiced Buddhism, we actually practice the rites and rituals associated with Buddhism rather than exploring it through ourselves to understand the mind, or whether there is a so-called mind, or whether there is a so-called self. What we did was practicing rites and rituals. So 8 great skills or 8 great acts of charity according to Buddhism were taken by every Buddhist for granted. So what they believed to be 8 great skills, not they actually, what we used to believe as the 8 great acts of charity, or the 8 great skills are offering Katina robe, that annual meritorious program, then building stupas, or actually stupas or pagodas to preserve relics, then building Buddha statues, building a kuti or a dwelling place for monks, offering alms, donating lands to build temples, supporting ordination, printing and writing Dhamma books. So these acts of charity were considered as the 8 great skills. So people, they never hesitated to use all their savings to do these meritorious acts or fulfill these needs of the monks, believing that they would attain Nibbana, or it will pave the way for Nibbana. But the truth is one should involve in exploring one's mind, or the creation of a thought, creation of the mind, and to fully realize the illusory nature of the mind. It should be self-evident to someone that everything arises and ceases instantaneously. That is when one liberates from the mind. One experiences the perfect tranquility. So, in that sense, the 8 great skills should be explored in terms of one's research on one's own mind creation. So, no true skill can be found in the illusion of consciousness or the mind. It actually lies in the awakening to the moment or awakening to the mindfulness. Actually, in the moment, one realizes that the mind or the stimulus is not real. In this particular moment, one fully realizes that the mind is not real, is known by Lord Buddha as Jnana Sadigamaya Nibbana Satchikiriyaya, which means the attainment of knowledge and the realization of Nibbana, the arising of skillful, wisdom-filled thought. So the true great skills refer to the 4 paths or Marga Chitta and the 4 fruitions Phala Chitta. Now you can feel the depth of this philosophy. We used to perform these great acts of charity, which were also wholesome, which were very good, which helps someone to get rid of craving and to develop faith towards Buddhism, at least to listen to certain sermons based on Lord Buddha's life. They may bring someone the message of Lord Buddha, but attaining Nibbana is a very deep level that one should individually explore. Actually explored. It's an exploration of mind. By someone individually. So these 4 parts of Marga Chittas and 4 Fruition Chittas, Phala Chittas are considered as the true 8 great states. So as we all know, the 4 levels or stages of the path, stream entrer, once returner, non-returner, and finally the Arahant. So let's explore these 8 great skills of Gautama Buddha Sasana. The first, the stream entrer, that is the understanding that the external world is not real. It is a thought associated with the path. And when this understanding becomes self-evident, it is the fruition or palachitta. So it's beautifully explained. Now, in each level, both the concepts jhanato, passato is beautifully reflected. So, knowing that the external world is not ultimately real, it is an illusion created by the mind consciousness, is the stream entrer path level. And through penetrative insight, continuous contemplation, at some point the fact that the external world is not real will become self-evident to the practitioner. First, the active and passive contemplation of the point will happen, and then the fruition, it will become self-evident. How does it become self-evident? So you may wonder, aren't we seeing the stuff around us? Aren't we hearing the sounds around us? Aren't we smelling the fragrances or all kinds of smells? Aren't we tasting all types of tastes? Aren't we feeling the heat, temperature, all or other bodily sensations? Aren't we thinking? Oh, actually, in all these questions, I use the word we. So somebody who grasps this at superficial level may question, now you are talking about selfless Dhamma. You started telling there is no self. Then why do you still use I, we, me, mine, you, they, all these pronouns, which implies that there are people, that there are beings? That is to communicate this message, and the language is a system of symbols. It is also creation of the mind for the purpose of communicating. So don't take these meanings as solid, entities. They are just for communication. They are all these words are mere perceptions. Although we feel them as three-dimensional solid entities, I, we, you, they, mine, their, our, table, chair, air, water, whatever the sound, whatever the identification, they are all concepts on. But what happens to us when we use these words? When I say I, the image pops up. When I say they, some image pops up. When you hear the ground, the image arises. The lamp, flower vase, image or picture, flask, clock, stool, whatever the sound, some image pops up in the mind because that is the big mistake that has actually no one has done that. It has happened with due to basically initially due to some environmental factors. How did I occur in our life for the first time? How did the flower vase or the lamp or the house, sun, moon, temple, monk, all these entities occur in one's life, or let's look at it through ourselves, because all these represent the external world, and the first skill I mentioned that it is the liberation from the external world, fully realizing that there isn't any actually there isn't anything to be found external. That external world is not real. So to understand that, we need to first hear the message from Lord Buddha, or the message of Lord Buddha, and then contemplate it until the heaviness of or the weight given to these concepts gets lighter and lighter and lighter, and you feel the illusory nature of the external entities that we used to believe as if existing around us. This includes the people, this includes the animals, this includes all, places. External world is so vast. It includes galaxies. Actually, if we give a kind of range, it is from your body to infinity, because this body so-called, which we consider as me, or we ignorantly considered as I, from I to any phenomenon, any entity found in solid form, liquid form, airy form, or just concepts up to infinity. Everything is the external. So when we actually fully realize that external world is just an illusion, one actually experiences lot of tranquility, peace, because so far we have been struggling. We have been like in a constant struggle with the so-called external entities. Let it be our job, the children, their education, then the responsibilities of the home front, other responsibilities, social responsibilities. Just take one by one. So it will become self-evident to you that actually it is far more serious than we think. How much we have been entangled in this external world. So you need to actually contemplate a lot. So yeah, let's try to realize or basically understand how these external entities become real to us. None of us can remember the time we spent as infants. Only way to understand what we have experienced at that point is to carefully observe the nature of an infant right now. must have seen, you must have seen the kids, actually rather infants, in the cots, the babies. So when you give them a certain toy, let's say a doll, do they know that it is a doll? When the mother feeds them with some, uh, let's say, milk, even the breast milk, do they know that they are being fed by the so-called mother, and that is the breast milk, that is not the cow's milk? Or when we touch the baby, do they know that it is my aunt, my dad, my sister, my grandma? Or when we take them to the garden and get them to listen to certain sounds, do they know that it is the robin's call, or it's the coil's call, or it's the dog's barking, or it is the cluck cluck of the hen, or it is the quack quack of the duck, or it is the moo moo of the cow? Or when we take them to the garden, do they know that it is the smell of the dog's poop, or it is the smell of the rose, or it is the smell of the incense? But didn't they feel all these sensations? The, we know at the birth the pediatrician arrives and checks on the uh, newborn's health. Later on, uh, they will check on the function of the sense faculties. So if the newborn is considered as normal and healthy, definitely the sense faculties function. So seeing, hearing, smelling, touching, tasting will arise or will occur. But is there that identification as such? Now just pay attention to our experiences. The moment we eat, we feel, oh, it's pineapple, strawberry, pudding, rice and curry. They are not mere tastes for us. The moment we hear, oh, it's the dog, it's the neighbor's dog, it's the thunder, it's the firecrackers. Smelling, it's the dog's poop, it's the smell of the toilet, or it's the perfume. So to the eye, it's the mother, it's the father, it's the sun, moon, phone. The body, it's the heat, it's the coldness, it's the solidity, tenderness, it's delicate. So what's the difference and how and why is it so? We never thought it's important to contemplate on these things. We went on and on with these perceptions, accumulating more and more perceptions in the uh, journey of education, basically. We never knew they are just perceptions. So the newborn also felt everything, or the baby in the cot, of course, felt everything. What was missing was actually the identification. They tasted, but they didn't taste pineapple or breast milk or strawberry. They also heard, but they didn't hear the peacock crow, the dog, duck, or the cow. They also felt bodily sensations, but they didn't feel the coldness of something, heat of something, solidity of something, hardness of something. They also saw some shapes arose in the eye, but they didn't see the rainbows, grass, the colors, sun, moon, mother, father, ball, doll. So we can start at that point. The arising of the first thought, which made us feel as if the external world is real. This external world includes this body also. So at some point, when the shape of light, because if the eye functions, no one can prevent seeing. When some shape arose, someone made a certain sound to the baby's ear. When some shape of light was occurring, someone made the sound tree, tree, or the flower, doll, dog, plate, cup, spoon, mother, father, sister. In Sinhala, some other sound was made. Amma, Tata, Ayya, Bolaya. Bonica. Just imagine. In Tamil, some other sound system. Appa, Ana. Very different. In Chinese, another system. Japanese, another system. So these sounds were made to the child's ear when those shapes arose in the eye. The same with the nose. When certain smells arose, somebody made the sound. Oh, dog's poop. That's the rose, fragrance of the rose, fragrance of the perfume. So for all sense faculty experiences, some sound was given to the ear. And that is why when we hear the sound, some image pops up in the mind's eye now. Like when I say doll, doll pops up, the image pops up. When I say dog's poop, the image and the smell both pops up. You know what kind of smell it should be. When I say the coil sound, you hear the coil sound. When I say peacock sound, you hear it in the mind. When I say thunder, you hear it in the... Actually, that sound image arises. That is why our spiritual teacher always say there is no sound in the sound perception, no light in the light perception. So all this happened because of that sound and sense faculty experience combination. Now sound, please take it very carefully. This sound is actually the name given to that experience. Right now I'm using sound was made to the child's ear. That is the name basically given to the ear. When some sound occurred in the ear, the name, oh, peacock sound, or coil's call, or mother's voice, that was made, introduced that way. So from then onwards, don't ask me how, it is the nature. This name got, so much entangled with that experience in a way that can never be separated until one hears this message from Lord Buddha. That is the beauty of Dhamma. It was such a tight knot, the name and form, or the sound and color simply. It is such a tight, strong knot that cannot be untangled unless you hear this message from Lord Buddha. So that is why he himself said this name form entanglement can be compared to making ghee from milk. When the milk is converted to ghee, it's always ghee. It cannot be reversed to milk. It cannot be reversed to milk. Similarly, when when it becomes the dog's barking, when it becomes the flower, or when it becomes the orchid or the car, when the smell becomes the smell of the pizza or smell of bread, it's always so. No turning back. This name and form are so much interconnected, they arise together. So that is nothing but the external world. Now, they are not just sensory experiences, sensations, but the baby experienced the sensations. But now they are not sensations. Now they are like we feel, oh, the unspoken part is okay, uh, the tree is there. Now when the moment the light of shape becomes the tree is there, here arises. The moment the smell becomes the incense smell, incense is there and I am here. And when the sound becomes the peacock sound, peacock sound is there, I am here. Basically, it goes, even beyond that. Not the sound, even the peacock is there. So this should be untangled very carefully. The moment it becomes the coldness of the window, the ice or whatever, coldness is there, I'm here to feel it. So when any thought that arises in the mind, America is there, I think of America. Australia is there, I think of Australia. This duality is an inseparable part of this. Duality arises. That is the danger, that is the feeling, actually existence feel. That some, smell or taste or some hardness, softness, then some sound, some shape, something is there. That existence feel in Sinhala, the Itta Sanya arises, and it is the self-perception, that what I mentioned as it's there, I am here, existence feel, and the self-perception. So there is an external world and I'm experiencing. It's around me. Although we don't say it's around me, that is what is felt actually. That is the unspoken truth, which is an illusion. So the first level, this Sotapanna or stream enterer, because we started with this 8 great skills to fully realize the external world is not real. This name it form entanglement should be untangled without effort. First it happens consciously with the contemplation. Gradually, as I mentioned before, it gets lighter and lighter. The sense faculties may function, but the weight given to those formations won't be there. You will not be shaken by anything that happens externally when you fully realize. When it becomes self-evident, when the external world, when the fake nature of or illusory nature of the external entities becomes self-evident, you won't be shaken by anything. Even this, I mean, this, let's say, you face an accident and your body parts are amputated or cut off due to medical reasons, that is external. You won't be shaken. It is that much complex. Otherwise, just because you are not shaken when somebody shouts at you or when you lose 5,000 rupees or when you lose your gold chain, you are not shaken. So now I have liberated from the no. It's not that. Externally losing your body even won't be shaken. So having said that, I invite you to contemplate and see where you are in the path. Otherwise, we simply take it, oh, this flower is just a formation of the eye. There's nothing, it's a concept. This sound is just a concept. All are mental constructs. Very easy, very beautifully. We talk about this stuff, but when we really explore it, we feel the gravity of this. Because for someone to become a stream enterer, this external entities, including the body, that is, everything would be fine with you, but when the body is excluded, how much effort you make to maintain your looks, how much uh, effort you make to choose a outfit or like makeup that suits you. How many things do you try? So that doesn't mean you have to behave like a very untidy, you know, just someone who neglects your looks. It's a different level. Don't just take them as words that okay with Dhamma I had to give up everything, and no, this is something to be realized. This is the this is the path to get rid of your inner burning, doing things with burning, making the world real. Um, I mean, I want to be look better than the others around me. I want to choose a dress that no one else uh, comes in with to this party, or that kind of, I mean, extremist uh, beliefs. That burning, actually, how much do we get burned with them? That burning will disappear. Minimalism will arise, actually, if you, I mean, when you realize that external world is just an illusion, that you are struggling, you are fighting with all illusions, in the sense concepts. Even the party is a concept, wedding is a concept, the people, guests, all concepts. Definitely that burning will come down. So it's really, really important to realize this through ourselves. So this is the first step. So I said there are 8 chittas, 4 part chittas and 4 fruition chittas. That is 4 phala chitta and uh, 4 marga chitta and 4 phala chitta. So I'm still discussing the very first marga chitta and how it becomes the fruition, the phala chitta, how it, because fully realizing that external world is not real. So you can imagine the tranquility you would experience with that. So when you actually understand this concept, even you feel how much tranquility, how much this kusala, unwholesome things that you uh, get rid of when you fully realize that external world is not real. It's that is why Lord Buddha said a stream enterer will never be born in a lower realm. That guarantee was given. So when you seriously contemplate, understand this, you also feel that it is true. It's a different level. So deep contemplation is extremely important. So, what I actually wanted to emphasize is this external world is not ultimately real. It it got it got created gradually due to this sound color or the name form entanglement. The sense faculty experiences were named, and this name form entanglement was so strong. Even now it happens. It's a continuous process. Now with all inventions, new names and forms get stabilized in the system. So it gets so complex. As someone grows up, as someone gets more and more exposure, more and more perceptions may get accumulated in the system. So this is the backward journey. We are going to explore or analyze the true nature of these entities. So let's explore it further tomorrow as well. So actually, I mentioned the 8 great skills I just introduced. We could only explore just one level. So we'll discuss further tomorrow. So as we have come to the end of today's segment, I wind up the talk here, paying homage at our spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryanansi's feet, with utmost gratitude to Buddha Dhamma Sangha, the Noble Triple Gem, and may the Noble Triple Gem bless you, and see you tomorrow as well.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි everyone. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. Now you can listen to all of Buddothpado Dhamma sermons on with Buddothpado PeoTV for a 24-hour a day in Sinhala and English. When someone remains close to the Dhamma, if they have practiced Vidarshana meditation, they can understand it deeply, especially when the mind settles into a still, non-vibrating state. Many people misunderstand the Buddha, thinking of him only as a remarkable person. But the Buddha is a state of awakening, a realization that any human being can cultivate. You too can grow into the qualities of Buddha Putra. That means a child of Buddha by walking the noble path he revealed. The Samma Sambuddha has offered this world a profound and beautiful Dhamma, a teaching that shows the way to freedom. When this Dhamma is truly seen, it's beautifully, the beauty becomes unmistakable. It is the beauty of a state that free from the mind, that no longer clings, no longer create defilements like raga, desha, moha, or craving, aversion, and delusion. Lord Buddha revealed this ignorance to the world so that all beings could understand the truth and find freedom from suffering. The Lord Buddha's compassion was for everyone without exception. When the heart is free from these defilements, something extraordinary happens. You still live in the world, you still fulfill your responsibilities, but you do so with lightness, clarity, and joyful ease. You use the world without being used by it. You engage without being entangled. You will care without being burned. This is the gentle fragrance of the Dhamma that the Lord Buddha entrusted to the fourfold assembly, like a bhikkhu, bhikshuni, upasaka, upasika, so that all beings may discover this freedom for themselves. And when the Dhamma is truly realized and lived, each of these four groups naturally becomes a living messenger of the Buddha's teaching. After a very long time, we can hear that there is no non-vibration state through Buddothpado Dhamma sermons. We can hear all the time. So then you may think that these are not the Lord Buddha's word, like using modern words. Language is not a problem actually to understand the Dhamma. Whether it is Sinhala or English or Pali or any language can be used to explain this nature. Even children can understand in English medium. They don't want to know about the Pali or the Sinhala words. Anyone can understand the Dhamma in any language when it explained very clearly. So what we need to take through this language is not just the words, but the message and find out everything within yourself. Even in the Buddha's time, little children were able to understand the true Dhamma. This show that the Lord Buddha hadn't spoken to them in deep, heavy language. It shows that the Lord Buddha has used simple, clear and direct explanation that match their level of understanding. That's how the children can understand this Dhamma. Have you ever heard of small children sitting for long hours doing deep concentration meditation in order to realize the Dhamma in Buddha's era? No, we can hear about the Sunita Sopaka, Vishaka, Rajumala, all of them. Suddenly they could understand the Dhamma when explaining about this truth. So we must reflect, what did the Lord Buddha explain to them? What kind of teaching allowed even a child's mind to open? The Lord Buddha never instructed Patachara to practice concentration meditation first in order to realize the Dhamma. When she realized the Dhamma, she immediately understood with wisdom. The Lord Buddha never instructed Patachara to practice concentration meditation. I think that time the Patachara could see directly that in this very moment, within this very mind, the illusion of the mind had arisen, and it was that illusion which created unbearable suffering. Seeing this truth clearly was the beginning of her greater liberation. So when the Lord Buddha gently showed them how this mind arises and how the 5 aggregates and the 6 sense bases work, they began to see something profound. They can see that what we called the world is not something outside. It is the mind itself that constructs the world through seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, and thinking. When this is understood, even a child can realize the Dhamma. There is no solid external world to cling to. There is only the mind creating experience moment by moment. And with that understanding, what happened? The old defilements begins to fade away. The heart becomes lighter. The Dhamma becomes clear, and the path to freedom opens, not through force, not through long meditation, but through right understanding and realization. When there is no vibration, it means the energy you give to a thought becomes zero. If we speak of 2 worlds, the external world and the internal world, then whenever the mind begins to shake, it means you are giving energy to the object that appear in the mind. When you cannot see that this whole experience is simply an energy-based vibrating system, it's arising and disappearing in this very moment, you naturally take it to be real. So From childhood, we learn words from the things that appear through our senses. Take the word by categorizing, giving with names, like that word is simply a label for the stimulus, the vibration of frequency that comes through our sense doors. We cannot see the frequency level itself, but we give it a name. The first time you recognize the vibration that we call book, pen, glass, car, anything, you also learn to connect that name with taste, smell, color, and shapes. All these different sensory vibrations are gathered under the single word you learned. Think that you learn a new word for a new object, then when a similar vibration appear again and again, you recognize it as a same object with the same name. Think that from the very beginning of your life, your mother gave you an orange every day. The mind begins to believe that orange is one solid existing thing. You recognize that object as orange, but in truth, each time you experience only a similar vibration pattern, a similar energy system arising in the present moment and compared with your past experience, with the taste, how it was hard, and with the smell, and then you recognize it is as a orange, as an orange. You then try to feel the same taste as before. If the taste is not exactly the same, you may think this is not like the old one. But the old one had a different vibration at that time, and now a new vibration is arising. It arises and fades moment by moment. In the way we keep giving power to these mind objects again and again, and we take them to be one solid real thing, and also we hope the same to get the same experience. Then if we cannot get the same experience all the time, then sometimes we create raga desha moha, or defilements we are creating through that process. Think that if you learn the words like computer, orange, toffee, banana, anything else, it is only because you were taught those names. If you had never learned those names, then what would appear through the senses would simply be energy arising, nothing more than that. If you don't know those names, so what you are experiencing then? Even at a very deep level, what comes through the senses is just stimulus or frequency. The same frequency appears as color through the eye. Same kind of frequency is felt through the skin, and the same kind of stimulus is recognizing through the tongue. One thing appears in different ways. These stimulus appears in different ways through eyes, nose, tongue, skin, and ear. It comes in a different ways, like we have given names for those stimulus, like a taste, color, hardness, softness, bitterness, or even pleasant music or disturbing music. These all names we have given for those stimulus. Whenever you give power to a name, the mind automatically recognizes the object as the same thing each time it appears. That's how we can recognize an object with the name. This happens because you have a strength, that name again and again, because of the abhisankarana process, the repeated construction of the concept. Through this repeated mental formation, the mind treats the object as one solid, unchanging reality. This is how we can recognize a person. When you meet a new friend, you learn their name and you see their skin color and the shape of their face, how they are tall or short. Every features you can see, and gathering all information, and you give strength to that name again and again through abhisankarana process. That's how you recognize again and again when you meet him or she. This one wave of energy appears in a different forms through our 5 sensory organs. When you see this clearly, you understand that we have simply given names to these electrical impulses that arises through our each sense. The electrical signal that comes through the eye is named a light wave. The electrical signal that comes through ear is named a sound wave. The electrical signal that comes through the tongue is named as a chemical signal we call taste. The same electrical signal that comes through the nose is also named as a chemical signal we call smell. The electrical signal that comes through the skin is named a physical signal we called touch. Even though they are all just electrical impulses, we recognize them as 5 different things. One vibration appears as a color, one vibration appears as a taste, or hardness, or softness, soreness, or bitterness, depending on which sense organ receive it. So everything appears in this very moment and disappears very quickly. Again, a new vibration arises and disappears in this very moment, and this process occurring continuously. So nothing can be taken as past or future, even though this moment is not real. Because so if we don't understand how this process work, and if we don't look into it for ourselves, we remain caught in this ignorance. That is why the Lord Buddha told dependent origination, to help us see the mechanism clearly and free ourselves. In this moment, your mind's reactive nature is shaped by the way you have taken the whole world to be true. According to that conditioning, this moment keeps forming and forming. Let's take an example. Imagine that in this moment you are listening to the Dhamma. Your mind then connects with that same kind of energy or frequency level. Because when you listen to Dhamma, then you're not creating more defilements. Your mind become calm, and then because of that condition, the next moment is experienced as a very calm and peaceful state, because you don't create a more greedy thoughts or hatred thoughts in this very moment when you are listening to Dhamma. That's what happened the next moment. You experience the next moment according to this moment. But if anger arises, the vibration become very coarse. Then the mind links to that the same low, heavy frequency. When you listen to Dhamma, it doesn't happen like that way. There are two levels of frequencies arising within you. If we explain like this, you can't see this system very clearly without an arising of Dhamma or understanding of Dhamma. When you are practicing on this path, at first you might try to observe this process, like looking at something and try to understand how this color world is formed, how this sound world has formed, like that way. Then you will see all the five senses clearly, and then after understanding clearly, in the next step, you don't need to think, and it will be seen automatically, the arising of all these senses in this very moment. As you progress step by step, you will see that no one is controlling this system, and further you will notice that without thinking you see this system appearing in this very moment, and you don't want to pause to hold your thoughts, because it doesn't disturb you, because you know about this process. You know that the mind is not the real thing. Then you don't want to hang on it. Also, you don't want to think about any mind object or even Dhamma thoughts. Furthermore, you will realize all thoughts arise and disappear through this system, even though it is not a real thing. Without any attachment or clinging, this system will function normally as a normal thought flow. It arises automatically within you, as this world is not real, or as the six senses arising in this moment. So what happened then? Your thoughts flow naturally. You can see those thoughts flowing without created by someone. It's automatically arising within you and it's automatically disappearing within you. You will see the process very clearly when you keep steady awareness to see your mind. If an old memory or event appears at this very moment, you will realize those mind's objects are useless because there is nothing to take as a real thing. If you see anything, if you feel anything, there is nothing to take as real and no vibration or pleasure or displeasure. Because this state has awakened to this very moment, that means that there is no pleasure. Mean you can feel the pleasure, but you don't hanging or clinging with that pleasure or unpleasure thing. So I forgot to mention this. When you realize this illusory world from the very beginning, when all the worlds that come through these 6 faculties become collapse, then you may feel sad because the whole world that you considered real collapses. Gradually, when you enter this path, then you will feel that a very pleasant state or happy nature rises within you, because all the time we are suffering because of our thought process. It could be past thoughts or experience or event appearing in your mind, or we are worrying about the future. Then that is also the future thoughts. Both past and future thoughts arising within you, and it's disturbing you all the time. That's how we are suffering. But once you realize this Dhamma, once you realize or understanding about this process, that there is no things to take as a real object or real thing, then within you, you will realize there is no value to give those thoughts, and you will understand those are very useless thoughts arising and disappearing in this very moment. And then you will feel how this freedom or peacefulness arising within you when you are not clinging to those thoughts. Only one thing, if we don't know the truth, or if we don't realize that process, we all the time try to clinging to those thoughts. That's what happens. That's how suffering arises within you. And when you see this system or ignorance in this very moment, you automatically feel it as a very pleasant moment. For example, even when you are looking at the mirror to see your face, when you realize that there is avidya, you see your face through your eye consciousness, and then if you realize whether you see actually it as a real, and then you automatically feel a sense of release. This is because every attachment is shown by ignorance, and therefore it naturally comes down to this attachment. Actually, someone might think that when detachment occurs from everything, it may be a problem to look after your child or to carry out your responsibilities. But no, it is not like that, happen like that way. You can continue all your responsibilities better than before with being aware of this very moment. We hear about Vishaka Upasika in the Buddha's era, who was a Sotapanna, and how she did her responsibilities to her family as a normal person. She raised children. We also hear that Anagami noble person fulfilled their responsibilities by caring for their parents. So it doesn't matter if you understand the Dhamma, that is not affect for your day-to-day life, because it might be easy to handle everything after you are experiencing or after you understand in this Dhamma than before. That's what happened. Because if you had a very heavy mind with those responsibilities before, once you realize the Dhamma, it will fade away eventually. So when a person directly sees the illusion fabricated by the mind, the inner world and outer world that the mind has worsened together, not as a concept but through immediate experience, that person enters the state of stream entry. That is the very moment when this truth is known and understood through direct seen and right view arises. That stream entry occurs when a person through their own wisdom clearly see how the mind constructs that appearance of an inner self and an external world. When this illusion is directly penetrated, not as a belief, but as an immediate lived experience, that is the right view. Right view becomes firmly established. Then there is no any vichikicha or doubt remain within you. This marks the doorway to awakening. That is the point. You are entering the path to Nibbana. That is the point. You recognize what is the right view in this eightfold path. Right view is not the belief or the concept that Lord Buddha explained. Right view is not the belief that the Buddha appears to reward or punish beings. It is the clear recognition of samsara, the endless wandering of the mind driven by condition and the illusion it grasps. When you see very clearly how this mind has formed and it's arising and fading away in this very moment, and when you are free from that mind for a second, in that very moment you recognize what is the ignorance, what is the truth, what is the mind, what is the wisdom. You recognize everything very clearly in that point when you enter in the path to Nibbana, when you enter in this path to Nibbana. When ignorance begins to fade and one awakens from this long inner dream, the true Dhamma becomes unmistakably clear and never can be changed. And at that moment, a right view or the Sammaditthi genuinely arises within you. With a right view comes a moment of awakening, even if one for an instant. In that instant, you directly see how the mind arises and falls, how it lifts and drops. Once this is understood, once the path has opened in this way, you can no longer fall back into the old belief or in an inner self or an outer person. This world can never appear in the same way again. Because you know the truth, because you know the ignorance, you can recognize what is the mind, what is the state free from the mind, what is the wisdom. You will see very clearly after that experience. When the mind rests in this nature, even past thoughts cannot appear as anything real, and there is no one who can give them power. That's what happened. In that clarity, thoughts of past, future, or present no longer ignite the mind. Then what happened? The mind not catch the fire. New sankhara do not arise, and sankharas that were forming simply dissolve. In this way, the entire process becomes settled because ignorance has been recognized and understood. The cycle that kept turning for so long comes to an end. That's what happened when you know the truth, and then you don't want to control your mind to stay in this very moment, and you don't want to practice to stay in this very moment with keeping awareness or practicing mindfulness meditation. Because when appears any thoughts in your mind any moment, you will see, you can recognize that there is ignorance, and then you don't want to give a power for those thoughts. That's what happened, because you know no need to give a power for a useless thing. And then once you recognize that point, and then the fire or the suffering will fading away, and also the defilements starting to fading away, and then entire process become to settle, because ignorance has been recognized in that very moment. And that moment also the wisdom arising within you, and that prajna arising within you, you see through that. So in this state, even the pure elements, great elements, or we call Shuddhastaka, also cannot appear as truly existing things. Everything functions only through this thought process. You will see this very clearly. The world is also a thought. The world you experience is nothing but thought. Even the body separates within that same field of thoughts. When this is seen directly, there is no separate substance to grasp, no inner or outer entirety to empower. Everything that once seemed solid is understood as a movement of the mind. Even no one realizing this, even your body, your hand and everything, you experiencing through these 5 senses. Even you see your hands through your eye. That is also electrical impulses arising in this very moment, but we have given a name as a hand. How we recognize our hand with the colors and the through sense, skin senses. When we go in deep and deep, by layer, you will see even everything. What we see, what we hear, what we feel, everything is a thought. It is a one process. That is, there is no external or internal world. We can divide it into 2 parts. Once you realize this Dhamma, when you see the ignorance in everywhere, every moment, through wisdom or prajna, when the mind becomes calm like that way, everything feels light and easy. The senses still work, but they no longer pull you into stories or anger, or seeing is just seeing, hearing is just hearing, and thoughts come and go without creating stress. That is a natural process. You will see very clearly. The mind does not build a me inside or world outside. Everything arises and fades like small waves and on a quiet sea. In this peaceful state, nothing need to be controlled or changed. The Dhamma shows itself naturally. That's what happened. A simple flow of condition appearing and disappearing, empty of self and free from struggle. When we say no stories or no emotion, it can easily be misunderstood. That means noble ones, they can feel everything very clearly, sometimes even more clearly than before. They can sense other people's joy and pain with great sensitivity. They still experience pleasant and unpleasant feelings, but they do not cling to them, because there is nothing to cling. That's what happened. But they can feel pleasant and unpleasant, hungry and everything as a normal person. They do not take pleasure as a real happiness or pain as a real suffering. Feeling arises these feelings arise, but there is no attachment, no burning, no me inside them. Because of that, the mind stays free and peaceful and calm. In this calm space, the Dhamma becomes a living guide, showing that peace is not found by changing the world, but by understanding the mind that creates the world. When the mind is free in this way, there is a natural sense of inner freedom and quiet joy. This is the freedom that comes when the heart no longer fights with the life and the mind no longer builds a false world around itself. The Lord Buddha has declared that this Dhamma is to be upheld and carried forward by the fourfold assembly, like a bhikkhu, bhikkhunis, upasaka, upasika. Therefore, do not hesitate to inquire deeply and discover for yourself the Samma Sambuddha timeless message offered for the welfare and liberation of the world. Actually, once someone enters the stream entry or leading to Nibbana, there is no longer any real 31 realms, heaven or hell for that person. That why it is happen like that way, because there is no someone going anywhere and no place to go to give another birth, and there is no real birth or real death they can see in this process. When the mind is understood very clearly, the ideas of a self that dies and goes somewhere simply disappears. One who sees this truth is freed from all 31 realms. Dhamma or wisdom shows it clearly that those realms are conditions of a state of this mind. This is the message we need to give those Buddhist people, because most of them, they are trying to go to heaven by doing offering dana, doing amisa puja. So they are trapping into that ignorance. That's why we are trying to give this message. Who understood this Dhamma, they become free from those 31 realms. They understand very clearly that is that condition of state of this mind. They see this directly with the wisdom or jnana or prajna. This is why the Dhamma is described as akalika, that means timeless Dhamma, to be seen here and now. Even though this process appears as if a being is born from a mother womb, in reality there is no soul or person who comes into existence, and even when life ends, there is no self that goes anywhere afterwards, because they realize that there is no person to die or real death in this process. One who truly sees this understands the nature of becoming right here with that inside nothing can be grasped as a permanent self and unshakable nature, and a non-vibrating state of reality is the wisdom. That is why it explains the Lord Buddha as Akalika Dhamma, an unsold Dhamma. If there is no force behind the thoughts, how can a karmic vibration also arise? Because there is no person to take karma. Because this natural process will occurring, happening, but there is no owner for this process. For a karmic movement to occur, two sides have to come together. But when someone has fully gone beyond the notion of a self, both internally and externally, how can any vibration continue? In that realization, there is nothing left that can shake or move, because to be shake or to be vibrate, there should be both extreme. If there is no both extremes, that means that there is no vibration continue. That means there is non-vibration condition arising within you. That is why Lord Buddha asked, Chakku Nichyato, Anichyato, and then monks replied, Anicham Bhante, because of the appearance of being born, the mind begins to grasp the outside world. Then it seems as if there is a self, a person who exists, someone who experiences. And right there, pleasure and pain arises. But all of this depends on the beliefs that there is a real me who is living and feeling. When that illusion is seen through, the whole structure collapses. The same process happens with the other senses as well. Because this sense of being born appears, the mind begins to grasp the outside world, and as long as you grasp the outside, you automatically create a sense of self inside. That is why in every moment you keep building becoming. Even when you are just watching TV, you generate more cravings, aversion, and delusion, because you believe your five senses and the external world to be truly real. What you taking through these five senses all the time, what you experiencing, you create, you generate craving, aversion, and delusion. That is the scary thing in this samsaric cycle. You don't realize what you are creating through your five senses all the time for your next journey. If you don't understand, if you don't realize this Dhamma, you don't know how much you create, how much you generate cravings, aversion, and delusion through these five senses. Not like olden days. Nowadays you have more devices, phone, YouTube, TV, lots of things to lots of information you gather through those technology and through devices. Then what happened, without knowing that, you create more defilements. You never realize that. But once we see the truth, we can continue all our daily activities just as before without getting caught by the mind. It becomes like a drop of water resting on a lotus leaf, touching it, yet never sticking to it or leaving a trace. But you never truly recognize a person from the outside. You only recognize them when you discuss Dhamma with them, when their understanding becomes clear. However, if you don't understand the Dhamma, not like that water drop resting on the lotus leaf, you catching, you clinging to everything what you taken from outside. You think everything as a real thing. What you are learning, what you are experiencing, everything you're grasping very quickly, and then you attaching very quickly, and then you generate more and more defilements within you without knowing. The Dhamma lies beyond the illusion of consciousness, beyond the place where consciousness appears. This is the anidassana nature. That's why I talk about the example. It is like a drop of water resting on a lotus leaf without touching it, without sticking it. That's how the noble ones experience the world, dealing with the world. That's how, not like Pruthakjana person. He get everything as a real, but noble ones, like a drop of water resting on the lotus leaf. They are not attaching to anything, and then they don't take anything as a real to giving more power or giving attachment to any conditions in their life. That is the anidassana nature. That means the world is not perceived as a real thing in this very moment. It can only be recognized through wisdom or prajna. Wisdom and consciousness are two completely different realities. Our noble friend always try to explain this through Dhamma sermons, but it is very difficult to understand without realizing this true Dhamma. Who don't know about the Dhamma, then it is very difficult to understand what is those anidassana nature means. What is the consciousness and what is the wisdom means. Someone might think wisdom means they can do the magics or anything. No, not like that way. Consciousness depends on conditions and belongs to the world appearance. Wisdom is beyond those appearances. The Buddha pointed to the awakening of wisdom, not the beginning of consciousness. The wisdom or jnana or prajna is not consciousness. Consciousness is called vijnana. That is why, the Lord Buddha spoke about the arising of wisdom as a jnanassa adhigamaya instead of saying about the arising of consciousness. Lord Buddha didn't explain about the vijnanassa adhigamaya. Lord Buddha explained jnanassa adhigamaya. That means the wisdom. We have to consider these points why Lord Buddha has emphasized jnanassa adhigamaya instead of vijnanassa adhigamaya. Vijnana is part of the conditioned world. That is the pruthakjana level. It arises and ceases based on contact, sense bases and objects. It belongs to the realm of appearance. Jnana, prajna, wisdom is unconditioned knowing. It seems the nature of reality beyond the play of consciousness. It does not arise through the senses. That is why you must first reach Suttamaya Jnana. That means the wisdom that comes from listening to a noble friend without hearing the true Dhamma from someone who has seen it, who has experienced it. Wisdom cannot begin to arise within you. That is why we know we need a noble friend. That is why Lord Buddha emphasized this Buddha Sasana depend on the Kalyana Mitra or noble friends. Once you see how your mind creates a name and form, nama rupa, you begin to understand the difference between the consciousness and wisdom. Exactly, you can experience that state of the mind. Then you can clearly see the difference between the two of those conditions. When this difference becomes clear, just as the Buddha explained, you can let go of consciousness and recognize wisdom for what it truly is. That is why the Lord Buddha emphasized that this Dhamma is Sandittika. You can experience by yourself, to be seen here and now. There is no external leader who can show this Dhamma. The Dhamma is itself is the teacher that reveals the path to Nibbana, because you are the person who can recognize the level of defilements within you and how you are trapped into that ignorance. You are the person
Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to open your eyes. Open your eyes. It's time for Nibbana, for Nibbana. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Awake humans, be awakened humans. It's your liberation that comes through. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. The last breath will be so peaceful, so peaceful. With Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Wake up, wake up, wake up to the truth. Buddothpado, Buddothpado.
Least you do have another problem, and that is how are we to realize this pure truth? What should we do to realize this truth? Isn't this your problem now? Many people request me to teach them a practical method on how to analyze the formation and the cessation of the five aggregates or the skandha. They want to know how to develop the Udayavaya Jnana. Therefore, we are going to teach you how to go on the path. Now, we are going to reveal to you the way we practiced the analyzing of the Udayavaya of the thought. Even though we present this to you in a day, we had to practice this for a very long time before we realized the truth ourselves. We realized that our I-ness and our mental fetters dissolved a lot during this time period of our practice, and we realized that there was an improvement in our path to Nirvana. Now we have realized the truth. Therefore, we are able to let go of the thought. We are at ease with our thought. We know how to let go of the thought. But At your stage, you might not find it so easy. This is a very deep and complex philosophy which is difficult to understand. We are going to teach you how to end this endless cycle of rebirth, the samsara. Now you are going to get ready to end this endless cycle of death and rebirth. All these years you had always created a cause, hetu, to give rise to a thought. This time you will remove the cause that gives rise to any thought, and you will awaken to a supreme moment of the truth. Awakening to the moment of truth is an auspicious moment. It will be an end to the illusion that you exist. Therun Sana, everybody.
Teva Saranai Shani. May all be blessed by Triple Gem. Teva Saranai, everybody. We all worship our Aryan Hanse, who is our spiritual teacher, who is guiding us. We all worship him at his feet. Teva Saranai, everybody who have joined the Zoom discussion, as well as who are listening to us in various other methodology. So thank you, Shani, for reading those 2 pages from the True Dhamma as Awakened, Volume 2. So we are moving forward with 2 pages each day, and we are trying to understand the Dhamma disclosures done by R.N. Vahanse, and R.N. Vahanse has found out the truth which has been reached by Lord Buddha 2600 years ago, and it was actually not very clear for some time because there were so many other teachings and other influences from the other religions have been mixed up, and we were listening to a kind of mixed teaching until very recently, until Aryan Hase started revealing all these things, and also he was proving those from the sutra which has been preached by Lord Buddha thousands years ago. So we are going to discuss some simple facts, starting from the simple facts over the next 1 hour and 15 minutes. And we will try to explain what is being read. Actually, we were discussing about the thoughts, how the thoughts are formed. Last few days, we have been concentrating on the same fact. So basically, R.N. Vase has been researching all by himself. He has studied so many books written by different monks in our country, and also he himself has tried to do the research on the knowledge that he gained from these different sources, and finally managed to put all the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle together and then come to the final conclusion, which is the true fact or the true Dhamma which has been uh, uh, preached long, long ago by Lord Buddha. So we will get back to what Shani was reading actually. Those 2 pages, it mentions about the thought. So everything is a thought, or in other words, everything is a sound. Whether you talk about something, whether you think about something, or whether there is an action, all of them are words, and which means they are all thoughts. So thoughts is a process. It's a fast occurring process, and to this process we call the mind. So there is no single solid mind that we can point our finger at. It's just some flowing thing where at a very fast speed thoughts are occurring, and then the it's something, an example or a metaphor that is given by Lord Buddha, and also it has been disclosed again by our Aryan Mahanse. It's similar to a river which is flowing. When the water is flowing, you call it a river, and when the air is blowing, you call it a wind. But when you try to hold the flowing water, it's just some water in your hand, but you label it as river only when it is flowing. So similar examples we have had. The wind is another example given in one of the sutras. So similarly, there is no thing called mind. Mind means just a flow of thoughts. And the speed is one of the very decisive factors in most of these facts that we are trying to explain now. So the process of formation of the thought is something that we have to understand, because as long as the physical body is persisting, or the physical body has the breathing mechanism, there is sensor function. The 5 main sensors are active, and then there is a simultaneous action of these sensors. We label it as a thought. So thought process is not something that is controllable, or a person or a system cannot change the pattern of thoughts. So this is called Chitta Niyama in Pali and Sinhala, which means it's a kind of nature's law. So the formation of the thoughts and the way that it flows and the types of the thoughts which arise, they all come under this law, which is a nature's law. There are several laws like that in Buddhism described. So one is the Chitta Niyama, or the law related to the mind. Similarly, we have heard thing called Bija Niyama. Bija means the seeds. So the nature's law related to the seeds. An example is that if you plant a mango seed, it will give rise to a mango tree, not some other tree. So that is the Bija Niyama. Then there is something called Ritu Niyama. that is a seasonal variation. Again, it's a nature's law. So these are described in Buddhist teaching because these are not controllable or not changeable. So you can see that the thought is something often when we are talking, we tend to call it, I am thinking, or this is my thought, the way I feel. We use it in different ways. But always we can see that there is some form of ownership to this thought. But really, can you say that there is an owner? Can you label it as my thought? If you have this ownership, there should be a way of altering or controlling or stopping the thoughts the way the person wants. It doesn't happen like that. So then can you say that my thought or my mind? No. There is no owner, there is no way of controlling. So therefore, it is just an independent flow of thoughts. I can see Surangika also has joined. Teruvan Saranai, Surangika, are you in a position to add something?
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala,
Teruvan
and
Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. I didn't listen to the full reading of Shani's. What was the
Yeah, it was
beginning of it,
actually,
Dr.
very basic things about the thought and the fact that our Varanasi has been sort of researching on that for a long time, but didn't start about the proper mechanism of forming thoughts. It's just some very basic facts about the thought.
Okay, right. So I think we heard in the Sinhalese Zoom yesterday, or in the last couple of days in the groundbreaking Zoom discussion as well, in the Sinhala medium as well. Quite a lot of profound explanations and an expansion of the true Dhamma, isn't it, in the last few days. And I think even today, R.N. Mahansa, our noble spiritual teacher, always elaborates and gives us a very deep and meaningful talk on this aspect of how the mind works. Is there any such thing called the mind? And the identification through ignorance with the thought culminating in this false sense of I or ego or self. So that is fundamentally the teachings of Buddhism by understanding, as R.N. Mahan said, if ever he comes on to the Zoom discussion, he starts off with just two things. He says, who am I and what is the truth? The two key questions that you can ask anyone is, for one thing, everyone is entitled to the truth. It doesn't mean that it is for Buddhists or for a particular type of people. Everyone in this world is entitled to know and know the truth. So it's irrespective of religions, caste, creed, and so on. And the simple question he asks is, are you in the body, or are you the body, or are you in the mind? And if you're not the body, is the body you, or is the mind you? And he always says that, can you control anything? Can you call any aspect of your body yours? Is that anything within your control? Old age, sickness, and death. and so on. That is the weight of this physical so-called body, as we call it in a conventional world sense. Is there anything there that that is within your control? There isn't. And then if you think about the mind as well, the thought process, Dr. Sakuntala spoke a few minutes ago about the fast occurring speed of various factors, which through misconception we name as, for example, the wind. The fast moving air current is called wind, but is there anything called the wind? There isn't. The fast moving flow of water is called a river, but is there any such thing called the river? There isn't. Similarly, it is just the flow of thoughts. If you think about the word mind, it is just a terminology used for the fast flowing thoughts occurring in a series at such a rapid pace. But you call them your thoughts. You say, I think, or I thought that, or I this is what I think, and this is my opinion, so on and so forth. But if you actually try to control your thoughts, if you try to sit down for meditation and say, no, I want to now be silent, and my mind needs to be silent so that I can concentrate on a particular object, so on. Can you actually do that? Do the thoughts just stop based on your request or based on your wish? No, it doesn't. At some point, most of us have tried to engage in silent meditation or through concentration meditation, and we have always grappled or been challenged with the thoughts, the fact that they constantly disturb, and they are irrational, they are random, they are unpredictable, and they, whether you want it or not, they keep streaming through and they keep coming at whatever time, at whatever pace that it does. So it, in that sense, can you actually call those thoughts your thoughts if it is not within your control? So then if the body is also not you, and none of your limbs and heart and all these things are within your control, then clearly the body is not you. When you take the thoughts, so are the thoughts yours? If they are uncontrollable, if they are unpredictable, if they are random, is there any control over it? And therefore, can you actually say that you own your thoughts? You can't. So if the body is not you and the thoughts are not you, this is what our noble teacher always asks. Then who are you? How did this identification of you or me or myself come into being? That is the whole thing that is unraveled through this true Dhamma that is being discussed through these Buddothpado English Zoom discussions. The thought and how the thought comes about, how the sheer speed of vibrations manifesting in our senses and sense faculties bring about basic light consciousness, sound consciousness, touch, taste, and smell, and so on, to form what we call the mind consciousness, i.e. the thought, is the way we unravel to find out how this whole thought pattern occurs. When these thought patterns occur, these thoughts bring about what we call or make a reality of this external world, what is only made up in the mind, and the mind consciousness is projected out to the external world, and suddenly there is a world, and suddenly there is an existence feel, and a sense of being alive, and a sense of self or I or ego is born. This identification is the result of this sheer vibration that is happening at a speed, but only through our sense faculties. This false ego is the thing that is driven, and that is driven only through ignorance. There isn't anyone actually doing it. It is just a process, it's a mechanism. To understand it, one has to have a full understanding of the sense faculties and see how this whole mind consciousness comes about. The identification, or when one actually considers the thought to be real, in every thought, it is actually a mind object, whether it is your mother, whether it is your father, whether it is the chair, the table, the house, the car, your favorite, I don't know, your favorite football club, whatever it is. If you give a value to an object, if you consider it to be real, you invariably give a value to it, you think it exists, and in that existence, in that belief that that exists, the I or the self is born. And that is where the duality occurs, because of ignorance and because of the fact that there is an unknowingness of how the consciousness actually works. The mind consciousness, which is an interpretative mechanism only, which is occurring only through the perceptions and the sense faculties. The Buddha himself has said, understanding this world is done through understanding the six senses. Why? Because it is through the six senses that this so-called world is created. Without the senses, there is no world. And in order to gain full realization, liberation of the mind, the complete understanding of the sense faculties is absolutely important. So maybe if there's someone else who can contribute from that point onwards, Sirwan Sanai. I see Dr. Kokila has joined. Sirwan Sanai.
Yeah, is it the topic more towards the latest Ramahan says discussions, or was there a topic as such?
I
No,
think it was
actually,
just the thoughts.
thoughts, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Anything to? I actually joined a bit later. I'm sorry. In so the thoughts. I mean, it's very difficult to understand that we are thinking about them. I think that is highlighted even today morning thing. I heard, I couldn't finish it, but I heard how Nancy was trying to tell some others how, you know, when mother is talking, that mother, what you are thinking, mother, in that sense. It's a bit difficult for us to understand that, yeah, I am thinking. And when you understand that, you just like, oh, okay, you know. But then that is the most important thing, that to understand that none of the things that you think is true. None of them are true. So whatever the thinking world is not true. And beneath that, whatever the things that you feel is not true either. So this has to be This has to be felt. But if it is not true, and if you keep understanding this, I think that's all you can do, isn't it? There's nothing much we can do. At particular point, we just know that any thought is not true. They're all constructs. Yes, there's one point that some others bring out is that yes, answer. The thought comes and goes. That's not what we are talking about. Not that it comes and goes. It's not that point whether it comes and goes. It's never we can't call it nirodha. Nirodha is aware in that sense. When we see cessation of suffering, it's not comes and goes because there is something to come and go. That's not what it means. What it means is thought is just a construct. That's all. It's not something there, but we use thoughts all the time. It's fine, but so the power behind the thoughts is reducing. What is the power? Power is it's coming from the feel that thoughts are true. It's like the same thing as the light, because you feel the light is true. You feel the sound is true. You feel the touch is true. Similarly, you feel the thought as true. This is all that is happening. And that is all due to ignorance, that's all. Because these all are due to the speedy vibration of the sense of faculties. That's all that happened, nothing else. And the power we were talking about, that Suranga was trying to educate us, was all about that power. That power, where is it coming from? It's coming from the sense of faculties with the ignorance that otherwise, if someone has the wisdom, it's all due to the sense of faculty vibration. So, anything else to discuss?
Maybe we can discuss something that was mentioned in one of the discussions done by our Aranahase today morning or 9:30, because the 2 pages that we read actually had some very basic facts, nothing much to discuss, because how the thoughts are formed will be discussed in the next few pages.
I didn't listen to the 9:31.
Yeah, 9:31, just I can mention few things. One of the things that he mentioned was that the value given to the thoughts. Actually, when I use the words value given, there is no person who is giving the values. It's just a part of the process where automatically some form of value is given to some of the topics or some of the stimuli that is as a part of this repeated reinforcing that has happened. So what he mentioned was that the stimuli which are which gets some value automatically, they are the ones which reflects the self vibration on the other side. Other side. Now, one example he gave was that now if 10 people are looking at a coconut tree, the different people have different thoughts, or the value of the thought coconut tree is different in each individual or each system. So a person who is earning with the help of the coconuts might have a great value, whereas a person might have an average sort of neutral type of value. And maybe another person, even a person who is not consuming coconuts, will have just very basic value onto the same stimulus. So this Aranhas explained with the two Pali words Nanattakaya. Nanattakaya means different bodies, different systems. Will give rise to Nanatta Sanya. Nanatta Sanya means a different perceptions. So he didn't actually go into details about these perceptions in this morning discussion, but from what we have listened from him over the time, we know that different perceptions are always the result of the different experiences that gathered, or in other words, a different data which has been fed to the system over time. So the value decided by each system is decided by these different experiences or the different data. So that is why the final perception varies from person to person. And then he said that if there is the complete conversion of the mind, where there is a very clear understanding to this teaching, will have a similar perception, even if the systems are different. If all of them have this internal transformation by understanding exactly what is being taught in this Buddha teaching, will have the similar perception. That means, in other words, that is the anatma sanya, or selfless perception. Then he said it is the nanattakaya, that means from different physical systems or difficult systems will have one perception, single perception, which is in Pali ekatta sanya. That means one perception. That means, in other words, the selfless perception, or anatma sanya. That was one of the things that he explained, which can be related to what we are discussing. I don't know whether Surangika could listen to that. Anyway, we can talk around these things about the mind and the thought today in our session.
One Satnai, Dr. Sakuntala, that aspect there, I didn't quite get it. I did listen to the rest of it. Dr. Kokila, perhaps you can explain. Is there something called Nanakaya Ekatta Sanya and Ekatta? I know there is Ekatta Kaya Ekatta Sanya, isn't it? Is there a Jnanatta Kaya Ekatta Sanya as well?
That is what I mentioned. Nanatta kaya ekatta sanya means when there is internal transformation, when all the systems, well, the people,
Okay.
now this was, all of them sort of come
Yeah.
to this internal transformation. All of them have
Similar
this
non-self vibration,
similar,
isn't it?
yes. That's what he said.
But is there a ekatta kaya ekatta sanya as well? Because I know
I,
there's a couple
I
of them there.
Yeah, I think there is one that I can't remember exactly. Once I
Yeah,
remember he
Dr.
explained.
Kokida, maybe do you know what that
I
is?
can't remember actually.
Okay.
I
No, we
can't
can
remember
talk
because
around these same topics about the thought and how the thoughts are behaving, or the mind behavior of the mind,
Yes,
something
and I
around that.
think the reason why he started that explanation was there was, I think you were trying to answer some other person's question, wasn't it?
Yes,
And I think it was revolving around there can be thoughts where we don't really pay it. There can be thoughts or mind objects where there is no real attention being paid to it, and if that is the case, are those thoughts actual volitional formations, or was that also part of the discussion? Because I think at that
yes,
point R.N. Mahansa said if you are focusing on something that then has a volitional formation or an abhisankarana, isn't it?
yes,
And the person can perhaps feel as if I mean there can be other thoughts that are coming, but there is no focusing on that. So therefore, those are kind of irrelevant. And what is focused on is the one that becomes the volitional formation, and in that there is a self vibration, isn't it?
yeah. That's what he said. Yes, only when you focus, uh, it becomes a volitional formation. And also he said, as a reply to what I asked, he said that different levels of now when you focus on something, the value given to that can vary, and not only from the same, by the same person. If you say, for example, if you are seeing different objects, the value given to the different objects can vary. So, depending on that level, the self vibration also can vary. I'm talking about one single system, one person.
Yes, that's why
I don't know whether I
the
explained that.
31 planes is there in every thought. I mean, in a thought, and then depending on the next thought, it can be another course vibration, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe Dr. Poplar, you can elaborate on it.
yeah, actually, I have to listen to it because I have listened to this before, but it's not in my. At the moment, I can't get around it because if I say something, it should be really relevant to those words. But anyway, apart from those words, like the Pali words you said, yes, we have so many thoughts in that sense. The value is so different. Imagine your family and a neighboring family. But the neighboring family also can get so important if there is anything happening with the neighboring family. Imagine something like having an argument about the margin of the lands. Then suddenly the neighbors are very important now. Unless that time, neighbors are not important. So this the amount of importance or the amount of attention can be very very difficult to understand, and so the importance or the burning can be so much different. And if you think about a similar example, you might think that, so I have 5 kids, or olden days people had so many kids. Whether you felt all the kids are similar? No. And even a twin, how twins would feel is quite different. And even within one person, the difference between friends, different between any one single thought can be so difficult to understand. So I think most important thing would be trying and understanding the power, nothing else. I don't think nothing else does matter, because the power at the end, what matters is self perception. What matters is actually self vibration. When it comes to that point, we just realize, okay, whatever happens, most important thing has been the self vibration. It had been the vibration in the psychot as well, to go back and understand. So that is the vibration that has been the most important thing, because the importance has been changing, importance has been shifting. Actually it shifts, isn't it? Once this side neighbors or that side neighbors or the front side neighbors, it doesn't matter, but the importance keeps shifting. It can be one child at one time and another child at one time, or it can be one time mother but one time father. But we understand, even though it keeps changing, we finally come to the understanding it's a self-perception that had been playing all these things. And then deeper than that, you understand it's a self-vibration is the culprit, kind of culprit. You can call it, I don't know, the English doesn't match all these descriptions, but it's kind of the root for everything. So when one understands that, it becomes so clear that that it has been the driving force. And when we keep understanding that it had nothing to do with this sense of faculties, it just has no place at all. We, with true Dhamma, with the truth, we keep understanding that it had no whatsoever say in this sensor faculties or the so-called process. Nothing. It just was like a virus for the system. Even if you talk about in the computer words. So the main problem was the vibration. Main problem was the self-perception. Main problem was the self-thought. But before that, we keep feeling that the most important thing would be the self-perception, maybe arising from each and every important aspects in your life. It could be husband, it could be wife, it could be daughter, it could be son, and this can keep changing. But what is the important thing here? It's self-perception, isn't it? Anything to add? But I'm not talking about what because I haven't listened to that, and my the exact wording I don't want to change
No, I think we have better to listen to it again, because I also had to leave halfway. So maybe we can listen again and discuss, because that was a very good.
Yeah, we can
There were
discuss
some.
tomorrow
Yeah,
actually.
yeah, that's right. Yes, I think.
Yeah, I think he after that went on to there was a person who asked young person who asked a question, and he did a further extension as a result of her question, or one or two of her questions as well, going into every aspect of the self and ego. So I think it's well worth listening. It was one of, again, an extremely profound talk this afternoon or this morning, the 9:30. So, but perhaps we can speak on the aspect of the
And
power.
also ego is actually the last bit, the self vibration. It is the last bit, Manodacharya. That is the last bit. That is kind of the when we say ego, we have so many in English. It has so many meanings. Even children who speak English, who study only English, they would take it as a different meaning. So it has been taken, the word, but Manodacharya is actually the last bit is actually about the self vibration. Yeah. What were you going to say, Suramika? I just wanted to add that.
Just about, I think yesterday or day before, so she talked about the power and how ultimately it's the power that ceases. And when the power ceases, the vibration becomes non-vibration, because I think all this time we've explained it, saying the vibration has that underlying power, and it is the vibration that almost causes the power. But he said that when this reversal happens by understanding the true Dhamma, and when that full conversion happens, full realization happens, what actually ceases is the power. The power is diminishing. Whilst on the path and with the full realization, it is that underlying power, the current that we have called the self-vibration, that what we have called power is the sense of I, the ego, whatever it is that we call it, the driving force, we call it the current, we call it the power. But it's finally that power that then ceases to reach that non-vibration, isn't it? Because that was a key point that he made yesterday or day before as well. But it's ultimately understanding that what is the how did this power come about as well, isn't it? The I and the ego became so real because of a sensation that was occurring in the senses. It was that so-called manifestation of a sensation, the feel that got generated as a result of it, and then the underlying power that arose as an underlying current that became this so-called alive field, the thing that led through ignorance any living being to call it self, to call it, to give it an identity, to give it a self, isn't it, and an ego. And it is that gets attacked when one understands the true Dhamma philosophy, because right from the start we break down every aspect of it to show that there was no soul. This is no soul Dhamma. And if there was no soul, we just break down the identity bit by bit to say that where was the soul? How did the soul or the identity or the self come about? It was always just a misconception. So when you attack that aspect, that is where the whole thing starts crumbling down, isn't it?
Yeah, and also I think he mentioned when there are two opposite ends, the current or the power is there. And wherever there is a current or power, there are two opposite ends. So it's just sort of, it's a circle like. Now, the vibration or the wave means that there are two opposite ends, and then there is a current created. That is where we explain that every vibration has a power. That means the vibrations which creates a light has this power as a collective thing there, because each wave has some form of power. And on the other hand, wherever there are two ends, there is power. Wherever there is power, there are two ends. Two ends in the sense, two opposite ends. Now, one of the examples that is given in science, very well-known thing, is that gravity power. So gravity power is the result of the two opposite ends of the earth, the northern and the southern ends. So likewise, the mind power is, again, there are two opposite ends, two ends, which means the feeling of existence and real non-existence. So it's like the two ends of the battery. Again, the power is created when there are two opposite ends, the plus end and the minus end. So similarly, for the thought power, the two ends are that the feel of existence and the real truth, which is the non-existence. He explained about that duality. I think in the same the Deshana that you mentioned, Surangika, the duality means, in other words, when there are two opposite ends, the current or the power is there. So the feeling of existence or this self-feeling is a result of the two opposite ends. Am I correct?
Yeah, it has to be felt though. This is the thing.
It has
This
to
has
be
to be
felt.
felt. Yeah. So
Yes.
the out of mind experience, kind of, we can say like that. And when it exposes the vibration or the feel, when the power is not there, you can definitely feel that there's no two ends. Not at
Yes.
all. Not at all. So this has to be felt. That is the challenge, I think. That is the challenge. So the importance is knowing these things helps you, but knowing these things will not necessarily lead you there. The main thing is to let go and be quite open to your sense of faculties and be open to what you really feel, because the things that we think, the thinking process actually can mask this feel, because actually the feel or the consciousness or the sasava or the vibration, we call it, because we have to call something, the power or the, yeah, whatever we say, you can see when it is a thing that it has two ends, and when it is not a thing, it has no ends. It's so beautiful. It should be, it can be understood thoroughly, deeply, when there is an experience about that. And that's the beauty of that, I think. Yeah, there's so much background here, I'm sorry. But anything else?
And he kept saying that, I mean, so this is something we obviously know, but, it becomes, it gets reinforced so well when he, elaborates on these points. So, how he says about no birth, no death kind of thing, but when he was elaborating on how those thoughts
After kindergarten time, the teacher given the picture and given the sound. No, that's the thoughts are coming. No, at that time, that thought is no, it's a mind. No, it's a thoughts. The thought is no coming. Chair, table, red, yellow, blue. That's the world. No, that's why we are talking about. There's every spark have a power, different in, no? It's a spark. Our eye creation is a speedily happening, again and again, and it's power. That's a cause is a vibration, effort is a light. It's a speed given this. It's a creation. So sound also same, no? Same system. It's a sense of creation. Sound is a pitch also. How is coming this sound and form together coming? That's your mind, his thoughts are coming. No? Sound and form and the body feel, no? Taste, smell, feel, sthina sangati passo. This these five senses, creations together coming, that's the thought. So it's okay. That's every spark have a power. That's why. No, that's our now we are always talking about the example is something drop in the water and waves are coming. That's a waves is a power, no? Inside the power. Like that, every spark have a power. Example. So that's why light also existent field is coming. That's the I conscious we are talking. Consciousness meaning is existent field, otherwise. No. Is a ear consciousness. Perception converting the consciousness. Perception have the power, but consciousness have a power. You see that? It's a five aggregates. No.
Yes,
Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana is a Pali words. Rupa is a vibration. Vedana is a feel. Is a Sanya is a perception. Sankara is a system. No, create this system. It's a process. It's a creation. Is a finally is a consciousness. It's a consciousness. It's a power. That's a simply explaining. Speedily happening. The spark is final effort is I is creating. The light is coming. No, it's a rapid speed spark.
Yeah.
No, final light is coming. That's type of It's very important. It's very important. The sound also, no, it's a vibrations speedily. That's why inside there's a power spark different in and it's no spark the power. That's secret is the different name. That's a Majje Sutra Buddha's word is no. Yo Bante Viditvana Majje Mantana Lipatitam Bruhi Mahapurusho say the simply Majje. What is this Majje Sutra? Where's the different name? There's a spark that's inside the power. No different name, no power is there. No spark, no power. That's why there's a power. They exist to feel. That's otherwise the consciousness. Eye consciousness and the ear consciousness and the sound, no? Ear given the sound. Sound consciousness is ear consciousness and the smell consciousness and the taste consciousness and the body feel. Hot and cool, smooth and rough. That's the consciousness. So eye conscious and the ear conscious and the other conscious together coming. That's a mind conscious coming. That's kindergarten, chair, table, mother. Those thoughts. Thoughts have existed. Feel is a power. That's power is otherwise. Who are you? You are talking about. Oh, I'm here. How telling? I'm not alive. I'm alive now. I can see. I can hear. I have feel. What is this? This is a sense creations. No, it's not you. Yeah. His sense efforts is not. It's not anybody. He is a power. So sense given this power. It's a thoughts, thinking. Every thoughts have existence field. Otherwise, that's a power. That's your life field. So someone is outside is existent something. That's the kindergarten time existent field. No, chair is there. You are also here. Chair is not there. You are not here. That's why world is other side is you. You are otherwise the world. No, that's power. Existent field is you. Existent field otherwise alive field. No.
Yes, Saranam.
Do you hear me?
Yes. No.
What do you think about existed field, otherwise LR field?
Yes,
The case is now the field. No, what is this field? Normally everything is happening, no? Someone eat the spicy, is hot is coming. But nobody is here. How is this experience? Nobody is here, hot is there. No?
has to be felt.
How is that one? So spicy is hot, no? So but no one is sick. How is telling this? Yeah, it's okay. Because the sensor not working is not spicy here, not hot here, no. Because sensor given this hot. No. It's the same. You are looking something. That's it's a beautiful, yeah. You are telling it's a beautiful, yes. Buddha also telling this forest is very beautiful, very nice. But nobody's there. How is telling this? It's a feel. No?
Mm.
You can't tell others. Because it's a beautiful. No? Yeah, it's a beautiful. But what is this? You don't want it. You are going. You living there. Why? You don't want it. That's why. You want it or no? That's why, you know. So something outside there is okay, it's good, no problem. But you don't want it. Why? It's not added. No? Everything is like that, no? So that's why Buddha's no upadayati, no bow. That's the meaning, it's Buddha's word. You don't want it. Then how is that happening? So smell is okay, very nice. Jasmine is okay. He know this is jasmine. He know it's very nice. Yeah, smell is taste. Smell is very nice. But you don't want it. Why? No, it's a fee. How is telling that? It's an understanding finally coming this stage. That's why who are you? Who want it? He's there. He don't want it. He's not there. No. How is this? What do you think about a kokila?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
beautiful.
It's a feel. Yeah, it's a feel.
Everyone should feel it.
What?
Everyone should feel the non-existence. I don't know how to say that, but
but existence also there.
Yes,
Existence also there. But
sound
nobody
is there.
How is telling this?
Yeah.
How is telling that? Yeah, it's okay. Existence feels. Simply we can tell existence feel, otherwise the alive feel. But existence also, they are not alive feel. Is there?
Yeah.
How is telling this?
I think the words can't
Yeah.
can't actually express this. I think easiest way for you to feel it. I think.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
English words, I think, is difficult to say this.
Difficult, yeah.
Because English words have something. That's why. But it's okay. But normally, it's a Buddha's words there. That's Adhigata Samadhi. Is talking about, it's a super awareness we are talking. Because awareness there, it's okay. There is something, it's okay. Awareness there. But super awareness, nothing is there. Because it's understanding. Like a mirror.
Yes.
We can see everything mirror, but mirror haven't anything. So like the normal world, we know everything there. It's okay. We understood the truth. Normally world is okay. Like a mirror, you can see everything, but nothing is there. It's understanding, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's understanding. It's inside meditation is understanding.
Mm.
It's a very deep meaning there. Understand. No.
The prajna.
Yeah, wisdom.
Is
It's a wisdom. That's the wisdom. That's what Buddha's explaining. The wisdom is consciousness is true. Consciousness is a mirage. Consciousness is a how it's scary illusion. No? Consciousness is not real. But someone know the consciousness is not real. That's the wisdom. Mind consciousness given no everything. Sun, moon, mother, father, everything no. Mind consciousness no. It's a thoughts no. But it's not real. Someone understood. That's the wisdom. Buddha's explaining. Prajna bhavitabba vijnanam parinyeya. Prajna is a wisdom. Vijnana is a consciousness. Consciousness is not truth. Consciousness is not real. That's the wisdom. Consciousness is not real. Someone understand the truth. Finally, consciousness is not real. It's coming. The meaning. That's the wisdom, no? The understanding. Consciousness is not real. Nothing, anything. It's a illusion. It's a how is telling? It's a mirage. No, mirage is a other one.
perception.
It's a vijnana maya. Maya. What's the words is English? Vijnana maya. So mirigua is a mirage, no? It's a perception. It's a mirage. It's a consciousness is the vijnana maya. It's a Buddha's word. What is this maya English word?
We
That's
use
another one. That's illusion.
illusory consciousness.
Yeah.
Illusion.
Illusory consciousness.
Illusory consciousness. That's the word. That's good. It's understanding. That's the inside meditation. So inside meditation given you to that's the world is normally here, but you are not here. He's a final effort is this. What is this experience? Tranquility, no? Because no any pain, no any reactions, no. Normally, reactions also there, but no any pain. How is telling this? None is none. None alive. So none alive feel no. That's a Buddha's explaining. Is nobody's here no. System is working no. Normally everything is there no. That's why. How is that telling?
That's that Aaron answered the apatitta vijnana, non-manifestative consciousness.
Yeah, it's the words only. It's a feel otherwise.
Yeah.
Otherwise.
Apatitta.
Yeah, it's the words. But the feel is how can say others? You feel no.
You don't feel anything.
Yeah.
Nothingness. It's
Yeah,
nothing.
your death is over. Now you happen the death. You are now like a goat. Nobody's here now. Everything is happening now. Your death is over. No death or birth because the thoughts no. Who is death? Who have death? Nobody have death because no death is here. Why? It's the thoughts no. What is real death? Suranka?
No such thing, answer. Just a thought.
I think your death is over now. Long time, no? Now you're a goat like that. No goats. Nobody's here. It's okay, no one is here. Sister is okay, we are talking. But no death or birth. What is this feeling, Kokila? You touch your hand, it's okay. You are here. No? Yeah. No, I'm not dead. I'm alive. No, it's a like a current. It's not your Kogila. It's a current. What is that? No current here. It's okay. What is that current? What is that? No, what is that fade in this current? What is that fade in this current? What is that current? LFE? Yeah, what is the current? It's the ego. Ego is disappearing. Oh, zero the ego. That's
Yeah,
the that's the power
that's
is
the beauty.
zero. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the power. Power is zero. That's the nibbana. No, the firing is over. That's the nibbana. Otherwise, firing is there. You are also not there. What is that? It's very important. It's very nice. Yeah, it's very nice.
It's very nice, Adam.
Yeah, very nice feelings. The experience, I think, very good. I think very nice experience. Nibbana experience. It's a tranquility. What is that Nibbana experience? It's very important, I think. No,
Yeah.
it's okay. It's very nice.
Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, can I
Yeah.
ask the question, Aryan Mahansa?
No. Now is no time.
Okay.
No,
So,
it's okay. It's okay, Susanna. Yeah, ask it.
Aryan Mahansa, now the child in the court also has some like feels certain things. So when the eye of that baby functions, the vibrations also come together and some level of power is generated, but the sense of self is not there. Some minimal power anyway is automatically generated, no, at that point also when the child sees the eye functions, I when
No. Radiant mind is a court. A baby in the court have the power. Not a defilements there, but
yes,
it's a cause is there.
yes.
Yeah, cause is there because no defilements is okay, no problem for that. But power is there because asa is there. The power is there because something you can give the little baby for no something. So he don't give on you again. Why? Is attached. What is that attached? Is a power. Is there? There's the power. That's why also power is there, but not defilements there. But power is there because it's a before is a situation before coming a defilements. No? After this kindergarten time is sense creations. The thoughts are coming. That's the defilements are there. Without thought, we can't talk about the defilements because thoughts given the defilements.
So
Thinking power.
that's yeah, that's why you say that the son has 5,000 watt power in the thought, whereas the father has 30,000. I mean,
Yeah.
due to
Yeah.
Abhisantara.
No. That
Yes.
example is the little baby. The kindergarten no is after that. Baby have
Okay.
little bit datas
Okay.
is a 5,000. Yeah, we are talking about defilements is 5,000. Defilements is coming the thoughts coming after that. That's why before it's a radiant mind have the defilements. So 5,000 is we talking about the defilements. So
Okay.
it's a father have the 11,000 or 13,000 is a defilements. It's a power. It's a power. It's a defilements power because data. No, sun, moon, mother, father is a data. So that's the words. It's like a film. So that's a thorough. The data's there. That's why father have more power. No, it's okay. Yeah. Someone can explain this? Sudharma's question. Kokila, what do you think? Are you there?
Yes, Saranasa.
Yeah, it's okay, no? Because that's a Sudharma's question is for radiant mind. We can't tell the defilements. It's a power is that one. It's the ego. But radiant mind have an ego, no? How we are talking about the ego? We can't talk about the ego. That's why it's a before. It's a situation.
Reading The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 22. You would see that the last thought is also a lie, and you would let it go. Let us see the importance of studying just one thought. For example, if you have a mango tree that has 5,000 leaves on it and you pick one leaf from the tree and study the structure of that leaf, you will learn a lot about that leaf. You know that the rest of the leaves on the tree would have a similar structure to the leaf that was picked by you. Similarly, just that one thought that arises in your mind consciousness will be the same as all the other thoughts that arise in your mind. What you need to do is to understand just one thought. Understand how the thought is formed and how it ceases to be Udayavaya. The wisdom to see the formation and the cessation of the thought is called Udayabhaya Jnana. Actually, our problem is that we fail to see the truth in this fleeting thought. When we begin to go on the path to nirvana, applying effort to see the truth in each thought is of utmost importance. By now, you would have observed, still, attended many meditation classes held in this society, practiced samatha bhavana, concentration meditation, and you would have followed various other methods to control your senses. What you need to do now is to rearrange all this knowledge that you acquired so far and use it in a beneficial way to release yourself from this illusional thought. You should realize the pure truth and attain nirvana. Now we have a presentation to do for all those people who have arrived at this point after learning various methods on how to control your senses. What do we have to understand now? We need to understand how a thought is formed and how it ceases to be. The arising and the cessation of a thought is a natural phenomenon. It just happens. Nobody makes it happen. There is nothing as a thought, and there is nothing as a mind consciousness. Let us consider the thought that you see something in front of you. Teron Sanna, everybody.
Sarana Shani. Thank you for reading the 2 pages for us from the book. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. We all worship Aryan Vahasi at his feet at this moment, who is our teacher and our guide on this Dhamma path, who has been exposing and disclosing all the teachings of Lord Buddha, which was done 2600 years ago. There was Saranai, all Dhamma friends who have joined, and also there was Saranai to everyone who are listening to us through various other means. This is the English Zoom discussion, and we will be discussing some simple Dhamma facts from now on until 4 p.m. And the facts that Shani just read is the basic facts actually for a person who is trying to understand what this true Dhamma is. Buddhism is actually not a religion. There is no beliefs. It's something that the person can understand and then get convinced himself. So that is the importance and that is the value of this one, because it's you don't go blindly believing something that Lord Buddha said. What Lord Buddha said always was that come and see it yourself and understand. If you feel that it's true, just listen and try to take it up. So that is the valuable side of this Buddhist teaching. It's all centered around the mind and the thought, because we all know that thoughts or the mind is the one which manipulates this physical body. So what Shani read was about how to understand this thought formation and then what is the mechanism. Actually, some parts we discussed yesterday. So at the beginning, it's called Satya Jnana, where we learn it as a knowledge, we uh, read or listen to a Dhammadeshana and then try to understand the theory part of it. So this basic knowledge is needed, like having a strong foundation for a building. And then once you are thorough with that uh, mechanism of how the thoughts are formed, how this self perception or this feeling of being alive is felt, that is the root thing, that is the spirit of the Buddhist teaching. Uh, in the book it's read that if you study the pattern of one mango leaf, you know that it is same in all 5,000 or whatever the number of leaves in the tree. So you don't need to study each and every thought. Studying each and every thought is not possible practically, because the thoughts are flowing in such a fast speed. You can't study or analyze each and every thought. What you can do is you can study and research on one thought using this basic knowledge that you have achieved. And then you know that whatever the thought which is coming up is happening in the same way. That is what Shani read as tatra tatra vipassati. That means whatever the thought which is coming is very well understood, and it's very clear that how it's formed, how the thoughts are formed. And thoughts are formed as long as the physical body is functioning, as long as the breathing is there, the thoughts are formed. So how the thoughts are formed is the next step to know. Different living beings, maybe human beings or even animals, they have what's called the sensor function. These facts we have been discussing earlier also, but because this is relevant to what Shani read, I thought of just explaining this from the beginning. So the human being has 5 faculties, so 5 sensor functions. Sensor means actually it's a function of seeing, function of hearing, function of feeling. We call it ditta, sutta, mutta in Pali. Mutta means the feeling, function of feeling, which includes 3 things: the smell, taste, and what is felt by the skin. So skin has 4 qualities actually: can feel the warmth and can feel the hard or soft feelings, and can feel the liquid nature. So altogether there are 8 components in this one, but when you group all the skin sensation under one heading, which is mutta, then there are 3 components. So with this sensor function, something is created. The important factor here to know is that the speed is a decisive factor in all these sensor functions. Extremely fast speed cannot give it in figures, I would say, because can't even imagine or can't even go near the speed of the light, which we think is the fastest thing that we know of in the material world. But this, the function of the thoughts or the flow of the thoughts or this formation of the thoughts is much, much, much more faster than that. So what happens is there is sensor function, means there is some vibration then and there, and this vibration creates something which was not there, but it looks as if it is there, and that is where the illusion is. A light which was not there is created due to the speed. A sound which was not there is created due to the speed. Similarly, the sense of taste, smell, and the skin feeling, they are not really there, but because of the fast speed, it's created as if it is really there. So that is where all this big lie is there, because we are all going behind something which is illusionary, which is not really existing. So in the small baby's level, these sensors are functioning, but uh, there is no naming or description. That means there is no thought formation. Therefore, we can say that the little baby doesn't have defilements. But what happens as a part of the natural process, these sensor functions uh, get together or unite together to form a different form of function. It's described with a beautiful example by Lord Buddha that like forming ghee from milk. So it's a completely a different type of vibration when it comes to the thought formation, but it's still a single vibration. So this single vibration, or what's called the thought, because of the rapid speed of happening, again you feel that as if the thought is real. What are the thoughts? Everything possible that you can think of, everything possible that you are talking of, everything possible that you are doing, they are all thoughts. So these thoughts has the components created by the other 5 sensor faculties or sensor functions. And the moment these thoughts are started forming, there's no reversing. There's no way of identifying it as different sensor faculty functions, sensor functions, but automatically what you get is the thought. So there's no way of going back and trying to analyze. What you see straight away is a mango tree. Well, straight away what is created is my son, my wife, my husband, my car, my house. Everything is just thought, but it has the components of the 5 sensor functions. So I think the next 2 pages it's going to be going to discuss about how the some kind of research or some kind of analysis of these thoughts. So we can sort of elaborate on what we have read so far. I can see Surangika also joined and Sudharma also joined. Thiruvan Saranai to both of you. Maybe one of you can add something or any alterations needed of what I said. Thiruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, and thank you for that good explanation. Thiruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. I'll just add a little more to the aspect of speed that you mentioned. And this whole thought process and the mechanism hinges on the speed of vibration. Because when we talk about creation that occurs through the sense faculties, the creation and the appearance of this so-called creation or manifestation only comes about, as you quite rightly said, due to the sheer speed. Without the speed, there is no manifestation, because, I mean, we have to understand that this is not that there is something, it is just a creation, and the creation comes about through that sheer speed. So if we give a few examples that are often quoted and often discussed in these Zoom discussions, if we think about a couple of balls of fire being rotated, and then if it is rotated at a speed, if it is not rotated at a speed, you would see the single balls of fire being rotated. But if it is continuously done and the speed is increased, one would just see a simple ring of fire, isn't it? So how did that ring of fire come about? That was only due to the speed. Was there actually a ring of fire? No, there wasn't. So another example that we often use is, even our advanced talks of this several times, back in the day, for people, probably not the nowadays children, but maybe middle-aged people or our generation may recall that the old cartoon books, there used to be all the motions of people walking, running, and things are drawn through cartoons, and every little picture, and there's like hundreds of pictures in one cartoon book. Every picture denotes an active movement of, for example, a child running or a child walking or a child jumping out of something. So every moment, every arm being raised, every length of distance being run is being drawn through multiple pictures, and together the rapid, if you look at all those pictures in rapid motion, you'd realize you get the impression that that whole activity is happening. So how does that happen? Again, through the way it has been drawn up, in order to give the impression that there is an activity, there's a walking and a running, and there's all kinds of things being done through that storybook via that cartoon imagery that has been created. Another simple example is something that we've all encountered again back in the day. You take the usual light bulb that we had in our homes. So you see the light bulb as something that is permanently lit, isn't it? Particularly in the evening when we turn on our lights, we see that the light bulb, the bulb is permanently lit and there's light coming out of it. But I recall back in the day where in the area we lived, there was constantly power cuts during our childhood. And not only the power cut, the wattage that is coming through the current system, the power lines, used to be, for some reason, used to reduce. And when it reduced, actually, the bulb started flickering, and then sometimes only the tungsten little thing that is inside the bulb, only that is illuminated. So even the flickering of the bulb just shows you that. And so how did that bulb become at one moment a flicker of light and then at the other moment a permanent light? So was there a permanent light there? No, it wasn't there. It's just because of the speed of the way the current is coming through the lines. One gets the impression that there is a permanent light that is emanating from the bulb. In fact, I think for a second it flickers like, I don't know, so many times, 23 times a second or millisecond or something, in order to emanate that light from the bulb. So that's the way the light formation happens. In a similar way, the speed of vibration that is occurring in the eye gives the impression that the spark that happens in the eye sensor or the eye faculty is not just a spark but a permanent light. So that is also only a manifestation, and that gives us the impression that there is light. Similarly, if we take the ear faculty, the speed of vibration, the occurrence of that in the ear faculty gives the impression that there is a sound. So, and so too the other faculties, all not because of just one single vibration, because this is happening at speed, this is happening with rapidity, and there is a series of vibrations occurring at such a sheer speed that one gets the sensation and the notion that this light exists, the sound exists. And if you eat something, that there is such a thing called taste, there is such a thing called smell. So this rapid vibration gives rise to the consciousness. There is the sensation that arises out of the rapid vibration. There is a representation of that sensation, which we call perception. And the rapid speed in which it occurs is what we call formations, which then culminate to form what we call the eye consciousness, or the feeling that light exists. So this feeling that light exists comes about only due to the speed of vibration. If there was one spark, one vibration, one wouldn't get that feeling of existence. So that feeling of existence, which we call consciousness, arises only because of that speed. So similarly, if we take all the five sense faculties and put it together, the light consciousness, the sound, the smell, touch, and taste, all these combine to form what is called the mind consciousness, that single thought. It is a combination of those earlier of those other five vibrations, but one or two of those sensors can become prominent. Nevertheless, it forms into another vibration, which is the mind object or the thought. So as Dr. Sakuntala mentioned, the thought or the mind object can be wide and varied. There can be so many things that gets formed with, we call it mother, father, chair, your favorite ball, bat, house, mortgage, whatever it is. From our childhood days, these mind objects or labels, the images, sounds, touch, taste, and smell, and so on, have not remained in that basic functionality, have not remained in that basic perception. Every one of those aspects, perceptions, every facet of it has been given a name, a branding, and a label, and all for the reason of due to ignorance. For what happens is with those consciousnesses and that feeling of existence comes that underlying power. The underlying power that there is something that is existent, which then gives rise to the feeling of alive, being alive, the sense of being alive, or the alive feeling as we call it. And that also occurs through ignorance. So this is the process by which the power in the thought is understood and unraveled, and which is what that understanding of this thought occurring in this very moment is important and needs to be fully understood in order to understand how this suffering occurs, how the craving occurs and how there is this so-called binding power of the thought, which can then take you on, take living beings on to this process of birth and death in this never-ending samsaric cycle. This, I say never-ending cycle because it is so for millions and billions of species and living beings. It is only through the understanding of the true Dhamma and seeing the pure truth through wisdom that one can break this chain of causation through understanding what we call the law of cause and effect, which is the pure Dhamma, the true Dhamma that is being imparted through these Buddothpado teachings. And to do that, the crux of this whole teaching, the core and the essence of the teachings, is to understand how this mind is formed. Is there such a thing called the mind? What is the thought? What is the substance in the thought? Is there a substance? Understanding this is absolutely core to be able to break this chain of causation and to see through the ignorance, see through the illusion, and understand the pure truth. So I'll stop there and maybe Sudharma can or Dr. Kokila can continue.
Yeah, I have a reception issue here, but anyway, hopefully you can hear me. Yeah, I think it was a very, very, both of you gave a very descriptive element about this, the rapid vibration, how the speed is bringing all these effects. They are effects, so the cause and effects. When you understand cause and effects, finally, yeah, what you feel, what you think, what you do is all kind of becomes a mirage. This can be very overwhelming for a beginner, but I think once you get hold of this idea and once you start to feel it, it becomes easier, isn't it? Anything else to add, Sudhanma?
I think we need to complete it, Sudharma. Maybe we stopped at the existent field, so we should get to the self view.
It's very beautiful. Yes, both Dr. Sakuntala and Ms. Surangika explained very vividly and with lot of examples. Actually, after a while, I was listening to it, so it refreshed that concepts again because very good revision for me also personally. And Dr. Kokila, yes, as you always remind us. What came into my mind is now what is the danger of this thought? Is there so how does it matter now? These thoughts are being created as a natural phenomenon. So as Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi in the morning discussion also I think highlighted that it is the law of law of mind, chitta niyama. So it is now we actually through these sermons and all these discussions we know this mechanism, very beautiful mechanism, scientific, the combination of vibrations, this rapid speed, and on top of that this telepathization of previous data, and how we end up getting a thick perception of these projections. So, as Ms. Rangika pointed out also, what the danger is, the moment that external perceptions are taken as real, on the other side, the self arises, self view, self perception gets thicker and thicker. that excitation positively or negatively or equanimity, something happens. You also mentioned that craving, that is where we get entangled in this samsaric journey also. How that's why we cannot liberate from this, because we all know that that self vibration, the inner vibration called this Sastrava thing, inner vibration. Actually, I have forgotten that word also, English word by now for that. So whatever it is, so
That's the
these
zygote.
zygote, yeah, that is Yuktano,
Is
isn't
it
it, Mr. Randu?
tense?
Taints, exactly. Taints. So, so that is the danger. Otherwise, we can enjoy all these perceptions, that all the inputs of sensory organs. Just because they create this, automatically this power is generated, so it has an impact on this self vibration. Actually, I don't know how to explain through words also. This, we can't say impact on something existing. That power itself becomes the self vibration, and the notion of self gets stronger and stronger. So when I was sorry about the disturbance. So when I was trying to recollect what Shani read previously, there I saw the reference to last thought also. Don't know whether it was yesterday or today. It is said, so why are we trying to analyze the thought creation and trying to understand that there is no substance in thought? Because the when the last thought occurs in this mundane world, we believe in this life and death. So when the last thought occurs, uh, maybe the all sensory organs will be in a very kind of weak situation, the function of them. Now when we are strong, we can show the truth to the mind, using the mind management. Now they are not true, they are false projections. We can manage our mind and just suppress it temporary manner. But when the last thought occurs, if if a person is not having this experience of spontaneous or automatically uh, the skill to liberate from thoughts naturally, they are the one get caught in that, and the last thought may have some power, and that vibration will decide the rebirth, so-called rebirth, if we look at it from that perspective. So as you beautifully explained, Dr. Kokila will add and will actually uh, correct what I was trying to say. So the danger is that. And another point I would like to um, refer to is that Ditta Sutta Mutta. Yes, Dr. Sakuntala very beautifully mentioned that 2 rounds of the thought occurrence. The first, it is purely the purely the sensory organ, which is involving at that moment maybe ear, eye, body, mind, or the sensors, the pure, that particular sensor. But the when the mind consciousness, uh, I mean, uh, skillfully, I mean, get all the inputs, previous inputs of the other sensory faculties, this dicta seeing, sutta hearing, and mutta felt that bodily, then that is body, tongue, and the nose. Yeah, all three. So that finally with that the name also, the identification takes place, and we end up getting a thick perception. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai to all of you. Please
Yeah, actually,
correct them.
the main point I think is the feel that we get. I mean, we can't say we get even, but the next one, to maintain the next one. So even the feel, we might end up having that kind of feel. So how do we say that? Feel to feel. I don't know whether that would be a good way to say that. Feel to feel. I mean, need to feel. So the main sensual world, it's very easy to understand, but then when it becomes the form world and the non-form world, it's important to understand how this is extending, or actually the extension was the sensual world, but how, when we go back, how we feel. So there is always a kind of a craving to feel, also craving to have the mind, because the sensual world, we have a craving for toffee, or craving for what? Craving for water. No, not really. Craving for something. So craving to see a film, craving to see someone after a long time, something like that. We can keep on saving cravings. But then when it comes to the mind, when it comes to the form, kind of we don't have those extensive needs, extensive projections. We just have kind of a seeking for the perceptions, mind perceptions. And when it comes to the feel, okay, it's not that it doesn't have a form, so that's why we call it kind of, when we even describe, we try to tell it as a vibration. So the need to or craving for the vibration, craving for feel. What do you think about that? So the craving for the feel is different to the actual feel. Do you have anything to add to that, Surangika? Because it's rapid vibration. Yes, that was the ignorance made it to feel that it is something, but due to that, what has happened? That is what actually even the beginning of the zygotic vibration. Beginning of the zygotic vibration is because of this vibration which is not actually related to any of the organs. That is why Aranwansi keeps telling that it has nothing to do with the body, nothing to do with the mind, because it is not. Because it is not, and it is actually created. It is created and it is telepathized every time when a stimuli is formed. So what happens is this, even with the cessation of the bodily functions or the mind and the respiration, sensory functions are not there, then what is the main vibration that is going to persist? Is that extra power. Where is the extra power from? Because there is a need to maintain the power. That is the force that would make you to, that is kind of a force. Can we call that? Maybe. Because it's a force that has, or power that has the ability to telepathize or synchronize to some other very different similar vibration, isn't it? So this need, it's difficult to understand sometimes, but it is when we keep discussing this, I think it will go into our deeper level, because you need to differentiate these two, what happens and what happens with the I'm sorry, but I think the background noise is so much. But did you
We
hear
can
me?
hear you, Dr. Kokila.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So the importance of understanding that the actual vibration and the need to maintain the vibration, you can feel this when we try to understand non-form, because in non-form there's no discussion, there's no story, there's no form, there's no word, there's nothing. Just to feel has nothing. So just to feel, that's why we call it even a vibration, because it has no form at all. But then what is the difference between the vibration of the sensory organ and the need to maintain the vibration? How does that come? Because of the ignorance. That's because of the ignorance. The vibration is taken as something for granted. That is what is going to telepathize into this extra vibration. This extra vibration is the vibration which is going to vanish, in the sense there will be this vibration will cease because it was fueled by ignorance. If the ignorance is not going to go down and craving can't exist, it's on the Lord Buddha has said once that in the field of the ignorance only, the craving seed is harvesting, isn't it? So what is important is to distinguish these things practically. That is the difficult part. Actually, difficult part is not the Dhamma. Difficult part is, Dhamma is also difficult. Understanding this is a massive task that we have been trying very hard, and we may be still understanding. But what I'm trying to say is the difference between the feel, the without this power, and is the important thing. So it's very important to distinguish. You can't distinguish with the words. That's the problem, because it's a feel. So we can only do this with the wisdom we have. And that is why we keep discussing this. That is why we keep highlighting this. That is why we keep this, keep making the other people's mind. We put, actually, we kind of attack ignorance. What do you think, Suramika? Do you think you have anything to add? Like, it is a very, very, very important point, I think.
I think the main issue here is that power. The power of how does people, living beings, particularly humans, because they have this mind, that is the thing that gives them the gluing factor to the thoughts and the underlying power. So I think Aranwan just yesterday or today, I think, explained about the difference between, animals also have a slight consciousness, but it's not as big as, the mind is not as big as human beings,
No.
which is why, they still have the sense of existence, which comes about through whatever sense faculties that the animals have. If you take, for example, a bird, the bird would also have that, the bird will get frightened. The bird will also want to fight for survival. The bird will also want to go and fetch food and so on and so forth. But the mind is not big. The mind is not overpowering. But it is content with a little. However, it still has that feeling of existence which comes about through the limited sense faculties that it has, whatever, whether it's 2 or 3 or whatever it is. And the mind, and so it is easily satisfied. If there is probably some hunger in the morning, then they'll search for food. If they have they'll just find the food and have the food, and then that's it. And then they'll just chirp about and be content. But in contrast, the human beings, because of the mind, there is this overworking, and the irony of it is because of that very nature of having a mind that, or the mind mechanism is there, shall we say, which is also needed as a tool initially to understand the Dhamma and the teachings. But it is that mind consciousness itself that is almost, you can say, the downfall, or almost can create the downfall of human beings, because that the power that is there in every thought process and the glowing nature of it becomes all the more powerful and enduring for a human being, which is why it is so difficult to break that cycle, because of the fact that there is that belief which is really overpowering of something existing, the external world being real, that existent feeling, and with that comes that alive feeling. So I was just reflecting this today about this. I don't know whether there's any other example, perhaps anyone else can suggest, but our noble spiritual teacher has given us is the stone or the pebble being put into the water or being thrown to the water, and how the ripples arise. So how do the ripples arise? That is because the stone, the impact of the stone or the pebble being thrown into the water creates, there is a power. Because of the power, the ripples are caused, and it doesn't mean that the ripples are moving from one direction to the end of the pool or end of the wall or something, but it is creating a vibration, which means that one single vibration has an underlying power. So we talked earlier about, it's not just one vibration, but it's a series of vibrations, and the vibrations are also happening, I should say the vibrations are happening at speed. So if one pebble is one vibration, and if you can imagine that it is vibrations happening at sheer speed, and the underlying power of that in a continuous series is the thing that gives rise to that alive power. That is the thing that makes people think that I am alive, we are alive, and that is the thing that they are fighting for. They don't know. It is true what you said, Dr. Pokira. It is that ignorance of not understanding that wanting to be alive. It is that thing that keeps them alive and kicking. That's the thing that keeps them fighting. That's the thing that keeps them feeling as if they belong to something. And how do they get that feel? By attaching to objects, attaching to persons, attaching to various things. And how does that attachment come about? Through the thought process, isn't it? So it's like a never-ending chain
Yeah,
of
never ending.
power building up an underlying power which they are fighting without even knowing it, to keep on maintaining that power, isn't it?
Yeah, and then we have to ask the question, what are you fighting for? And the people will be like gobsmacked, because they don't even know what we are fighting for, because it's very difficult to finally pinpoint. Like Aran say asked, where are you? And we are like confused. Where am I actually? Then like that, what we are fighting for is here, like to maintain a field, or maintain this mind, or maintain this the dream, kind of, because this is a dream as well. Even though we talk about another dream when we sleep, this is a kind of a dream as well, full of stuff that is feeling as real, because it's miraculously beautiful. That's Lord Buddha said. It's like a challenge, and it's such a makes us fools, kind of, because of that mirage effect, or illusory effect. This simulation world. So that is the thing. It's as you said, never-ending trap. So the to understand this trap, what are we wanting? And that question will actually, there's no answer. Finally, if we keep asking through Dhamma, if we actually understand through Dhamma, then we understand what you want. Then it finally comes to, survival. What are you surviving for? Is again another cycle of thoughts. So, or cycle of feel, in that sense. So it is funny, but at the same time, it is very dangerous. Very dangerous, because we can understand that because Lord Buddha once said, if there is something to be happy, I wouldn't have told this, if there's anything to be happy about, I wouldn't have told this Dhamma. Because everywhere there is suffering in a different form. Whatever the form, we might not feel it, but even in basic level, there's a suffering. So trying to maintain the feel, trying to maintain the dream, trying to maintain stuff, trying to achieve stuff, that is in sensual world. Actually, people, they are in the sensual world. But trying to maintain the dream is in the form world, and trying to maintain the feel is in the non-form world. So this comes through the ignorance of feeling that there is something to maintain. If we know that there is nothing to maintain, that we are actually born in each stimulus, and what it was there was just the stimulus only, the craving has to disappear, isn't it? What do you think? Anything else to add?
I think I'll just mention a little bit before maybe Sudham and Dr. Sakuntala can add. So the main thing there to break this thing is because you can't break it halfway through. The
No.
breaking, how you can attack it is by showing that what are you trying to, all these things are is to kind of keep an identity, keep a soul here alive and kicking. No? So if we show through that true Dhamma that there was never a self, and this was only that self, the misconception of a self, that is the thing that is going to, as you said, make people get gobsmacked because all this that people are doing in this conventional world is on the assumption that there is a self, there is a persona, there is an identity. And when one actually, unravels it in perfect logical sense, how this thought process, how these sense faculties are forming to form, to give an impression, an illusion of a self, then, there is actually nowhere to turn, isn't it? That is where the whole process gets arrested. And that is why Renvasi says all you have to do is to understand the mind, understand the thought. How do these sense faculties arise? How are these perceptions coming about? You do that, and if you do that, you're arresting that process. You're arresting this power getting built up. You're arresting the current. And before that person even knows it, gradually, through time, there is a diminishing of that power because the self view is diminishing, and that is where we the not the virus, the antivirus is put in, isn't it?
Mm. Yeah, it's really beautiful. Anything else?
Yeah, Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Pugala. It's so beautiful and enlightening. And as actually all this life, we did not have any other experience than the experience of these sensory faculties. And this physical world was so real to us. And then to know that it is actually it's a dream, it's not real itself was unbelievable in the first place. And we tried to liberate from the suffering, uh, having a kind of using these I mean real entities being in the world, then accumulating merits and thinking of heavens, and then some actually some concept that we cannot define called Nibbana, and we had a different dream to liberate from this suffering also. So with this true Dhamma, the true message, as now Ms. Surangika also pointed out very nicely too, we work on understanding the stimulus, how this thought is formed and how this power is generated, and how actually we are working on that. But ultimately, that is the only way to diminish, because to liberate from this world and this thick self vibration, and to know that nibbana or the non vibration is also there itself is completely a new, even though we were born as Buddhists, it was up until this 5 years ago we heard this true Dhamma. It was again, I mean, we were fully unaware of that. We were in the dark. So when Dr. Kokila said that, I wanted to ask that, Dr. Kokila, when you said feel and the craving for feel, actually I didn't understand that even, because it is so deep. You are referring to a different level, because sensual world, the diminishing of this power, I mean the attachment that we actually, the diminishing of defilements, I experience that. But when you talk about non-form and formless, Actually, I have no experience whatsoever. And can you please explain bit more about that feel and the craving for feel? You asked whether we understand that. Have I understood the question at least?
That's there already. If you take chair, we already have the craving for the feel underneath, craving for the dream also underneath, and craving for the chair is on top of that. That's the thing. It is similar. It is similar. It is kind of the levels of the craving, I would say. That is level of you, level of self vibration. So they are kind of different levels, because you crave for milk toffee. You can say you crave for milk toffees. Then underlining, there is craving for the sanyava as well, the perception as well.
Perception.
And there's a craving for the feel as well. Not milk toffee as such, but craving for any feel is also down there. I mean, that is when you really understand what we are craving for. It is important to dig into your cravings a bit. The main important thing, the question you ask is to keep understanding Dhamma only, because if you understand that the perception also, so imagine you kind of feel that the ability to think is or actually dying. Why we don't want to die is also part of that. I mean, in the thinking part also, we don't want to die. That's a different story. I mean, as a concept, or as a sentence, we can say, I don't want to die. That's a different thing. But actually struggling to maintain the feel is there even in a Brahma with the wrong vision. If there is a Brahma means only there's Brahmas with only the feel. There's Brahmas with the form as well, but they're struggling to maintain with the form. They are struggling to maintain the form, and with the feel, non-form, they are struggling to maintain the feel. So you can understand this even with the animals, or even with the baby, human baby. Human baby doesn't know anything, but still the human baby will not know anything about death, anything about birth, nothing at all. But the baby can't actually have a fight to survive, but still will not like to die. The perception or the feel of light, feel of sound, feel of skin, or the taste, or the nose. No baby would like to seize that. That's in the tense level, though. That's in the tense level. I think it should be just understood through the Pubbbe Nivasanussati and yeah, you can
That
understand through that as well, because there's only one vibration in the in one cell organism. So if you just take these examples only, you can feel this. how come one cell organism would maintain that vibration, would like to maintain that vibration? Now, can you even think about that? So there is always a power with ignorance everywhere, every consciousness. Every consciousness has this problem. So no one is free until they understand non-vibration, and until they feel the non-vibration, and until they become the non-vibration. No one is free. No consciousness is free. Isn't it?
Yes, and it's clear, Dr. Kokila. That's why when the phone or some object is given to the baby, he grabs it
Yeah.
without any perception, any kind of attachment whatsoever. Due to that chains, the power of that traction is there, isn't it? Yes, good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Yes, about this craving that you mentioned, Dr. Kokila, craving for the feel or craving for the things or the thoughts, whatever, means craving for existence, isn't it?
Yes,
Craving to be,
similar.
yes, similar. And I think Lord Buddha has mentioned that do not wish for existence even for a very short period, or whatever the higher realm that you can be very comfortable. Never ever wish for existence, because the example or the metaphor he has given is that feces, whether irrespective of the amount, will smell always. So it's something like craving or wishing wishing for existence or for another life is something similar to that. So always should uh, refuse or utterly, reject that feel to exist. And also that example that Surangika mentioned about the water, the ripples. One thing important that we should understand is that there is the water particles are not going from this end to that end, isn't it? Because nothing goes from here to there. It's the current which is transmitted, and the water molecules or the water particles are moving then and there in that place, but transmitting the current. So it is the same mechanism which is described as synchronization or telepathization, where the current from one life is transmitted to another life. So if the current is strong, the where it is transmitted is going to be at a lower realm. Where the current is minimal, it will be at a higher realm. So what is the importance is that the mechanism is the same. Nothing goes from one end to the other. So because earlier we had this, we have heard in some of these Dhamma discussions by different other teachers, other monks, that consciousness is transmitted from this birth to the next birth. That's not what Lord Buddha has mentioned. And very clearly our Aran Mahansi, our spiritual teacher, has explained that fact that nothing is transmitted, nothing goes from this end to that end. And I think he has given some modern examples, the function of the television test set, where the pictures are created then and there. It's similar to the sensor functions of the living person or the human body. When the appropriate sensors are there, the picture or the story is created. So similarly, when the television set breaks down, the material part, when it breaks down, and if there is another television set somewhere else, the same picture can be created if the same set of equipment is there in the television set. So he gave that modern example, which is very easy to understand how the life continues as a part of this samsaric journey, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very important to understand Dhamma, and we invite everyone actually to come and have a discussion in English medium, which we may be struggling, but still I think it is good to discuss in whatever the form, whatever the way, whatever the topic. Doesn't really matter, because it ends up in non-self angle, and keep understanding what drives us to persist, what drives this existence, what drives this idea of existence, what drives this view of existence. It's complete ignorance, and the ignorance drives the craving, and craving drives the ignorance, and it's like a vicious cycle, never ending vicious cycle, as we discussed. Yeah.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Can I share the daily meditation schedule of Tombagada International Meditation Center?
Yes, please.
For
Yes,
the
please.
benefit of the listeners. Yes, we have, like, now in most of these discussions, we go into detail in terms of Buddhist philosophy. It's very beautifully explained by scholars. Most of these Zoom discussions represent scholars representing, the entire world, I should say, because you're all from Australia, then UK, then America. So that, it is also not because not that it is for only educated people or only for scholars or only for a certain social class, but still everybody has the opportunity for that. Now there are Mitmal monasteries island-wide, so any person, even most of the villagers, peasants, everybody can come and experience what we discuss as theory or as Buddhist philosophy in the discussions can be experienced personally under the guidance of Theranis or nuns, Mehenin Mahansis, and Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi himself. Why this international meditation center is important is because people who work overseas, who have migrated to other countries, may not have the opportunity to get this experience in Metmal monasteries because they don't have that much time. They come to Sri Lanka on holiday for a short time. So I have the personal experience. I am here. I came with my sister who came down to Sri Lanka only to participate in this program. And by participating in 2 days, she got the basic concept practically, because there are two nuns here. The one-to-one guidance, a participant gets one-to-one guidance. That's very beautiful, because this is so new to us, this true Dhamma, because it is not some extraordinary Dhamma, it is the true Dhamma disclosed to the world 2500 years ago by Gautama Buddha. So as we all know, this Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, through perseverance, he worked himself, meeting diverse teachers, visiting different monasteries, and working on it by himself. He rediscovered or reawakened the Gautama Buddha Sasana. That is not just a word, because inside meditation was distorted, because the true Buddhist philosophy was distorted over the time. So he bravely rediscloses this to the world as he practically experiences it. So what we hear in these Zoom discussions is the Dhamma he has been shared with us, actually, who have been listening to these sermons for a while. So in this meditation center, this Dobagoda, it's not very far from Colombo, the main city in Sri Lanka, easy access, but this is based in a very beautiful, serene environment. On one side there's a beautiful rubber plantation, on other side vast stretch of paddy fields, and then some wilderness, and you have the facility to book a comfortable room via booking.com, and it's so economical also, it's not very costly. That is to facilitate, because we believe that people who live overseas cannot easily fit into the heat, the climate, etc. So you have the comfortable with under these all these comforts, you can experience this true Dhamma in this beautiful center. So I briefly go we briefly discuss this daily meditation retreat schedule. Normally, the participants are supposed to wake up at 5 o'clock, and from 5 to 5:30 they can themselves, get ready for the day. And from 5:30 to 6, the Samatha Bhavana, concentration meditation. And then 6 to 6:45, it's beautiful working meditation. So why this working meditation is important is we practice these points of contemplation in an artificially created situation. Once you leave the meditation center, it comes to you naturally, automatically. We know that 3 levels as Satya, Krutya and Krutak. So for you to experience this in daily life, this meditation to become part of your daily life, this working meditation experience is very important. Working meditation means just sweeping the garden, picking up dried leaves, and helping them to prepare meals. Not heavy work. And then 6:45, the typical Buddha Vandana, and 7 to 8, breakfast. It is very beautiful again, typical Sri Lankan meal, healthy meal is offered. Then from 8 to 10, Dhamma discourse, the wisdom of truth. It's happening in the discussion, Q&A, question and answer mode, under the guidance of nuns. And then 10:30 to 11:30, 10 to 10:30, the tea break. 10:30 to 11:30, the Dhamma discussion continues. Then the Buddha Puja is offered at 11:30 and the lunch is offered. And from 12:30 to 1:30, the first point of contemplation is being introduced and get the opportunity to walk through beautiful wilderness and this beautiful environment with silence is the beauty of this, that calmness. So it's the ideal setting for you to isolate from this busy world and to look at your own mind, to understand our own mind, because it's the biggest challenge. Then 1:30 to 2:30 second point of contemplation, then the tea break, then again 3 to 4 third point of contemplation, 4 to 5 fourth point of contemplation, then another 5 to 6 again the working meditation experience, then 6 to 7 another beautiful, I think this is Ariana's is creativity and wisdom, actually the silent meditation. This is so beautiful because when the people who do not have, actually including myself, do not understand what this feel really is, this is the moment to let go of everything and to just wait under the kumbuk tree, or there are beautiful garden benches you can sit in. There beautiful lawn is there. There are huge trees like kumbuk trees. So be seated under them and just to wait silently. So it's there. We never know this side. Being silent is a form of meditation. And then 7 to 7:15 again, paying homage to Buddha. Then light meal is offered as dinner. Then 8 to 8:30 again concentration meditation. So by 8:30, the program, the scheduled program ends, but we still have the freedom. The participants have the freedom to practice walking meditation on the balconies, beautiful balconies looking at the open. There's a beautiful, actually panoramic view of the paddy fields and the sky. And so what I am telling is, as someone who has the first-hand experience of being here, to come and see, come and experience this, so you will for yourself realize this true Dhamma. That's what these Dhamma friends, Dr. Kokila and all of them uh, explaining to you. It will become self-evident to all of you. So this is an open invitation to people who have a desire to, who have a passion to look for the truth and to understand who are you and where are you, the two big questions asked by the Thai monk also. Teruvan Saranai, thank you very much. Teruvan Saranai.
Dear Sarnai, I think we have to wind up the session today because we are running into 4 o'clock Zoom discussion. So we worship Paranvansi and thank you very much for Dhamma friends for participating to the discussion today to make it fruitful, and we'll meet again tomorrow. Dear Sarnai, everyone. May Triple Game bless you.
Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai.
from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado,
seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light, you reawakened Buddha's way. The sasana shining day by day, through your compassion calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Aryayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, O noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Buddothpado, loving and kind. In the dark of the dreaming mind,
a bell of truth is calling near. Through the smoke of fear and time, a single word makes the path appear. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, let awakening begin. When the last breath falls in peace, the storm of the self grows still. With Buddothpado on the lips, the heart returns to silence and will. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, let awakening begin. Wake up to the truth.